Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Descendant of the Darkness? This will be in 3-part with 3 different titles. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The raven-haired boy stood by his twin sister, and their 6 best friends waiting for Professor McGonagall to come back. He was more nervous than he let on. What if he wasn't in Slytherin like his father or friends or sister? What if he was placed in Hufflepuff or Merlin forbid Gryffindor? He knew how they were sorted, he knew they could all be separated. He also knew his history, as did his sister and close friends. He knew he wasn't born a Riddle, as the record stated. He even remembered the orphanage before his father rescued him and his twin sister despite being only 4. He knew he was born Harry James Potter, twin to Henry Evan Potter. Shaking his head, he banished those thoughts to locked box behind his occlumency walls. They chose to abandon him, just because they thought Henry was the boy who lived, just because he was famous. They didn't care about him, but now he was Hartford Thomas Riddle. His father was the feared Dark Lord Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. His mother was a proud member of the most ancient and noble House Black, the youngest of 4 girls, Cassiopeia Dorothy Black. He was now loved. He was proud of this new family. He was trained by the best, him and his sister. He looked to his right, and just as he suspected, his sister Hermione was standing right by his side, her nose buried in a book, blocking out the rest of the world. He smiled softly. She looked up, sensing her brother's gaze, her bright green eyes the same shade as his. Thanks to the blood adoption potion they had been given at 4 years of age, neither looked like their old parents, which they were both grateful for. They both had medium brown soft curled hair, the perfect combination of their father's wavy dark brown hair and mother's curly ringlet wispy blonde. Harry had his father's face though, strong cheekbones and jawline. Whilst his sister had their mother's more delicate face frame, that was prominent in all the Black sisters. They both had their mother's nose, which was the running joke for the twins, as their father's snake glamour had no nose. His hair was a mess, hanging around just below his ears, never brushing, just running his hand through it. Unlike his sister, who brushed her hair into different kind of beautiful styles every day. Unfortunately, the blood adoption hadn't changed Harry's eyes from his birth mother's emeralds. So their father had their potions master Severus Snape make a secondary potion that gave them to his sister as well, stating it came from their father's muggle. Not that anyone else knew that part, grandmother. She smiled softly at her brother, and just like that he felt himself calm down. Even before the adoption, back at the orphanage, she had this effect on him. They had both been abandoned due to their accidental magic. Their muggle families didn't take well to it. Both of the twins remembered it like it was yesterday. Harry. Petunia. We can't keep the boy, Vernon grumbled to his wife. He set Dudley's toys on fire. He stated harshly, as loud as he dared without worrying the neighbors would hear. We can't have him contaminating our dudders. I know, I asked for this as much as you did, Vernon. My dirty sister, thinking she could just drop him off on our doorstep, and what? Think we would want him? Petunia said, looking at the cupboard that she knew held a 3-year-old boy that would be sitting on the floor with his ratty blanket in disgust. When they had awoken to find the 15-month-old boy on their doorstep, they were horrified, throwing the boy in the cupboard under the stairs. They left him there for a week, trying to find a way to contact Petunia's sister to return him. Finally, they had given up. They fed him their scraps and old milk, enough to keep him alive, and that was it. They bathed him outside no matter the weather with the garden hose. Recently his accidental magic had started to play up. Setting the toys on fire was the last straw. Tomorrow, first thing, before anyone else wakes up to see us with him, she promised as she sat down with her son, Dudley, who had started to demand attention. The next day found them dropping a crying 3-year-old off at the rundown orphanage. Harry had been left with nothing but his blanket and name. A few hours later found him sitting next to a little girl of the same age, sniffling while she hugged his arm. It would be a few weeks before they realized they both made things happen, and it would be a year before their father found them. Hermione. Jeannie, she is doing it again. Hermione's father yelled out as his hand connected with his daughter's face. What? Jean screamed in horror. She floated her bottle, he yelled as his wife walked into the room. What will the church think, John? She asked in a blind panic, ignoring the crying child at her feet. Growing annoyed, John slapped the toddler again, this time sending her flying into the coffee table, silencing the screams. The next thing Hermione remembered was waking up at the orphanage the next morning. Then a year later the boy showed up. She felt drawn to him. Unable to understand, she just toddled over and sat down next to the crying new boy. She remembered how scared she was when she was left here only a month earlier. Her parents had been afraid of her. She knew that, despite being 3, she was intelligent. She knew the stuff she did wasn't normal, but she liked it, even if they hadn't. She hugged the boy's arm tightly. "It be K," she whispered repeatedly, trying to calm him down. Surprisingly, it worked quickly. The old nurse sighed in relief as the crying stopped. Walking over, she picked up the 2 children and walked them to the playroom for the younger occupants of the orphanage. At this stage there were only 6 children under 5, but oddly enough Harry wasn't leaving Hermione's side. Hermione flourished, having a friend that was just as freaky as her. Once they knew they both had strange powers, they made a pact to never be separated. She remembered the day their father came for them. They were under a tree making rocks fly and crash into each other, giggling madly. The handsome stranger had walked up to them and asked their names. His eyes had widened when he saw Harry's scar. She knew now it was because her brother was the true boy who lived. He had offered them a home. Both children were ecstatic to get a real home with love. He had wiped the memories of the children from the orphanage matron's mind, and took them home and adopted them with his faithful follower, their mother Cassiopeia Black, the younger sister of Bellatrix and Narcissa. The noise of the other first years brought the twins out of their memories. They shared looks of disgust with their best friends, Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass and Luna Lovegood when they heard a boy exclaiming that his brother said they had to fight a troll. Rolling his eyes at his sister, Harry said loudly to his group, "I don't understand how riffraff with no intellect even get their letters. It's a disgrace to think of the filth they let in," adding a heavy sigh much to the amusement of his companions. "Brother dearest, it isn't their fault. They're stupid enough to believe everything at face value. It's all their bad blood." Hermione shot back with a grin that promised pain, her green eyes sparkling with the same malice that was reflected in her brother's eyes. It had taken a while to come out of her shell, but when being raised by the Dark Lord, their mother Cassie Black and their fathers Elite, Aunt Bella, Aunt Sissa, Uncle Luke, Uncle Rab, Uncle Rod, Uncle Sev and Uncle Barty, it was given that she would lose the know-it-all bookish ways. She was still intelligent and still loved her books, but now she enjoyed baiting and fighting as much as her family. Their friends shuddered knowing that look was inherited directly from their father. "What would you know?" An angry redhead spat, his eyes blazing in fury at the twins. "Red hair, hand-me-down robes, dirty skin. You must be a Weasley." Draco sneered from Harry's left, his sharp gray eyes roaming the boy in horrified fascination. Malfoy, judging by the hair, "He looks just like his father." The brunette next to the redhead snorted in disgust. They all knew Harry Potter, the false boy who lived from his many press releases. "Don't you dare look down on my cousin, you filthy half-blood traitor," Hermione snarled in defense of their favorite relation. A cough from behind them had them all spinning around to see Professor McGonagall back to lead them in. Walking in, they automatically fell into their rank, the twins first, Draco behind Harry with Blaise and then Theo. Pansy behind Hermione and next to Draco, and Daphne behind her and next to Blaise. Next to Theo was the last of their group, Luna Lovegood. Luna had been a relatively new addition, but once Harry and Hermione had met her, after joining their father in attacking her father Zeno for what he published, the twins fell in love with the spacey blonde. Zeno had agreed to publish for the Dark if only so his darling daughter could keep playing with the Dark Lord's children, the only children she had met that seemed to genuinely like her. He had tried to get her to play with Ronald Weasley and Harry Potter, but they had been horrible to her. Harry was quite content to listen to her talk about the creatures and learn about them, whereas Hermione would start debates on the probability of them existing and if they did the easiest way to find them. Coming to a stop, they could all clearly see the old ratty hat. Professor McGonagall explained they would wear it and get sorted after the hat sang for the entire hall to hear. Everyone knows it, not writing it out. Abbot Hannah was quickly sorted into Hufflepuff, much to the girls' amusement. Bones Susan also joined Hufflepuff. It was at that point Harry stopped paying attention and looked to the teachers. He grinned when he saw Uncle Sev sitting there with his trademark glare. He was one of the first to know the truth of Harry and Hermione's birth. His father said learning that the Blood Traitor Potter and Mudblood Evans gave up their son because the other was famous was the reason for the spies' true allegiance to change. He had no idea that the Dark Lord knew of his treachery, but because he changed, the Dark Lord didn't deem it prudent to inform the potion's master he had known. He was pulled out of his thoughts and observations by Professor McGonagall calling the first of his friends. Greengrass Daphne. The tall, elegant blonde stepped forward and sat down. The hat didn't take long before screaming. Slytherin. Harry and his friends all clapped loudly for their friend. Lovegood Luna. Harry and Hermione shared a look as the dazed blonde skipped up to the stool. They had both placed bets on where she would go. Harry grinned in triumph as the hat screamed. Slytherin. Hermione grumbled, handing her brother 5 gallons, watching Luna skip over to Daphne. Malfoy Draconis. Draco strutted up arrogantly. Harry rolled his eyes at his best friend and cousin. There was no denying the boy was a pure Slytherin. Not Theodore quickly joined the others along with Pansy Parkinson. Then, Potter Henry. Harry scowled at his former twin brother with absolute loathing. Henry grinned cockily at the head table. Harry followed his eyes and in shock noticed James and Lily Potter sat there smiling proudly. Gryffindor. The hat yelled after what seemed ages. Harry rolled his eyes in distaste. And then the moment the twins had been waiting for, Professor McGonagall had stopped and looked at the parchment in shock and horror, her eyes wide and her face pale. Her voice was shaky as she called out. Riddle Hartford. Harry grinned and stalked forward. He noticed Dumbledore was watching him, his blue eyes widened with shock. The people that knew of his father's birth name were watching in horror as a miniature green-eyed Tom Riddle made his way to the hat. Professor McGonagall's hands were shaking as she placed the hat on his head. Hello, little Riddle. The hat greeted him. Harry immediately started to worry about his birth parents. He didn't want to let his father down by being in Gryffindor. No need to worry, little Riddle. You are your father's son. The Potter's genes have had no lasting effect on you. Gryffindor is no place for a cunning boy like you. Yes, young one, you truly are Tom Riddle's son. The hat soothed in his ear before screaming the loudest yet. Slytherin. Grinning magically, Harry walked over to the green table and sat down next to Draco, who was clapping loudly. The professors of Hogwarts were looking at him with eyes full of hatred. James, curiosity, Flitwick and Sprout. Worry and fear, Dumbledore, McGonagall and Lily. McGonagall cleared her throat before shakily calling out. Riddle Hermione. Harry watched in apprehension as his sister sat down. He knew they could be separated easily. Although father wouldn't be too disappointed, they had both spoke of her going to Ravenclaw. His father had made it clear it wouldn't matter what house they got into, he couldn't care, but both twins wanted to go to his alma mater. Slytherin was called out clearly, much to his and the other girls' relief. He knew how excited the girls had been about sharing a dorm. Zabini Blaze finally joined them after Weasley joined the Gryffindors. Sneering in disgust, he listened to the headmaster explain that Lily Potter was the new Muggle Studies, Professor Evans, and James Potter was the new dueling and flying instructor, Professor Potter. Ignoring the rest of the headmaster's welcome speech, Harry let his eyes scan the great hall, sneering at anyone who dared to meet his eyes. Then as the food appeared, he felt his magic tingling, looked around faster, he felt his magic running over his skin. He looked at his sister in a panic. Hashtag Hermione hash, he hissed in Parseltongue as quietly as he could. Hashtag what? Hash, she hissed back, looking at her brother in worry. Hashtag how did you feel when you met Theo for the first time? Hash, he asked, his voice higher than he would admit to it being. Hermione's eyes widened in glee. Hashtag like my magic was rejoicing, like there were bolts of lightning running over my arms and like everything was right. Why do you feel it? Hash, she asked. Harry nodded quickly. Hashtag your soulmate is here. Hash, she grinned, looking like Yule had come early. Harry groaned inwardly. He knew he was in for it. He knew it would come back to haunt him for tormenting Hermione and Theo when they were told what it meant. They had met at age 6 but weren't told until this year what it meant, and Harry along with Draco had made their life hell until their fathers found out. Harry hadn't seen his father that mad at him before. It had been terrifying. What are two hissing about? Theo asked curiously. The others all perked up to listen in. Nothing, Harry snarled, his eyes flaming, just daring them to press on. My own? Theo asked sweetly, his pale blue eyes imploring her. His magic is singing. she announced, gleefully cackling much like their Aunt Bella when Harry proceeded to bang his head painfully and loudly, repeatedly, causing many people to turn and stare in shock. "Why is he doing that?" a burly fifth-year Adrian Pusey asked, his head tilted to the side. Hermione opened her mouth before finding a hand slammed harshly against her face. "Don't you even dare!" Harry hissed angrily, green eyes bleed red for a split second as he almost slipped into Parseltongue. "Or what?" she taunted smugly after she dug her fingernails into his hand, drawing blood to release the hold. "Watch who you're talking to," Harry snarled. Everyone in proximity felt his magic turning cold. Their friends rolled their eyes, used to the common power play. Usually, Hermione was rather docile compared to her brother, but when he challenged her she could easily keep pace. "I am well aware of whom to speak to. Don't think you have more authority than me just because you have an extra appendage," Hermione snarled back, her magic raising to match him, her own eyes leaking into pink as the red showed. "Twins." A dreamy voice disturbed their silent, glaring contest. Everyone looked at the dreamy blonde who dared interrupt the two obviously powerful and angry twins. "The old goat is watching the Raxperts that are feeding on you," Luna said, smiling sweetly. The effect was instantaneous. Both calming down, the magic settling softly, their eyes going back to a piercing green. All the eyes from their friends subtly looked at the headmaster, who was watching them intently. "You know Father will want to know," Hermione said calmly as she plated up some food. "Father doesn't need to know everything," Harry refuted. "Hartford Thomas Riddle, don't you dare think of not telling him," Hermione snapped as she moved into her "I am right and you're wrong" persona. "I will tell him." Harry rolled his eyes. "Just I want to find out who and what house first," Harry explained as he took a bite of chicken. "What if they are a Hufflepuff or Gryffindor?" Hermione smirked. "What are you talking about?" Graham Montague asked from his seat next to Adrian, who looked just as confused. "Nothing," Harry said brightly, his smile looking out of place on the face that just moments ago was like a storm. "Father will want to hear it from you," Hermione commented. 2 weeks, Harry compromised. His sister nodded her assent, much to his relief. Before they knew it, the prefects were calling out for the first years. As they stood up, they heard the most unwanted voice. "Mr. and Miss Riddle, if you would be so kind to accompany me to the office, your head of house will take you to your dorms after." Dumbledore stood there smiling with that incessant twinkle in his eyes that their father always complained about. Sharing a glance with their friends, the twins nodded before following him to his office past the gargoyle. "Lemon drop?" he asked, his voice full of false sweetness. To his left stood Mr. and Mrs. Potter and all 4 heads of houses. "Headmaster, what is this about?" Hermione asked sweetly while Harry sneered at the Muggle suite and purposefully avoided eye contact with his previous parents. "I am curious as to your parents. I don't recall your birth announcement. I was shocked to hear your names," he said with fake nonchalance. Bringing his occlumency walls, Harry raised his head to look at him. "Our parents? That's why we are here," Harry snorted. "What about our parents? Why are you interested?" Hermione asked, ignoring her brother's antics. Her innocent curiosity seemed genuine to everyone except her brother and Uncle Sev. "Just an old man's curiosity for his old students," the headmaster lied smoothly. "And you needed such a large audience," Harry snickered, not buying the act for 1 second. "Don't show such disrespect to the headmaster," Potter snarled, finally speaking up. "You're not my father, so back off," Harry snarled angrily. His face curled up in disgust and anger. There was no denying whose son he was in that moment. "Hartford, stop that! Mother would be horrified by your actions," Hermione scolded, and was replied with an eye roll from her brother, but he sat back in his chair with arms folded. "Our mother was a Slytherin here, Cassiopeia Black," Hermione explained as she gave an apologetic look to the adults. "Ah yes, I remember. A few years younger than you, yes, James?" Dumbledore asked, receiving a stiff nod. "We never knew our father. He died while we were young. Our mother doesn't talk about him. We were very sickly. Mother got dragonpox whilst pregnant, and they didn't think we would live until we were about 3 years old, so they kept us hidden, not wanting false sympathy. Then father died before we got better," Hermione lied. Her performance was seamless. Dumbledore seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "We don't know anything about him," Harry scowled. "It's too painful for her to talk about him," he sneered as if his mother's pain was beneath him. "We were raised by Mother, Aunt Sissa and Uncle Luke," Hermione smiled. "Raised to be mini Death Eaters," Potter snapped. Unlike your son, who is no doubt as arrogant, stupid and close-minded as his father." Snape snapped back heatedly, unable to take the slander to his students, let alone ones he thought of as his niece and nephew. "Stop it," Lily intervened. "I am finding this dull. May we leave?" Harry asked as he stood up and stretched, rolling his eyes at Lily's gasp at his rudeness. "Of course, my boy, but remember you can come to me whenever you need it," Dumbledore said with a friendly smile. Harry clenched his hands tight, wanting to wipe that smile off his old wrinkly face. Without another word, Harry stormed out of the office to wait for Hermione and Uncle Sev. Chapter 2, Albus. "Do you really think it is safe to keep those two at Hogwarts?" Lily asked hysterically after everyone had gone, leaving her alone with James and Dumbledore. "I saw no signs of deceit. I believe those two have no idea who their father is, or at the very least wasn't raised to follow him." Cassiopeia was questioned with Narcissa. Neither had taken the dark mark. Perhaps she was forced to carry his children. If that is the case, she will do anything to make sure they are not like him, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "But they are in their father's old house?" James cried. "As far as they are concerned, they are in their mother's house. They haven't been raised by him. There is still a chance we can make sure they turn out right," Dumbledore said as he popped a lemon drop into his mouth. "The daughter maybe, but the son is surely going to take his father's place with that attitude," James snapped as he paced back and forth. "Our son defeated their father. He could be in danger with them here," Lily whispered. "The staff will be informed to watch them. All 4 heads of houses know whose children they are. Everyone will keep an eye on them. Everything will work out," Dumbledore soothed. "Speaking of your son, where is Harry?" Another voice spoke up. Spinning around, they saw their old friends Sirius and Remus standing in the doorway. "Ah, Sirius and Remus, my boys, how have you been?" Dumbledore cried happily. "Where is Harry?" Remus repeated Sirius' question, not answering Dumbledore or acknowledging his old friends. Remus and Sirius had never forgiven James and Lily for giving Harry up. They had searched relentlessly trying to find their cub. The only time they saw the others was when they visited Henry. Although as Henry grew up to be more and more like James, the visits got fewer and fewer. They had begged James and Lily to let them raise Harry, but they refused to tell them where they sent him. "Henry is in Gryffindor," Lily said, smiling proudly. "I know, I asked about Harry," Sirius snapped. "He never had a letter. The quill never wrote it for him," James said coldly. "He's dead?" Remus asked, horrified. Leaning on the wall, he felt his heart breaking. "No," Lily scoffed. "Just a squib. Turns out we made the right choice sending him away. He would have just held Henry back," James spat in disgust. "You've seen him. Let me take him. I don't care if he is a squib. I want my pup," Sirius begged once again. "He is fine with my sister," Lily snapped before realizing what she had let slip after 10 years of silence. "Your sister?" Sirius screamed. "You left an innocent child with magic-hating Petunia?" Sirius couldn't believe it, that they would be callous enough to leave their own son with that bitch. Before anyone could say anything, Sirius and Remus were running out of the office to find their godson. "I can't believe the nerve of that old bearded fool," Harry muttered as he stomped his way to the dungeons. Yes, brother, he is a fool. He also bought everything we sold to him. That is the main thing," Hermione soothed as she easily kept pace with her irate twin as they headed down to the dungeons after their Uncle Sev had told them the way and the password. "I mean, did he honestly think we believed his sweet, nice light lord innocence for a second?" He continued to fume, ignoring his sister's response completely. "I mean, does he think we are short of a light bulb?" he snarled. "You know you use Muggle sayings more than usual when you're angry," Hermione mused patiently. "That's on top of the fact he thinks he has a right to question us at all, let alone in front of all 4 heads of houses and his 2 favorite minions who are stupider and more useless than even the fat man that runs our ministry." Harry snarled, his green eyes completely red and his magic crackling dangerously. "I don't know, the man is pretty useless," Hermione pondered. "Then James Potter has the nerve to tell me to respect the old fool?" Harry asked, practically spitting his name in hate. "He is a professor now," Hermione commented absently. The stupid bint of a wife just standing there smiling at Dumbledore like the light shines from his wrinkly hairy prune backside. "That's an image I didn't need," Draco's voice piped up as they reached the portrait. "What are you doing outside?" Harry questioned, finally stopping his rant. "Waiting for you too." "What did the old coot want?" Draco asked as he stood up next to them. Questions about father, nothing we couldn't handle, Hermione interjected before her brother could lead off with another spiel. Merlin, just outright? Such a Gryffindor, Draco sneered in disgust. Calm yourself, cousin, Hermione soothed as she faced the brick wall. Serpens Novus. She spoke clearly. The boys stayed quiet as they entered the common room. Everyone was still up, clearly waiting for something. They didn't have to wait long. Severus Snape made an imposing figure as he entered, his black robes billowing out behind him as he walked. His black hair was greasy, but the new first years that had grown up with him knew it was because of how many potions he made during the year. In the summer it was soft and silky. First years. With only 2 words he had everyone silent and staring at him at full attention. You have been sorted into the proud house of Salazar Slytherin. You are cunning and ambitious. Unfortunately, you will face prejudice from the other 3 houses. Which is why, the number 1 rule in Slytherin, you will have a united front. I do not care if you have your disagreements or fights, but they will be held in private. You will stand up for each other no matter what outside the common room. The older years were nodding in agreement and listening intently despite having heard it before. Each first year will be paired up with an older Slytherin. At night before lights out you will sit down together. If you are struggling with anything they will try to help. If they cannot, then they will bring you to me, he continued to explain. Although it sounded sort of like a lame buddy system, he had explained to Harry and Draco that it helped the united front, but also sometimes a student would struggle with a subject because of how the professors taught it, and a second person's way of teaching could help their understanding. Something that only Slytherin and Ravenclaw did, which Harry was shocked over. Bulstrode Millicent. Severus barked loudly, bringing Harry out of his private musings over the house's systems. Grateful he hadn't been caught, he quickly paid attention. Severus' shout also startled the larger first-year girl. Harry had never really liked her. She was rude and silent, standing like a statue at meetings and parties. He had been content to leave her be with her 2 friends, 2 boys who were eerily similar to her build-wise. You are with 6th year Smith Nastasia. The 6th year in question made her way forward to Bulstrode. Crab Vincent. Severus barked loudly. One of Bulstrode's only friends was startled as he stood up. You will be with 7th year Colton Reese. Colton had walked forward immediately to stand by Crab. Goyle Gregory. The second buffoon that followed Bulstrode sat up looking self-important, causing Harry and Draco to snort quietly. 7th year Anx Highland. A soft groan was heard from the brunette Quidditch player. Greengrass Daphne. Severus called out, his eyes landing on the girl before continuing. 6th year Anx Sana. The pretty brunette who was an almost replica of her older brother walked up smiling softly and sweetly. Lovegood Luna. Severus had hoped he had made the right choice with Luna. He had to beg for patience to handle her daily, so he hoped his choice could handle her. You are with 7th year Flint Marie. Marie, unlike her harsh and imposing brother, was delicate and floaty like young Luna and was extremely open-minded. Malfoy Draco. He snarked, staring at his godson. He knew he had made the right choice with him. 5th year Montague Graham. Draco grinned at the Slytherin chaser, who had been at a lot of the same pure blood parties. He was the life of the party with his best friends. It was impossible to not like them. Not Theodore. You are with 5th year Pusey Adrian. Graham's best friend grinned and waved from his spot next to Graham. Parkinson Pansy. Snape continued, just wanting to finish this so they could head to bed and he could get to his private brewing quarters. You are with 6th year McNair Serenity. Riddle Hartford. Harry grinned and sat forward eagerly, hoping it was someone he liked. 6th year Flint Marcus. Harry grinned widely, his green eyes searching for his previous mentor. The burly chaser had been helping him and his sister with offensive spell training in the summer under his father's orders. Benjamin Flint was in his father's elite and most trusted. Harry had made easy friends with the Flint heir back as little children. Riddle Hermione. You are with one of our newest prefects, 5th year Farley Gemma, he said, knowing the intelligent girl would appreciate being with a prefect. Zabini Blaze, he said, nodding at the last first year. You are paired with 5th year Bletchley Miles. Blaze grinned at receiving the third party to Graham and Adrian. He was keeper, unlike his 2 best friend chasers. Marcus was the final chaser and captain of the team. Finally, it was over. The first year's curfew was first, so Severus Snape sent them to bed, much to their grumbling. As there was no more than 5 to a room for safety reasons, the Slytherin boys were separated into 2 rooms. Crab and Goyle had a smaller one for just the 2 of them due to no one else wanting to share with the midnight snackers and horrendous snoring. While Harry, Draco, Blaise and Theo shared another. Hermione, Luna, Pansy and Daphne were not happy about having to share with Millicent. She was as bad as Crabbe and Goyle, but thankfully she wasn't happy either, so the room was divided with Millicent as far away as she could get from the other four. Before they knew it, they were all asleep, with sweet dreams of what was to come in their time at Hogwarts. Chapter 3. Harry, along with all the other first years, no matter their house, found themselves struggling to find their classes, even after almost a week. Everyone was in awe of the massive castle, even the pureblood and half-bloods of noble blood who had grown in family manners. But Harry could say without a doubt his favorite part of Hogwarts was the lake. At the Riddle Manor, his sister and friends could, more often than not, find him out by the lake that was hidden in the forest which backed onto their property. Although their lake was tiny compared to the Black Lake of Hogwarts. Harry thoroughly enjoyed spending his downtime relaxing by the water under the shade of a tree reading. Unfortunately, there was always a slight shadow that ruined his peace and quiet. Dumbledore and Potter had taken to watching him as often as they could. He could feel their eyes watching him whenever he so much as breathed. But as he watched out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the gazes were different. Dumbledore seemed pleased when he saw the first year reading Muggle books with his feet in the shallows of the water. Harry would smirk to himself. He knew his actions made the headmaster believe that despite his temper he could be saved. Potter, on the other hand, Merlin Harry hated him with a passion. He could be leaving the loo or reaching for a second piece of toast and James Potter would watch him with suspicious eyes like he would suddenly jump up and murder them all. Harry had laughed darkly when Hermione said that at dinner one night, something that seemed to irk Potter much to the twins' delight. Harry and Hermione were excelling in their classes much to their joy and apparent shock of the other professors. According to their Uncle Sev, Professor Flitwick had asked how they weren't in his house, something that had made them both beam with pride. They laughed with their friends when they heard that Potter had tried to point out that they were clearly evil if the Hat had still determined they belonged in Slytherin. To their shock, it had been Dumbledore who stood up for them, responding with his belief that Slytherin had been their placement due to them being raised by their mother, aunt and uncle, all three of whom were ex-Slytherins. Apparently, he had used their aunt Andromeda as an example. She had been a Slytherin like her sisters and parents but had been disowned for marrying a Hufflepuff Muggleborn, both of whom had fought for the Order of Phoenix in the First War. The only problem Harry could truly complain about so far was the blasted Henry Potter. The boy was just as conceited and arrogant as his blasted father. The one blessing was it appeared the Potters had not told their precious offspring just who Hartford and Hermione's father was. After breakfast on their first full day at Hogwarts was their first proper interaction. Flashback starts. I don't understand how Death Eater spawn are accepted into Hogwarts. I mean, surely that puts us light students in danger. Henry Potter complained loud enough for everyone to hear as they made their way down the corridor outside the Great Hall. Rolling his eyes, Harry carried on walking. Normally he wouldn't let someone talk like that about his family, but he also didn't need a lecture on laying low from his sister just yet. Watch where you are going. You good-for-nothing slimy snake. Ronald Weasley snarled as he bumped into Draco. Ew, it touched me. Harry. I could catch some random poor people's disease. Draco howled in false distress as Harry laughed at Ronald's expression of outrage. Why aren't you in prison with your Death Eater father? Surely he already gave you the family tattoo, Henry growled. Don't you talk down to me, you blind scarhead. Draco sneered, looking at him in disgust. Henry's hand flew to the arrow-like shaped scar above his left eye, which was only just visible above his awful black glasses identical to his father's. Harry snorted, knowing that the famous scar was caused by falling debris, not the killing curse like everyone believed. When he had been adopted, his father had done a ritual to remove the accidental Horcrux in Harry's scar caused by the curse. The ritual paired with the blood adoption had removed the lightning bolt scar he had received, much to his father's relief. Another plus was after the adoption he no longer needed glasses, making his green eyes look brighter than before. Push off, Malfoy. Weasley yelled angrily, his face going an unattractive shade of red. Or what? Draco scoffed. Please, cousin, like these filthy disgraced traitors could actually do anything. Harry grinned viciously. I'm the boy who lived. I could best you any day, Henry bragged, which only caused Harry, Hermione, Draco and Blaise to laugh uproariously while their friends shook their heads as they smirked with chuckles. It's not like you could be important, Henry carried on. I mean, none of us knows the name Riddle. Sounds Muggle if you ask me, which would make you a lowlife dirty hypocrite. Henry finished smugly before he knew it. Harry had him by the robes and pushed up against the wall. My father was no muggle filth, and my mother is the youngest of black daughters. My blood is purer than you could understand, Harry snarled, his green eyes flashing dangerously. Insult me as much as you want, fine, but if you insult my family you won't live long enough to regret it, Harry warned before letting go, dropping Henry to the floor, and marching off with his arm linked with his sister's. Flashback end. Unsurprisingly, after hearing about the fight, most professors made sure the two boys were on opposite sides of the classroom to each other to minimize contact, although that didn't stop the fights outside their classes. Despite the fights, Harry, Hermione and their group of friends were the common favorites among the professors with a few exceptions. They were quickly rising to the top scores for first years that Hogwarts had seen in years, most believing they would end up beating even their father's scores. They had even been dubbed the Silver Octo by the professors and the Silver Snakes by their classmates due to the fact they were rarely without each other. Harry found himself enjoying his classes at Hogwarts more than the training his father insisted on growing up. After having a few classes, it became clear to them that despite them all excelling in all their classes, they all had their own power and knowledge for certain classes. Draco had the most talent in their Midnight Wednesday astronomy class. It was obvious to everyone he was Professor Sinistra's favorite. She had to be the only person, ever, to share Draco's passion and joy for the night sky. Daphne and Pansy were tied for best students in herbology with the Gryffindor Neville Longbottom. The two Slytherin girls enjoyed talking to Neville in class and in the herbology section of the library, and neither girl had a problem being paired with him. Unlike the other Gryffindors, Neville was quiet and shy, and was never heard yelling about how evil the Slytherins were. Although he was still wary of the Slytherin boys, his friendship with the girls meant that they tended to leave him alone when they got into fights with his dorm mates Henry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. The most boring class to the Slytherins, even Hermione who enjoyed learning in general, was History of Magic, which was the only class taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had been very old when he had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire and got up the next morning to teach, leaving his body behind him. The Slytherins used his class to do homework or read up on their favorite class, whereas the Gryffindors, who they shared the class with, usually mucked around loudly or slept. Blaise Zabini and Theo Knotts were Professor Flitwick's clear favorites. The Charms Professor was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. At the start of their first class, he took the roll call, and when he reached Henry's name he gave an excited squeak and toppled out of sight, causing the Slytherins to laugh behind their hands. But despite his excitement for the false boy who lived, he was good at teaching and made sure he was very equal when it came to points and praise. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who seemed to outright hate them on principle, although Harry and Hermione seemed to believe that was more to the fact she had gone to Hogwarts at the same time as their father. Harry had been the first to learn she wasn't a teacher to cross. Due to Harry having a fight with Henry and Ronald, he had been unable to answer when she asked a simple transfiguration question and lost Slytherin 15 points, much to the Gryffindors' amusement, and when he pointed out they had started it and had been talking as well, he had lost an extra 20 points for talking back. The class they had all really been dreading was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The Gryffindors had all made scenes in the corridors on the way to the class about how the class was only needed because of slimy Death Eaters and their Slytherin offspring. The older years had explained that it was Professor Quirrell's first year as defense teacher. He had been the previous Muggle Studies professor, but they had learnt from their years at Hogwarts that Dumbledore tended to have light-biased teachers in the defense post who all showed extreme preference to Gryffindor. Most of the Slytherin students were shocked the Potter hadn't gotten the defense post outright instead of just dueling. According to those who had gone to the dueling class, he was biased and cruel towards Slytherins. But as it turned out, Quirrell's lessons were a bit of a joke. His classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which was for protection from vampires if the rumors were believed. He stuttered so badly it was almost impossible to understand what was being said, and the stench of garlic tended to make their eyes water. But despite the difficulties, Harry was enjoying what he learned from the books and what Marcus Flint taught him at night in their tutoring lessons. Marcus didn't have a problem with helping and was quite happy to pass off all his old notes and books from his previous years. Dumbledore was pleased with the revelation that the Riddle heir was doing so well in a defense class and mastering the theory behind light spells so easily. Chapter 4 Friday finally arrived and was the best day of the week for the first-year Slytherins, who finally managed to find their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast without getting lost or needing the older years to help. "What have we got today?" Harry asked Hermione as he poured sugar and milk in his bowl containing cornflakes and fruit salad. "Why don't you check your own timetable?" she replied scathingly as she buttered her toast. "Double potions with the Gryffindors?" Luna spoke up dreamily from her seat next to Blaise, who had appeared to fallen asleep with his face in an empty bowl. "Thank God Uncle Seb's head of Slytherin House," Draco muttered quietly. "It will be nice to have a class where Gryffindor isn't favored." Harry nodded in agreement. They were cut off by the sound of flapping. The mail had arrived. Harry was used to this by now, but it had given him a bit of a shock on the first morning. When about 100 owls had suddenly streamed into the Great Hall during breakfast, circling the tables until they saw their owners, dropping letters and packages onto their laps. It had been an incredible sight even for him who had grown up using owls. His and his sister's new owls, parting gifts from their father, hadn't brought them anything so far. Harry had gotten a beautiful female snowy white owl with small black spots checkered across her wings. He had named her Hedwig. Whereas Hermione had gotten the exact opposite, a black male with white spots in the same checkered pattern. She had named hers Aristotle. They both sometimes flew in to nibble their ears and have a bit of toast before going off to sleep in the owlery with the other school owls. This morning, however, Hedwig fluttered down between the marmalade and the sugar bowl and dropped a note onto Harry's plate. Harry tore it open at once when he recognized his father's elegant and delicate script. "Dear Hartford." Dear Merlin, he hated when his father used that name. He usually only used it when Harry was in trouble or something was wrong. "I know you have been busy, enjoying your classes and being away from the manor for the first time, although your mother and I do feel like we have waited long enough for a message from our eldest child and only son. Your sister has already sent 2 letters detailing class and dorm life. I want to hear all about your first week. I know I am not always approachable, but you are my son and I love you. I want to know everything, my child. Send us an answer back with Hedwig, for that is why we bought her. Lots of love, father and mother." Harry groaned as he reached over to borrow his sister's quill, scribbling a reply to his father before he was in actual trouble. "Dear father and mother," he wrote. He grimaced at his scratchy writing. It was nothing like his father's elegance. Something that drove his father crazy. He had actually referred it to looking like a hippogriff trying to write. "I am sorry for not informing you sooner of my progress. Classes have been wonderful. I am sure Hermione informed you of the meeting with Dumbledore and his minions after the feast. He has taken to watching me. So far I have made sure to appear innocent and just a normal 11-year-old. He seems to be buying it, but I have not let my guard down. Professor McGonagall seems to not like us but has been grudgingly impressed with Hermione. I am doing well in my classes. My best class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, which my friends find amusing. No doubt you will too. We have our first potions class today. I am looking forward to it. I am unsure if Hermione has told you, as I asked her to stay silent until I could work it out, but I feel I must inform you now. My soulmate is at Hogwarts. I had wanted to find out who it was before informing you, but I have had no luck. I am positive in my findings so far. They are an older student, not in Slytherin and male. I hope to have more information soon. I am worried about them being a light wizard from Gryffindor, but Hermione believes that they will be easy to sway to our side. Due to how my magic searches a dinner feast as if looking for protection, we have concluded I am the submissive, which also led Hermione to believe it is an older male. I hope I do not let you down with this information. Hermione also believes as my dominant, he will want to protect me and care for me and would struggle with even the idea of separating me from my family. Lots of love, your son Hartford Riddle. Reading over it and ensuring he was satisfied, he sent Hedwig off again before he and Hermione took their place at the front of their friends and walked to their potions lesson, which, after having to submit themselves to McGonagall's classes, turned out to be the best thing that had happened to the Slytherins so far. Potions took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle and reminded them of their dorms, but with pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. Snape, like Flitwick, started the class by taking the roll call, and like Flitwick, he paused at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Henry Potter. New celebrity." Harry and his friends sniggered behind their hands, while the girls just watched on with amusement clear in their eyes. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black and were cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels, except when they landed on his nephews and niece, Harry, Draco and Hermione. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." More silence followed this little speech. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks with raised eyebrows. It wasn't very different from the speech they had received with Draco when he started training them on their father's insistence after their 7th birthdays. "Potter," said Snape suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Henry glanced at Ronald Weasley, who looked as stumped as he was. Hermione's hand had moved into the air, along with Harry's and Draco's. "I don't know, sir," Henry replied. Snape's lips curled into the sneer he was famous for. "Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything." "Miss Riddle?" Snape asked, dark eyes flicking to the girl in the front row. Although he couldn't let on that he knew them from before their Hogwarts years, he was known for his house favoritism, so no one showed surprise at the softer voice as he asked for the answer. "Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death," Hermione stated proudly as she gave a textbook answer. "Good 10 points to Slytherin. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hermione stretched her hand up again, but Henry didn't have the faintest idea what a bezoar was, let alone where to find one if his expression was anything to go by. He was trying to not look at the Slytherins, most of whom were shaking with silent laughter. "I don't know, sir," he murmured, sending a death glare once the professor's back was turned. "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter?" "Mr. Malfoy?" Snape asked. Draco immediately stopped laughing, sat up straight and looked at his godfather and answered in the same textbook bored voice as Hermione. "A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons." "Correct. Another 10 points to Slytherin," Snape declared. The Slytherins shot smug grins at Potter and Weasley. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "I don't know," said Henry while making eye contact in defiance. "Mr. Riddle?" Snape asked, barely sparing his nephew a glance knowing he would be able to answer. "Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite," he said smiling sweetly as his father used to in his classes. Another 10 points to Slytherin. Things didn't improve for the Gryffindors as the potions lesson continued. Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. Harry had been placed with Hermione, Draco with Luna, Daphne and Pansy, and Theo with Blaise. Over with the Gryffindors, Henry was with Ron, who Draco had nicknamed the Weasel. Lavender Brown was with an Indian girl who was called Parvati if Harry remembered correctly. Neville was in a group of 3 with Finnegan and Thomas. Severus swept around in his long black cloak looking much like the dungeon bat he was nicknamed for, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs. Criticizing almost everyone except Harry, Hermione and Draco, all of which had a natural talent for brewing. Halfway through the class, Neville had somehow managed to melt his cauldron so it dripped over the table and seeped across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools. While Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "Idiot boy!" snarled Snape, clearing the spilt potion away with one wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him up to the hospital wing," Snape spat at Finnegan. Then he rounded on Henry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he would make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's a point you've lost for Gryffindor." This was so unfair that Henry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron was seen kicking him behind their cauldron. "Don't push it," he was heard muttering. "I've heard Snape can turn very nasty." Chapter 5. So have you informed Father yet? Hermione asked as they made their way out of the dungeons, watching in distaste as Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley ran down to the gamekeeper's hut together. Yes, if you must know, I informed him in the letter I sent this morning, Harry grumbled. Cheer up, Harry mate. Just think, at least we are closer to working out who it could be, granted slowly but still, Draco said joyfully as he wrapped his arm around his cousin's shoulders. You're only helping and encouraging the search because you, Blaise and Theo made bets on house and year group. Daphne said haughtily as if such things were below her, which according to all their pureblood trainings it was. Oh, for the love of Merlin, Daff, you placed your bet at the same time as me, Pansy laughed, which served as amusement as a bunch of first-year Hufflepuffs ran past looking terrified at the sound. You have all been betting behind my back? He cried out dramatically. My friends, my family, Hermione, you didn't betray me, did you, my dearest sister? He asked, throwing himself at her feet as she leant backwards on a large tree trunk. Who do you think started the betting pool? She asked, grinning at her brother's horrified expression. Stabbed in the back by my twin sister, my own flesh and blood, he cried out in fake despair. All of their friends rolled their eyes as they sat down in the grass and pulled out their study books. Shut up before I lock you in an empty room, Hermione snapped as her brother continued to cry out foul. In a world full of locked rooms, the man with the key is king, and honey, you should see me in a crown. Harry whispered, his voice full of gleeful insanity, his green eyes lighting up. I am telling Father to ban that bloody thing. Hermione screeched. Draco, who was used to this more than the others, just rolled his eyes while the others looked slightly confused. The one thing's Muggles did right. Harry sighed as he leaned back on his elbows. His TV shows, Draco said to others. Oh right. Daphne said, remembering Harry making them all sit down at every sleepover to watch at least one Muggle movie. Even they had agreed it was pretty cool once they sat down and tried it. He has gotten obsessed with Sherlock Holmes, and Father made the mistake of saying Harry reminds him of the character Moriarty, which my brother took as a compliment and now quotes him way too often, Hermione grumbled. Well, I'm not listening to you. You bet against me. I'm sticking with the one person who wouldn't betray me, he said, sticking his nose in the air as he sat closer to Luna, who just smiled and nodded, running her hands through his hair. She can't betray you because she is banned from betting because of her visions, Blaise cried out in frustration. Have you seen anything yet? Harry asked, perking up. No, the Nargles haven't informed me of anything new, my prince, Luna said dreamily as she watched the magic dance over her friends. They were used to her quirks now, and knew that she, unlike the rest of the wizarding population, could see magic, which led her to distractions. You shouldn't be using her gift anyway, brother. It is a gift to her from magic herself. Besides, something like this should be left for you to figure out in your own time, scolded Hermione, who hadn't noticed Harry had immediately zoned out at the sound of her lecturing, listen to me, I'm right, voice, and laid back with his head in Luna's lap and just enjoyed her playing with his hair. But it didn't take long before Harry was flying back up into a sitting position. What have you guys all bet on? He asked excitedly, cutting Hermione off in the middle of her lecture. Now he is overplaying dramatic heartbreak, he wants in. Typical, Hermione scoffed with a fond roll of her eyes, not even fazed by the fact her brother had interrupted her. I bet it's a third-year Gryffindor, Hermione smirked. Seventh-year Hufflepuff, Theo said, grinning, his eyes never leaving the book in his hands, therefore missing the glare Harry sent his way. Second-year Ravenclaw, Draco said, waving his hand from where he lay on his back. Sixth-year Hufflepuff, Daphne laughed when Harry shot her the same glare he shot Theo. Fourth-year Ravenclaw, Blaise shrugged. Fifth-year Gryffindor, Pansy said. You do realize none of you have picked the same year and each house has 2 votes? Harry asked, his eyebrow raised in amusement. Judging by his friends' faces at the revelation, no one had noticed that before he had pointed it out. Laughing, Harry lay back down and Luna resumed her petting, thinking of his options. He didn't know many people outside of his house unless they were in his year. Oh, look what it is, a group of baby snakes. A scathing voice carried over to them, and suddenly their sun was blocked. Opening his eyes by a fraction, Harry groaned loudly when he saw who was standing there glaring at them. Someone call an exterminator, we have a pest problem, Harry exclaimed before closing his eyes again. What? Weasley asked, sounding extremely confused, which didn't actually sound much different than normal, Harry thought. Well, exterminators kill pests. Weasels are pests. You are a weasel, Hermione said calmly with a wide grin. Is that a death threat? Potter growled. Anderson, don't talk out loud, you lower the IQ of Whole Street, Harry hissed in annoyance. Merlin, you're stupider than we thought if you think either of our names are Anderson, Weasley said smugly, which only amused the Slytherins. I can't actually tell if he is truly this stupid, I mean something must have happened to make him that dumb. Harry pretended to whisper, knowing full well they could still hear him. You were with me after the sorting, weren't you? Hermione asked, sounding shocked much to everyone's confusion. Yes, I was there, my own, Harry said, playing along hoping for an answer. Then how is that a question? You met his parents, she said, pinning the two unwanted pests with a board. Test me, look, while the rest howled with laughter. I will make you pay for that riddle, Potter yelled, whipping his wand out. Within seconds all 8 Slytherins had theirs out with serious faces, even Luna, which was extremely disturbing on its own. Sending a final glare, Weasley and Potter walked away carefully, making sure they wouldn't be hit from behind. The Slytherins kept their wands up until they were sure they were gone. I hate them, Harry snarled. They will pay, brother. For everything, Hermione soothed. Harry smiled at his sister, knowing she truly meant it. Chapter 6. Harry had never thought he would meet anyone he hated more than the Muggles he first lived with or the bullies at the orphanage, but that was before he met his birth father James Potter and birth brother Henry Potter. Flying lessons would be starting on Thursday, and Gryffindor and Slytherin would be learning together under the supervision of both James Potter and Madam Hooch. Typical, said Harry darkly. Just what I always wanted, to watch Potter fawn over his disgrace of a human being's son while we are taught, needlessly, how to fly again. He had been looking forward to learning to fly, more for the sake that if you passed the class you could fly around on the school brooms in free periods. You don't know that, perhaps Hooch won't let him, Hermione said reasonably. Anyway, I heard Potter and Weasel saying that you and me go on about how good we are at Quidditch, but they made a bet. That's all talk. It will be fun to prove them wrong, Draco laughed. Hermione was as nervous as the Muggleborns about flying. After her first flight, Father had not forced her back on. Unfortunately, she couldn't back out of the classes until Hooch or Potter said she could, and flying wasn't something you couldn't learn by heart out of a book, not that she hadn't tried. At breakfast on Thursday, she bored them all stupid with flying tips she'd gotten out of a library book called Quidditch Through the Ages. Harry hadn't had a single letter since his father's note, something that worried him. Perhaps he would be disowned for being a submissive, or because his soulmate was possibly a Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. Draco had been quick to comfort his friend, saying he was being paranoid, but watching the Malfoy's family eagle owl always bringing him packages of sweets from home had him worried, as he knew his father was staying with them. At 3:30 that afternoon, Harry, Hermione and the other Slytherins hurried down the front steps onto the grounds for their first flying lesson. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass rippled under their feet as they marched down the sloping lawns toward a smooth, flat lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. There were 20 broomsticks lying in neat lines on the ground. They didn't have to wait long for the Gryffindors to arrive, Henry and Ron glaring straight at them. Then their teachers arrived. Madam Hooch had short, gray hair, and yellow eyes like a hawk, whereas James Potter had the same messy black hair as his son with the same brown eyes. As far as Harry could see, there was no Lily Potter in him at all, unlike Harry, who still had her eyes. Well, what are you all waiting for? Madam Hooch barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry glanced down at his broom in absolute disgust. It was old and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles, nothing like the expensive brooms he and Draco had gotten the year previous for Christmas. Stick out your right hand over your broom, called Madam Hooch at the front next to James Potter, who was watching over the Slytherins with what could only be called suspicion. And say, up, up. Everyone shouted. Harry, Draco, Blaise and Theo's brooms jumped into their hands at once, but they were some of the very few that did. Hermione's had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Long ago, when Harry was being taught by his Uncle Luke, because his father did not fly, he had been told that brooms were like horses, thestrals or unicorns. They could tell when you were afraid. The proof was shown here today. There was a quaver in Neville's voice that said only too clearly that he wanted to keep his feet on the ground. Madam Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and with Potter walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Harry and Draco were delighted when she told Weasley he'd been doing it wrong for years, and when Potter had tried to say Harry was holding it wrong, Madam Hooch had stepped forward and declared Harry and Draco's grip was better than she expected an 11-year to have even a pureblood, despite having to correct the gap they had between the pointer finger. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," said Madam Hooch. "Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3.2. But Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madam Hooch's lips. "Come back, boy," she shouted, but Neville was rising straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle. 12 feet. 20 feet. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom and, wham! A thud and a nasty crack, and Neville lay face down on the grass in a heap. His broomstick was still rising higher and higher, and started to drift lazily toward the Forbidden Forest and out of sight. Madam Hooch was bending over Neville, her face as white as his. "Broken wrist," Harry heard her mutter. "Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get." She turned to the rest of the class. "Professor Potter is in charge. If you can't behave for him while he is alone, you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear." Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madam Hooch, who had her arms around his shoulders, steering him in the right way. Not even a minute later, Dumbledore made his way over and pulled Potter aside, talking in low tones. No sooner were the professors out of earshot did Draco and Harry burst into laughter. Despite not hating him like they hated the other Gryffindors, this was too funny for the sadistically raised boys to not enjoy. "Did you see his face, the great lump?" Draco snorted to Harry, who laughed loudly, Theo and Blaise joining in. "Shut up, Malfoy. Riddle, you're both just pathetic and worthless slimy snakes," snapped Parvati Patil. "Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson, the hard-faced Slytherin girl, snapped. "Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati." Hermione snarled, not liking how she insulted her brother. "What's going on here?" Potter finally interrupted. "They are insulting Longbottom," Ron shouted, smirking at Harry and Ron. "Such an accusation from someone who can't even call Neville by his first name," Draco grinned. 10 points from Slytherin," Potter declared happily. "What?" Pansy shrieked. "There is no proof, therefore you cannot take points," Hermione stated, glaring at the man who abandoned her brother. "Are you questioning my rights as a professor?" Potter asked, looking for any reason to take more points, much to dismay to the Slytherins and amusement and glee of the proud Gryffindors. Hermione stopped talking but glared at him, a glare that sent even her father's strongest Death Eaters running. But they, unlike Potter, they were smart and also knew what their Dark Lord's children were capable of. "That's what I thought. Now we will start where we left off. Step next to your brooms, say up. Then practice hovering," he shouted so everyone could hear him clearly. Before Potter could say anything more, Draco had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. Harry rolled his eyes as he saw Ron and Henry glaring in anger and jealousy. He inwardly laughed. Draco hadn't been lying. He and Harry could fly well, something that was sure to annoy the Gryffindors, Harry thought. Hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak, Draco called out, "Come on and join me, Riddle." He laughed. Harry grabbed his broom with no hesitation. "No," shouted James Potter. "You were told to hover." Harry ignored him. Blood was pounding in his ears. He mounted the broom and kicked hard against the ground, and up he soared. Air rushed through his hair, and his robes whipped out behind him as he laughed with pure joy. This was as wonderful as the first time he flew. He pulled his broomstick into a loop before taking it higher, and heard screams and gasps of girls back on the ground and an admiring whoop from his friends. Grinning, he knew Hermione would be torn between amusement for their stunts, worry for their bodies, which had been hurt in flight a fair bit. And despite her disdain for Potter, her respect for rules and professors were being mocked by her brother. Harry turned his broomstick sharply to face Draco in midair, grinning down at their classmates. Henry and Ron looked stunned. "Give it your best," Harry called to his cousin, "or I'll knock you off that broom." "Oh, yeah?" said Draco, sneered. But Harry knew he was also trying to not laugh at the same time. He had learnt to read his cousin's expressions and voice tone very young. Harry leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly in both hands, and it shot toward his cousin like a javelin. Draco only just got out of the way in time. Harry made a sharp about-face and held the broom steady. Their friends were laughing and jeering. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, his cousin's most valuable possession slipping out of Draco's pocket, then start to fall. He leaned forward and pointed his broom handle down. The next second he was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the pendant. Wind whistled in his ears, mingled with the screams of people watching. His sister's the loudest. He stretched out his hand. A foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, and he toppled gently onto the grass with the ancient Malfoy pendant locket clutched safely in his fist. Hartford Riddle. Chapter 7, Hartford Riddle. His heart sank faster than he just dived. His uncle Severus was running toward him. He got to his feet, trembling. He knew he was in trouble. Severus Snape was just as strict as his father and sister when it came to his dangerous stunts in the air. He didn't even have time to enjoy the looks of shock and anger on Potter, Henry and Ron's faces. "You insolent brat. You can't even listen to simple rules," Professor Potter was screaming as loud as he could, bringing looks of shock on Dumbledore and Snape's faces, which was a surprise in itself, and his eyes flashed furiously in absolute anger and hatred. "How dare you disobey my direct orders?" he shouted at the tiny first year, much to the delight of the Gryffindors. "Hartford Riddle, come with me." Severus' firm voice was quiet but still somehow powerful enough to be heard over Potter. "It's my class." Potter began to start a new rant. "And he is my house. Therefore I will be in charge of his punishment." Snape growled dangerously. Even Potter moved back a few steps back from the powerful potions master. "It wasn't his fault, Professor." Hermione tried. "Be quiet, Miss Riddle." "But sir." "That's enough, Mr. Malfoy. Riddle, follow me, now." Harry caught sight of Weasel, Potter's triumphant faces, whilst Potter SNR's face was pinched in anger as he was unable to punish the snake himself. Harry walked numbly in Professor Snape's wake as he strode toward the castle. He knew he was trouble, but at least his uncle saved him from whatever Potter would bring on him. He wanted to say something to defend himself, tell him he was sorry, but there seemed to be something wrong with his voice. Professor Snape was sweeping along without even looking at him. He had to jog to keep up. Now he'd done it. He hadn't even lasted 2 weeks. His sister had told him to lay low. His father had told him to be careful around the old coot. What if Dumbledore got involved? He had seen everything. If Potter got his way, he'd be packing his bags in 10 minutes. What would his father say when he turned up on the doorstep? Would he send him back to the horrible orphanage, or worse, the Potters? Up the front steps, up the marble staircase inside, and neither Professor Snape nor Harry said a word. He wrenched open doors and marched along corridors with Harry trotting miserably behind him. Professor Snape stopped outside his classroom. He opened the door and pushed Harry inside. The second the door shut, Severus rounded on his nephew. "What the bloody hell were you thinking?" he bellowed. Harry couldn't help but flinch back. "You could have been hurt. You could have died." Severus continued, his eyes showing true concern for the young boy. If anyone had told him he would love a son of Potter like his own son, he would have laughed and had them shipped off to St. Mungo's mental ward. But when his lord bought him a tiny, sick, 4-year-old Harry needing potions for his malnutrition and the cold the two twins had caught, he fell in love. The small dark-haired child who was terrified to leave his new father's arms, who need reassurance he wasn't bad for not doing all the cleaning and cooking, who needed to be told he could keep his soft toys, to be told he had a new family and he was loved and safe. He loved Draco and Hermione as well, but he had been little Harry's private doctor, as his Dark Lord and Lady couldn't risk going to the hospital until after the blood adoption. And now he wasn't a Potter, he was the Dark Lord's son, no question about it. "Hartford, you have to understand, you can't do stunts like that. Your life is so much more important than any trinket," he whispered, pulling his nephew into his arms. He could feel the tears seeping through his robes. He hated yelling at his nephew, but nowhere as much as Harry hated being yelled at. "Oh Harry, you need to be careful, dear sweet boy," Snape whispered with a care that only Harry, Hermione and Draco had heard before. Suddenly the doors swung open. Both Slytherins spun around in shock to see Albus Dumbledore standing there, smiling as sweetly as the old doddering fool could. Standing next to him was a very confused Marcus Flint. "Excuse me, Professor Snape, could I borrow Harry for a moment?" he asked, smiling when Severus nodded and Harry stepped forward. "Riddle, you know Marcus Flint, he is your elder study partner, I believe?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, feeling extremely lost. Judging by his uncle's and Marcus's faces, he wasn't the only one. "Flint, I've found you a seeker," Dumbledore declared joyfully. Flint's expression changed from puzzlement to delight, albeit it wasn't that much of a change with Marcus. "Are you serious, Professor?" he asked. "You have to be joking," Snape shouted. "Absolutely," said Professor Dumbledore happily. "The boy's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive," Professor Dumbledore told Flint. "Didn't even scratch himself. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it," he said cheerfully. Flint, who hadn't seen Harry fly since he had been a child and learning, was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. "As you know, Flint was made captain of the Slytherin team last year," Professor Dumbledore explained. "He's just the build for a seeker, too," said Flint, now walking around Harry and staring at him. "Light. Speedy. We'll have to get him a decent broom, Professor. A Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7, I'd say. I shall speak to his mother and see if she can supply one. Everyone knows, we need a much better team than last bloody year." Professor Snape sighed, knowing he had no choice now. Not only could he not fight Dumbledore, but Harry looked so happy he couldn't break his nephew's heart. He looked firmly over at the jumping first year. "I want to hear you're training hard, Riddle, or I may change my mind about punishing you despite Albus' interference." "Yes, Professor." Harry nodded, trying to remain serious while still waving happily to Marcus. As he left talking to himself about their first training session, Harry grinned up at Professor Dumbledore. "Thank you, Headmaster," he said softly. He understood the old man's train of thought. The old man clearly thought that if Hartford was playing Quidditch and continuing his excellent studies, he wouldn't have time to become the evil that was his father. That alone made him smirk internally. His father was as strong as the day he started his mission. But he also knew that he could play this game. He could play Dumbledore like a flute. Be the perfect student that Dumbles could save like he couldn't save his father. "Where is he?" Potter screamed as he barged in as loudly as he could. "What do you want, Potter?" Severus sneered, slipping into his Dower Potions master persona easily. "I want him expelled," Potter roared. "He deliberately went against the rules, and I can guarantee this will only be the beginning. He will destroy this school. He has no respect for rules or staff," he ranted off. "He will not be expelled. He isn't the first student to break rules, Potter. I remember clearly how many you and your useless pack of friends broke in our school days," Severus snapped back. "James." Severus, calm down. "The matter has been dealt with," Dumbledore said, smiling. "He will serve the punishment Severus decides on, and under my decision the boy will play Seeker for Slytherin." The look on James Potter's face was one Harry would cherish forever. His eyes widened in horrified shock. His face was red and blotchy, and Harry swore the vein on his head would burst at any moment. "You can't be serious. Letting him play Quidditch? You know who his fath." Potter trailed off at the sight of Dumbledore actually glaring at him. "Do you question my judgment? I believe the boy will play splendidly, and although broke the rules, deserves this chance. Riddle, why don't you run back to your friends and tell them the good news?" "Yes, Professor," Harry said, smiling before leaving the room, allowing the three adults to deal with each other. "You can't be as serious," Draco asked in awe at dinner time. Harry had just finished telling his friends what had happened when he'd left the grounds with Professor Snape and Dumbledore. Blaise had a piece of steak and kidney pie halfway to his mouth, but he'd forgotten all about it. "Seeker?" he said in shock. "But first years never. You must be the youngest house player." "In about a century," Harry finished, before shoveling his own pie into his mouth. He felt particularly hungry after the excitement of the afternoon. "Flint told me," Harry said as he continued to eat. Draco was so amazed, so impressed, he just sat and gaped at Harry. "I start training next week," said Harry. "Only don't tell anyone. Flint wants to keep it a secret." Graham Montague, Adrian Pusey and Miles Bletchley came into the hall, spotted Harry, and hurried over. "Well done," said Graham in a low voice. "Flint just told us. We're on the team too, as you know, so we were told just now," Adrian whispered. "I tell you, we're going to win that Quidditch Cup for sure this year," said Miles. "We haven't won for years, but this year's team is going to be brilliant. You must be good, Harry." Flint was almost smiling when he told us. "And he's never happy, let alone happy enough to smile," Graham laughed. "Anyway, we've got to go. We overheard Lee Jordan telling the Weasley twins that he's found a new secret passageway out of the school. Miles grinned. Bet it's that one behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy that the twins found in our first week that they unintentionally lead us to. See you. The terrible trio, as Harry dubbed them, had hardly disappeared when someone far less welcome turned up. Potter Jr., flanked by Weasel, Thomas and Finnegan. Having a last meal. Riddle. When are you getting the train back to the sad excuse you call those Death Eaters a family? Is that the best you have, Weasel? Draco sneered. You are a disgusting, not to mention poor, blood traitor, a true disgrace to purebloods everywhere, Harry sneered. And your only friends is the Irish half-blood Finnegan, who doesn't understand or respect any of our old ways, Blaise snarled. And the disgusting tainted mudblood Thomas. Draco finished. Snarling, the Gryffindors stormed off, before Hermione and Luna came running over out of breath and sat down next to them. Harry raised his eyebrows at his sister. Tell me everything, she demanded. Sighing, Harry launched into his story of what happened again. Chapter 8. The next morning Harry sat at the breakfast table with Hermione. They were alone together for the first time since before boarding the Hogwarts Express. Luna, Daphne and Pansy were down at the greenhouses with Professor Sprout and Neville Longbottom. Draco, Blaise and Theo had all been up all night playing chess and exploding Snap and just plain messing around, so all three were getting some much-needed sleep. Hey Myone? Harry asked softly, looking up at his sister who was sitting opposite him. Yes, Harry? She responded, smiling fondly. She could tell he was feeling uncomfortable about something and knew he would open up easier if she didn't rush him. How are things between you and Theo? He asked. Good, we spend every night studying together. Why? Do you feel anything for him or anything? Harry asked curiously. He is my best friend other than you, she said, smiling. But I mean, did you feel something before he became your best friend? I feel like I know my soulmate despite not even knowing who it is, Harry muttered, sighing, placing his head in his hands. Ah, I get it, Hermione said, grinning. Yes, I felt like that after meeting Theo for the first time, like I had known him for years. There are times when I just want to seek him out, but because we know of the bond we don't feel anything other than friendship. Mother and father suspect that won't change until we are both ready for it. Our magic won't let it progress until we are both ready. Your magic will do the same even if he is well older than you, Hermione started explaining. Even if you don't know him personally, your magic knows his and you will automatically feel comfortable around him. Once you know each other you will best friends and feel like you can do anything with him. Even hug or cuddle after your first conversation. Hermione had a look of peace and happiness as she thought about her connection with Theo. Of course, being so young when they met, she didn't understand. She just knew she got along with him easy and enjoyed the play dates with him more than her other friends. So it's normal? Harry asked, looking nervous. Of course it is, Hermione assured her brother. He will be your best friend. I just hate that you may have to hide it depending on who he is, she said sadly. Yeah. But it does mean I get to spend more time alone with him without being harassed, Harry reasoned, looking around the great hall. Whoever it was wasn't in the hall that morning. What are we talking about? Draco asked as he sat down next to Harry, taking in their serious faces. History of magic study. Hermione lied easily. No one other than Harry and their father ever knew if she was lying or not, which served to help her get away with more things than her brother, much to his chagrin. Ugh. Draco groaned before turning his back on his cousins and roping Blaise into a conversation about potions whilst Theo just sat next to Hermione with a book. Suddenly owls flooded into the great hall, but this time it was different. Instead of everyone trying to find their own owl, their attention was caught by a long, thin package carried by 6 large eagle's owls. Harry was just as interested as everyone else to see what was in this large parcel, and was amazed when the owls soared down and dropped it right in front of him, knocking his bacon to the floor. They had hardly fluttered out of the way when another owl dropped 2 letters on top of the parcel. Harry ripped open the letter first quickly, which was lucky, because it said, "Do not open the parcel at the table. It contains your new Nimbus 2000 from your parents, but I don't want everybody knowing you've got a broomstick or they'll all want one. Marcus Flint will meet you tonight on the Quidditch field at 7 o'clock for your first training session." Professor Snape. Harry had difficulty hiding his glee as he handed the note to Draco to read, who then passed it to Blaise and Theo while the girls read over their shoulders. But Harry wasn't just happy about the broomstick. Granted, it was a large part of it. But the note said his parents had bought it for him, Hopefully that meant he would hear from his father soon. A Nimbus 2000, Draco moaned enviously. You were so lucky to get a brand new broom. Father said I don't need an upgrade yet. The boys left the hall quickly, wanting to unwrap the broomstick in private before their first class, while the girls stayed to eat and talk, but halfway across the entrance hall they found the way upstairs barred by Potter and Weasley. Potter seized the package from Harry and felt it. That's a broomstick, he said, throwing it back to Harry with a mixture of jealousy and spite on his face. You'll be in for it this time, Riddle. First years aren't allowed them. Draco couldn't resist rubbing at their faces. It's not any old broomstick, he said smugly, it's a Nimbus 2000. What did you say you've got at home, Potter? A Comet 260? Draco grinned at Harry while Harry laughed, both boys enjoying the redness and anger on both of the Gryffindors' face and necks. Shut up. I doubt you actually have one better, Potter snapped back. Before anyone could say any more, Professor McGonagall appeared at Malfoy's elbow. Not arguing, I hope, boys? She asked tightly. Riddle's been sent a broomstick, Professor, said Weasley quickly. Yes, that's right, said Professor McGonagall, nodding as she pursed her lips tightly at Harry. She obviously wasn't happy. Not only was he the Dark Lord's son, but no doubt Severus had been bragging to everyone of Harry's talent. Everyone knew she was extremely competitive with Quidditch. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape told me all about the special circumstances, Riddle, and what model is it? A Nimbus 2000, madam, said Harry politely. Despite not liking her, he knew he had to stay on her good side, so she couldn't find a reason to get him kicked off the team or in detention missing a game. While fighting not to laugh at the look of horror on Potter and Weasley's face as they ran to the dorm to drop it off and race back as to not miss class. Harry had a lot of trouble keeping his mind on his lessons that day. It kept wandering up to the dormitory where his new broomstick was lying under his bed, or straying off to the Quidditch field where he'd be learning to play that night. He bolted his dinner that evening without noticing what he was eating, and then rushed upstairs with Draco, Theo and Blaise to unwrap the Nimbus 2000 at last. Wow, Theo sighed, getting agreements from Blaise and Draco as the broomstick rolled onto Harry's bedspread. Even Harry, who had always had the nicest things growing up, due to his father trying to wipe away the start of his life, thought it looked wonderful. Sleek and shiny, with a mahogany handle, it had a long tail of neat, straight twigs and Nimbus 2000 written in gold near the top. As 7 o'clock drew nearer, Harry left the castle and set off in the dusk toward the Quidditch field. He'd never been inside the school stadium before. Hundreds of seats were raised in stands around the field so that the spectators were high enough to see what was going on. At either end of the field were 3 golden poles with hoops on the end. Too eager to fly again to wait for Flint, Harry mounted his broomstick and kicked off from the ground. What a feeling! He swooped in and out of the goalposts and then sped up and down the field. The Nimbus 2000 turned wherever he wanted at his lightest touch. Hey, Riddle, come down. Marcus Flint had arrived, with the rest of the team trailing behind him. Grinning, Harry sped down quickly, landing smoothly next to the Quidditch captain. Very nice, Marcus said, his eyes glinting. I see what Snape meant. You really have talent. Much better than the child who was worried the broom wouldn't even move for him. Marcus laughed. I can't believe Draco told you that, Harry grumbled. Tonight we are going to be having a full training session, Marcus said as the other members of the team all sent floating lights into the sky, lighting up the pitch like it was the middle of the day. Go! Marcus commanded, and like a unit, Harry, Adrian, Graham, Miles, Reese and Highland flew up into the sky on their brooms. Giving a wicked smirk, Marcus let the snitch go. Although it was a training session, they weren't using bludgers tonight. Something Harry couldn't help but feel grateful for. When he played at the manor, they had only played with the children's version on his father's orders. Within an hour the team had high spirits. Time after time Harry caught the snitch faster than before. He swerved dangerously in the sky, avoiding his teammates who were actively trying to stop him from catching the elusive tiny gold ball. Marcus was delighted with the first year's talent, and the whole team could see it. That Quidditch Cup will have our name on it this year, Marcus said happily as they trudged back up to the castle. I wouldn't be surprised if you turn out better than Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England if he hadn't gone off chasing dragons, and you know I wouldn't compliment a Weasley unless the talent was truly there, like his younger brothers the twins. They're beaters on the Gryffindor team, Marcus said. And you will have to be careful when playing with them. They're a pair of human bludgers themselves, Adrian warned. Harry laughed, nodding. He had heard the rumors of the twins. There were rumors that they could talk telepathically, and that was why they were so good on the field. Even Marcus, who hated Gryffindors or Weasleys on principle, wished the twins or their brother Charlie had been Slytherins. He had also heard the older Slytherins moaning about their pranks. Despite only being third years, they were famous and would leave a strong legacy behind them. Harry couldn't help but be grateful that he had known Marcus for so long. It meant he wasn't scared by the rough exterior of the older boy who was currently scowling. Harry knew he was most likely remembering one of the pranks the infamous twins had played on the Slytherin Quidditch team. He had to admit he was looking forward to seeing them play after the stories had heard, which was incredible considering they only made the team the year before, their second year. Chapter 9. Harry couldn't believe it when he realized 2 months had already passed. Their classes had gradually gotten harder and more enjoyable, moving on to the more interesting side of things, although it did mean more homework as well. Even Quidditch had gotten better. Training sessions were now longer and rougher. Marcus was training them into the ground. He was sore and tired most nights, barely able to get up in the morning. Yet he was the happiest he could remember, other than when he got adopted officially. The castle had become his home, just like his father said it had been for him in his schooling years. Although unlike his father, Harry found himself missing his family. He missed how his mother insisted he wasn't too young for cuddles before bed. She allowed him to grumble and groan, pretending he was too old for it when he truly loved it. After the Dursleys and the orphanage, he cherished every moment with her. He missed how she would take him riding on the horses and how she would be a truly caring and loving mother when they were away from the outside world and she could drop the pureblood mask. He missed his father's training lessons, and if that wasn't something that shocked him, he and Hermione complained most of their childhood about how he would force them to go for runs around the mansion's Quidditch pitch every weekend in order to stay in shape. He claimed it was why he didn't tire easily on the battlefield. He missed how his father would stay with them, showing them over and over again the curses and hexes he was teaching them until they mastered it. Although it was due to their mother's interference they hadn't learned the unforgivables yet, they had finally agreed after a long screaming match to wait until the twins were 13. Harry smiled softly, remembering how foul his father had been after that night. The lower Death Eaters suffered greatly for his wife's stubbornness. But he loved her all the same, which amused the twins to no end. They knew Dumbledore believed their father didn't know how to love. How wrong he was. Nothing meant more to their father than them and their mother, and despite growing up to be the perfect weapons and trained to fight and survive, their father always made sure they knew it. He also missed how Aunt Bella could be found skipping around the manor cackling loudly. She truly was as insane as the light said she was. But he loved her and she adored her nephews and niece, spoiling them as much as she could without getting scolded for it by their mother. He missed how Uncle Rod and Uncle Rab could be heard screaming in anger and frustration as they trained the new recruits. They were the only ones the Dark Lord trusted enough to do it. He missed how Aunt Sissa would always be found in the garden with their mother, either having tea together, discussing anything and everything, or tending to the flowers. It was the only place they could escape the craziness of the rest of the manor's inhabitants. He missed how Uncle Luke would walk past them at random intervals, unaware of his surroundings, swearing loudly as he tried to run the ministry for the bumbling fudge. He missed how no matter what his Uncle Barty was up for a good time, didn't matter if it was a mock duel or just wreaking havoc, much to his father's displeasure. They got separated as punishment more often than not. But even his father had laughed at time. Harry, Hermione, Draco and Barty placed spells on the doors that resulted in everyone who entered to end up in extremely lacy women's lingerie. They still claimed they hadn't known a meeting for every Death Eaters had been planned that night. Unfortunately for their eyes, Rodolphus and Rabaston had taken it in stride and pranced around happily. But he was grateful that now he wasn't spending the school year missing his Uncle Sev. He knew if it ever got too much he could escape to his quarters. Harry was brought out of the memories of his dysfunctional family when Hedwig swooped in and sat in front of him with a letter and a box. Blinking out of his startled state, he leant over to pick up the letter. He recognized his father's writing and hurried to open it. With a racing heart he started to read. My dear Hartford, I apologize for this letter taking so long. I realize you must have worried about my response, but let me quell those fears for you now. I am extremely proud of you, my son. I couldn't care less if you were a dominant or submissive or what house your soulmate is in. I agree with your sister on the theory he will want to protect you and will change sides to be with you. I have been researching soulmate bonds in order to help you and Hermione understand better and have an easier time of it. Here is an old book from in the old black library. Your mother and aunts found it to send to you. It is full of information for you. First thing. Once you have met and acknowledged your soulmate and touched skin for the first time after this acknowledgement, you will find yourself wanting to have daily contact. This can be anything from the brush of a hand to anything less than mating. You won't need to, but you will want to. Hopefully it won't give you grief in the summer holidays, but I'm sure your mother will figure it out if needs be. Second thing. The wanting contact with them will last until a full mating, which has to take place under the moon. I know you are too young to even consider option, but please feel free to talk to me when you feel you are ready. Your mother wants me to write down that it shouldn't happen until your 30s. Third thing. Be careful. Once you are bonded, you will be stuck together, unable to move away or love another. If after the acknowledgement you don't wish to bond, there is a ritual to block the soulmate bond. It has to be done before the mating. Your sister has chosen to not use this ritual as it cannot be undone. She and young Theodore will wait until their 17th birthday before either bonding or doing the ritual and decide then. You are not required to be with your mate, and can find love and happiness with another, but a soulmate will be a slightly stronger bond and love. Please don't take any of this lightly. Keep an eye on Dumbledore. Finding your soulmate is extraordinarily rare. It also makes you more powerful. If he gets wind both my children have found theirs, then I would fear for yours and your soulmates' lives. I heard the great news about making the Quidditch team. I am trying to find a way to see the game without being in danger of being found out or caught. I hope you like the new broom. By the way, I heard rumors about what was in that vault at Gringotts is now hiding in Hogwarts. It is suspected that Dumbledore is trying to lure me out to cause trouble, resulting in the training and testing of one Harry Potter. Keep your ears and eyes open. Also included is a pair of communication mirrors. Make sure your sister gets the second one and use it whenever you need me. I love you, my darling son. I still remember the first day I held you, so tiny and helpless, your green eyes looking at me full of love and trust despite your fear of adults. I will always be your Ada. Lots of love, your father. Harry smiled as he handed the letter to a curious Draco and placing the box containing the book and mirrors in his bag, knowing he would call his father that night to say thank you. What do you guys think they could be hiding at the school from Gringotts? Theo asked from behind them, causing Harry to jump out of his seat with a very feminine squeal of fright. Wide-eyed Blaise and Daphne stared at him in shock before all four of them fell into hysterical laughter while Harry sat in shock. Where in Merlin's name did you come from? He asked, gasping as he held his racing heart. Theo grinned proudly. It wasn't every day you could frighten the heir of Slytherin by sneaking up on him. That was brilliant. Blaise gasped out in between bouts of laughter. It is not that funny, Harry snarled. Yeah, it is, Harry, Draco smirked. Harry opened his mouth to respond when he was interrupted. So any ideas of what it could be or where it would be hidden? Blaise asked, looking at his friends, unwilling to listen to what could have become a very repetitive argument between the cousins. No idea, but it has be something with power. Harry mused, happily distracted. Why? Daphne asked, looking confused at how he made that leap. Why else would Dumbledore use it to trick my father into revealing himself? Harry challenged. Fair point. Draco nodded in agreement as he drank more tea. Well, we know where it is hidden. Hermione's smug voice came from behind them. Thankfully to Harry's dignity, he hadn't freaked a second time. Where and how? Harry demanded, spinning around to face his sister. How do you know what we are even talking about? Draco asked with his eyebrows raised. We were listening to you talk. Pansy shrugged from Hermione's left. The Nargles helped us spy on the Flame Weasel and the Blind Crow. Luna sighed happily from her right at the same time. We overheard Ronald Weasley and Henry Potter. Apparently they had snuck out of their dorms to try and find the Slytherin common rooms to challenge you a wizard's duel for embarrassing them the other day after potions class. Hermione sniggered as she told her brother. Harry raised an eyebrow, clearly asking if she was serious. Then from what we understand from their babbling, as they were running from Filch and Mrs. Norris, they ran to the third-floor corridor. Pansy said, continued explaining with a wide grin on her face. And get this. Behind the locked door was a three-headed dog. They're too stupid to seem to realize it yet, but I would bet money on the fact that the dog is guarding something, not just chilling out in the castle, Hermione finished smugly. Harry's eyes lit up. The smirk that made its ways to his face was terrifying to people who happened to look up at their table. Hermione just smirked back. Their friends were truly grateful the twins liked them at that moment. Unlike others, they never had to watch their backs. As much as I want to continue this conversation, not only are we in public but it's time for class. Theo spoke up, breaking the excitement that had been built up. Groaning as they realized they were late, the 8 Slytherins jumped from their seats and headed to class together. They had Transfiguration first class that day. Harry really enjoyed the class. He would have enjoyed it more if the professor was different. Professor McGonagall was strict on all the houses including her own, but she ruined being a fair professor by always watching the Slytherins with suspicion and distrust. Harry and Hermione would be on the receiving end of her glare more than any other students. He suspected it was because she had gone to school with his father. So he had taken upon himself to terrify her and wind her up as much as he could. The easiest way to do that was to imitate his father, the way he would smile and politely thank her when she grudgingly admitted he had done a good job in class. It was amusing to watch her eyes widen with fear. His sister would just roll her eyes in exasperation while Draco, Blaise and Theo tried to muffle their laughter, even going as far as to hide their faces in their arms on the desk. Thankfully, to make up for it, they had potions for their last class, the one class where it wasn't suspicious if they did well, the one class where they weren't blamed for things they didn't do, and what they did do. Note: hopefully you all like this chapter. Leave reviews if you like or didn't, and please don't be afraid to point out any mistakes. I am sure there will be a few. Chapter 10. It was the morning of Samhain, the end of summer. The sun rose slowly. The colors of red, orange and yellow spread across the horizon as Harry sat outside wrapped up tightly, watching the sun illuminate the sky for the day to begin. He was enjoying life at the school but couldn't help but be bitter about how he couldn't go home to spend Samhain with his family. The veil would be at its weakest tonight. The one thing even magic couldn't control was the veil between the living and the dead. This was the only time that the veil would be lifted, tonight at midnight, allowing those who still celebrated Samhain a moment of being able to feel the souls of departed loved ones or ancient ancestors as they passed by. It was the time for celebrating the deceased and feasting in their honor. Not that Harry truly had anyone to feel their energies. His mother and father were both still around. He had never met his father's parents, so harbored no feelings of sentiment for them. But he knew his father always felt them, and his mother's parents were still around. But despite that, he still enjoyed the feeling of magic surrounding them when they celebrated. Unfortunately, since Muggle-borns had been integrating with their world, they had lost the true meaning of Samhain, and it had been swapped out for the Muggles' Halloween. Harry and Hermione had always celebrated Samhain the correct way along with their friends and their families. From the sunrise of the 31st of October they wouldn't eat, keeping their bodies empty until the dinner feast, where they would pray out to the spirit world before allowing themselves the delight of roasted meals. At midnight, as it moved from 31st to the 1st, they would light a candle each in a circle and send their prayers and wishes via their magic into the flames from the candles for the other world to receive, and they would celebrate tonight even if Dumbledore didn't approve. It was the last class of Samhain when Professor Flitwick announced in Charms that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, much to most of the first year's delight. The Riddles, however, had learnt it years ago due to their father insisting they needed to learn everything early. Professor Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Harry's partner was Draco, which was a relief, because Pansy had been trying to catch his eye, and Charms was not her forte, and as much as he loved his friend he hated being the teacher when they had professors for her to ask. Hermione had been paired with Ronald Weasley of all people. It was impossible to know who would be the most angry over it, but he would bet money on Ronald being the one who got hurt. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too. Never forget Wizard Barufio, who said S instead of F, and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. It was very difficult for those who hadn't had the Dark Lord teach them. Draco swished and flicked, but the feather he was supposed to be sending skyward just lay on the desktop while Harry watched with an odd expression of amused boredom. On the other side of the room, Seamus Finnegan got so impatient that he prodded it with his wand and set fire to it. Henry Potter, his partner, had to put it out with his hat. Ron, at the next table, wasn't having much more luck. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione finally snap. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long." "You do it, then, if you're so clever," Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and sending a smug grin to Harry, who understood immediately, she said loudly and clearly, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads, just as Harry's own feather floated up. Smirking, Harry sent his flying at Hermione's, laughing she had hers dancing away delicately. Oh, well done! Cried Professor Flitwick. Everyone see here, Mr. and Miss Riddle's done it. Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of the class. It's a wonder anyone can stand her, he said to Henry loudly as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. She's a nightmare, honestly. I bet even her family hate her. Bet they were all too happy to finally send her here and be rid of her, he said, laughing with Henry. Before they knew it, both Ronald and Henry were pushed to the ground hard, looking up. The sight that greeted them would haunt them for years. Hartford Thomas Riddle was terrifying. Even at age 11, his light brown wavy hair blew back off his face in the powerful wind his magic was creating. His green eyes flashing in what seemed like 2 different colored greens, the second shaded with red, the anger etched on his face would send grown men running. It was so reminiscent of his father's look right before he crucioed incompetent Death Eaters. Draco stood to his left, Blaise on his other side, with Theo next to him. All 4 boys were glaring at the 2 fallen Gryffindors. How dare you, Harry growled. You think just because she is smarter than you, that you can insult her. You are a jealous and petty person, less than a man. Don't think for a second you can get away with this. Harry stepped forward, his magic crackling around him dangerously. What happened? Hermione asked as her brother and his friends walked up to her, finally joining them for dinner. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but a moment later they had entered the Great Hall, where the Halloween decorations put their conversation on hold. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling, while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato with sour cream, bacon, chives, cheese and tomato sauce when Hermione cleared her throat and stared at him with her eyebrows raised. Oh right. Well, we got in a fight. I broke Weasel's nose. Draco bruised up pretty good. We got a weekend of detention with Filch and lost 50 points. Worth it. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Wide-eyed Hermione hugged her brother. Even after all years she was still shocked when her brother defended her so strongly, then acted like it was nothing. Harry just smiled after and hugged her back. He knew he would torture and kill to protect her, just like their father and Draco would for the both of them. Harry had just turned back to his potato and roast chicken when suddenly, much to the shock of everyone, Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. Prefects, he rumbled, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Is he serious? Harry shouted out over the noise. Our dorms are in the dungeons. Hermione shouted, glaring at the head table, but the heads of houses were already gone, presumably to take care of the troll. Flint was trying to calm down the younger years and keep them close to older years. Percy Weasley, Gryffindor prefect, was in his element. Follow me. Stick together. First years. No need to fear the troll if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me, now. Make way, first years coming through. Excuse me, I'm a prefect. Weasley. Flint yelled as he made his way through the mass with Harry and Hermione on his heels. Their friends waiting by the table, with the other first years and second years being watched by Montague, Pusey and Bletchley. What do you want, Flint? Weasley asked, clearly frustrated. Our dorms are in the dungeons. Flint snapped loudly over the screaming Hufflepuffs. Follow me to Gryffindor. Weasley exclaimed, eyes wide in horror as he looked at Harry and Hermione, who were looking like the scared first years that they were, clutching at Flint's robes, clearly terrified of being told to go to their own dormitory. How could a troll get in? Harry asked as they climbed the stairs, his hand wrapped around Marcus's arm. Don't ask me. They're supposed to be really stupid, Marcus grunted, looking down at the boy he had known since he was 5 years old, the boy who was like a little brother to him. Maybe Peeves let it in for a Halloween joke. Safety inside the Gryffindor tower. Harry was standing with Hermione, Draco, Blaise, Theo, Daphne, Luna, and Pansy, and much to their confusion he was looking around eagerly and his left leg was twitching. Hartford Thomas Riddle, Hermione hissed. Harry turned to face them. What? He asked, grinning, bouncing up and down. What in Merlin's name has gotten into you? Draco asked, his eyebrow raised in amusement. My magic, he said blissfully. What? Draco, Blaise, Daphne and Pansy chorused. His magic is dancing around with the Hyaligons. Luna sighed. Huh? They chorused again, looking even more confused than before. His magic is reacting to his soulmate, Hermione explained, grinning manically. She had never looked so much like her father. Usually it was Harry who reminded everyone of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Your soulmate is a Gryffindor? Draco snorted in a very un-Malfoy way. Apparently so, Harry replied, sounding overly elated whilst continuing to bounce around happily. Oh, father is going to love this. Hermione smirked viciously, but her brother's head was too high in the clouds, higher than even his nimbus could take him, for him to take any notice. The Slytherins and Gryffindors were separated, each to a side of the room, glaring at each other, none more than the two Quidditch teams led by Marcus Flint and Oliver Wood. Harry was the only member oblivious to the tension, happily sitting on Marcus's lap, who had dragged him there after he started dancing with Luna. He was currently playing chess with Draco, who was trying to distract him after it became obvious his soulmate was in the tower, but it was too crowded to narrow it down. Then the yelp from Percy pulled everyone out of their thoughts. Professor McGonagall. He stumbled towards the professor as she opened the entrance. Behind her was a limping Professor Snape. My youngest brother Ron and Henry Potter never came back, he yelled, sounding panicked. Suddenly Harry and his friends were all ears. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley are in the hospital wing. They are fine but will be staying overnight. Percy sighed in relief, nodding, sinking back down in a seat. Slytherins, Severus called out, gaining their attention. The troll has been dealt with. I will escort you back to the dungeons, he said. The Slytherins rose in unison. Harry looked around one last time, trying to find where his magic was reaching to, before following his friends out of the tower, unaware of the blue eyes following him wide in shock. Chapter 11. The Slytherins all walked back to the dungeons together in 2 rows, except the final 8, who were bunched into a tight group, whispering quietly to avoid being overheard by anyone. So who had Gryffindor? Blaise asked, smirking in the direction of Harry, who was smiling like a loon. Apparently being so close to his soulmate had caused his magic to react stronger than before. I bet 3rd year Gryffindor, Hermione said smugly. I have 5th year Gryffindor, Pansy chimed in. So the rest of us are all out of the running, Draco moaned as the girls grinned unrepentantly. Who are the 3rd and 5th year Gryffindor boys? Daphne asked curiously. 3rd year has Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Lee Jordan, and 2 Muggleborns I can't remember their names, Harry rattled off automatically. How do you know that? Draco asked, staring at his cousin in amusement. Well, everyone knows the Weasley twins, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Hermione just nodded her head in agreement. Ever since the twins had arrived at Hogwarts, Severus had come home in the summer complaining about them a lot. Plus the fame they had acquired for themselves the previous year for their Quidditch skills was well known no matter the house. So 5th years? Theo questioned. I don't know any besides Prefect Percy Weasley and the Quidditch captain Oliver Wood. Harry shrugged, their conversation coming to a stop as they entered their dorms. Sitting down, they allowed to be counted by Severus before continuing their conversation. So who do you think it will be? Draco asked excitedly. Do you realize that both bets could still be wrong, don't you? Harry asked from his seat. What? How? Draco asked incredulously. Well, they could be from any year group, from 2nd year to 7th year. Myone and Pans have only bet on 3rd and 5th years, Harry said in exasperation. I can't believe we didn't think of that, Blaise said dejectedly, breaking the awkward silence, causing Harry to roar with laughter at the dumbstruck faces of his friends. Changing the topic before you guys embarrass yourselves more, Hermione said, rolling her eyes at her brother, who was still laughing to himself. What did you guys think about the troll incident? I reckon it was let in as a prank. I mean, they aren't smart creatures. There is no way it found its own way into a protected castle, Pansy said dismissively. Or a distraction to try get past the 3-headed dog? Hermione asked. But if your father isn't going for it, then who would have wanted the distraction? Draco asked curiously. Maybe Dumbledore has set someone up to play My father, in case he doesn't take the bait. I mean, father did say in his last letter to Harry that he was planning on using this to test Harry Potter. So it doesn't really need to be my father as long as Potter thinks it is. Hermione mused patiently. Just be thankful you are in our house and not Gryffindor with that imbecile, or you could have been wrapped up into the mess he is going to make, Draco said, smirking. Why on earth would I be in Gryffindor? Hermione asked, looking highly offended. Well, if you and Harry hadn't been raised by your father, you could have been, Draco said, shrugging. No fucking way. Harry snarled as he finally joined the conversation. And friends with the weasel? Draco taunted his cousin, grinning. I would never, not even in alternative realities, be friends with that red-headed menace, Harry denied wholeheartedly. I don't know, Hermione laughed. If you had been raised ignorant of this world because of those worthless trash muggles, you might have been in Gryffindor and been Weasel's best friend, she laughed. I hate you so much, Harry grumbled, leaning back in his seat only to sit up when he saw Severus Snape making his way over to them. Uncle Sev? Harry asked quietly as he reached them, the limp clear as was the bleeding wound. Are you hurt? He asked, concern obvious in his voice, his green eyes open in fear. I am fine, Hartford, Severus whispered, smiling at his nephew in all but blood and running his hand over his messy hair, while using his other hand to move his robes covering the wound before any other students saw it. Don't call me that, Harry grumbled, shrugging the man's hand off his head. How'd you get hurt? Hermione asked softly. You don't need to worry about that, my own, he whispered softly. Was it the three-headed dog? Harry asked bluntly, causing Hermione to hit her forehead with her open palm. Blaise and Draco both cringed at his directness. But Harry had a theory. If the dog bit his uncle, then his uncle suspected who was after the stone and was trying to stop them. How on earth do you lot know about that? That corridor is forbidden for a reason, Severus exclaimed, staring at them in shock. Overheard Golden Boy and the Weasel talking about it. Apparently they came across it while hiding from Filch, Hermione said, rolling her eyes at how plebeian the two Gryffindors had to be, in order to be overheard to begin with. Severus groaned. He would never understand Gryffindors. He was glad his godson, his lord's children, and their friends were all placed in his house, and honestly they all were perfect Slytherins. Smart, cunning, and ambitious. Looking down at them, he could tell they were waiting for an answer or explanation from him, but he had remembered the promise he had made to his lord. Their safety came first, above everything, even their own desires to be involved. So what is it? Who is after it? Harry asked, bouncing in his seat. No, it is too dangerous. I know you were trained. I know you can protect yourselves. But this game Dumbledore is setting up is too dangerous, and your father doesn't want you in any more danger, considering you are already in danger being his children, he said firmly. Dumbledore is trying to lure your father into the school and test the Golden Boy. I can't tell you how or with what on your father's orders. But I will say this: be cautious of the Potters and Quirrell. I don't trust them, and neither does your father. Never let your guard down, he said, smiling softly. Also tonight Wonder Boy and his sidekick are in the hospital wing for trying to take on the troll themselves because they believe they are above everyone else. Obviously Potter passed on the idiot gene to his offspring, and McGonagall seemed to think they deserved to gain not lose points. And with that said, Severus stepped out of the room, his robe billowing behind him. Of course they would get special treatment if it was us. We could be facing expulsion, Hermione grumbled. Why does he seem so worried about Quirrell and Potter though? Blaise asked. Because they are Dumbledore's little minions. Harry laughed, breaking the tense silence that had taken a hold upon the group with Blaise's question. His friends' eyes all turned to stare at him as he went pensive, which was never a good sign. Harry? Daphne ventured. Yes? He asked with an innocent smile. No one of them bought for a single second. You want to find out what they're hiding, don't you? Pansy groaned. You don't? Harry asked, sounding genuinely confused. No, Daphne and Pansy shouted together, drawing strange looks from the few upper-class men that were still up. Why the hell not? Harry squawked in false outrage. Your own father told you to stay out of it. Isn't that enough reason to not? Blaise asked. Not really, Harry said brightly. Have you met Hartford? Hermione asked incredulously, at the same time resulting in her brother sending her an offended glare. Here is what we do know. Harry started briskly, raising his eyebrows to challenge his friends when they all groaned. Dumbledore is trying to draw my father out in order to test Henry Bloody Potter. He is using something powerful. It is hidden in the school after being taken out of Gringotts, and it has a minimum of a giant three-headed dog guarding it," Harry stated, looking pleased with himself. "Well, that tells us nothing," Draco grumbled. "We will figure something out," Hermione said with a glint in her eyes. Apparently her brother's excitement for a mystery was infectious. "So, Roynudge Srte Thad are back in action?" Harry asked, standing up. "For all that is light, neutral and dark of magic," Hermione sighed in pure exasperation. "We are not calling ourselves that. Our father and his minions have a name, we need one," Harry defended. "But why on Merlin's grave do you think Death Eaters Jr. backwards is a good idea? Even you, who invented the ridiculous name, struggle to pronounce it," she argued back. "If you named us, it would something stupid like the Library Patrol," Harry snipped. "It would not," she denied vehemently. "Okay, how about to keep this tame, and us alive? We all just come up with one name each and we all veto or maybe, then slowly narrow it down to the overall group favorites," Theo said calmly, which surprisingly was met with no arguments as they all sat back to think. "Nazguls," Harry said, grinning. "Veto, I am taking away your Muggle books and movies," Hermione said, shaking her head fondly at her obsessed brother. "Knights of the Green Table?" Harry asked brightly. "How the hell do you come up with these?" Draco asked in horror. "Hellhounds?" Daphne asked. "Not bad, better than his by a long shot," Theo laughed. "I don't see you thinking of anything," Harry scowled. "Reapers?" Blaise asked. "We need to stop listening to Harry when he opens his mouth," Hermione snorted. "I don't think we are getting anywhere," Pansy laughed. "The Riddlers?" Harry asked, grinning, which turned into a pout when everyone shouted no again more fiercely than any other suggestion. "The assassination cambions, I mean, think about it," Luna smiled dreamily. "Our Lord, is our world's version what the Muggles call the devil, his Death Eaters, our parents are his demons. Cambions are half demon and half human. Every single one of us are born to one Death Eater parent and one non-Death Eater parent, which makes us cambions." Everyone sat there staring at the normally spacey and to be truthful sort of loony girl. "That's brilliant," Hermione whispered. "I love it," Draco said, grinning, as everyone nodded in agreement. "How did you come up with that?" Harry asked. Luna smiled at her first true friend, her eyes back to the vacant stare that they had grown accustomed to. "You sent the Nargles to me just now to make sure the name was chosen." It was a testament to how used to Luna they were when no one even questioned it. "We can even shorten it to TAC so people don't know what we are talking about," Hermione said thoughtfully. After all the excitement of the night, they all calmed down by lighting their candles for Samhain and allowing the magic to wash over them, cleansing them, refilling them. The calm and soothing magic danced around them softly like a summer's breeze. Together they sent their magic into the candles, allowing the warmth of the flame to travel up the strings of magic and into their bodies. They barely remembered moving to their beds that night as the magic of the deceased guided them into a blissful and refreshing sleep, keeping them safe for the night. Chapter 12. The Quidditch season had finally begun, and chaos began. All the teams were being trained harder than before. Marcus had become ruthless up at obscenely early hours, out extremely late. Everywhere they looked, people were talking about the upcoming match. The coming Saturday would be the first game. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. The tension had gone up between the two houses. Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley had started proclaiming loudly that Slytherin didn't stand a chance, or if they won it would be because they cheated. Harry was just grateful they had managed to keep his making the team a secret. It was things like this that made him happy to be a Slytherin. Everyone in Slytherin knew he had made the team, but only a few trusted outside of Slytherin knew, mostly Ravenclaws who were dating Slytherins as they were the only house who weren't scared to death of them. The training sessions had gotten so brutal to the team that Harry couldn't be luckier that his sister was Hermione, or that she was happy to help. He wouldn't have been able to finish all his homework without her help. She had also bought him Quidditch Through the Ages, through Owl Order catalogs as a congratulations present, which turned out to be a very interesting read. He truly enjoyed reading it again and again with the Draco, Blaise and Theo. Harry learned things that he hadn't known before, even things the boys on the Quidditch team didn't know. They knew that there were 700 ways of committing a Quidditch foul, but had no idea that all of them had happened during a World Cup match in 1473. He already knew that Seekers were usually the smallest and fastest players, but hadn't known that most serious Quidditch accidents seemed to happen to them. which scared him more than he would admit to anyone other than Hermione. And that although people rarely died playing Quidditch, referees had been known to vanish and turn up months later in the Sahara Desert, although that fact made him laugh despite his fear of playing a real game for the first time. He knew it would be way more different and brutal than the games he had played with his friends growing up, same balls and rules but smaller field and training snitch and training bludgers which were soft at his mother's insistence. Harry was excited to play a real game of Quidditch finally. The only downside of it being Quidditch season was it had also moved into winter, a cold winter as well. Harry's Quidditch gear had been modified by Severus at his father's insistence. Because of the abuse at the hands of the Dursleys and the neglect at the orphanage, Harry had extremely sick. Both of the twins had been sick, but for some reason Harry had suffered more. His immune system was almost non-existent. It had gotten so bad at one point that his father had placed wards and charms around Riddle Manor so that the grounds never saw winter and it was constantly summer. Even now he needed to be warm, so his clothes were all thick and charmed to stay warm. The temperature had dropped quickly as they moved into November. It was worst cold Harry had ever experienced. His lips had taken on a permanent purplish blue hue. But he couldn't bring himself to care. For the first time in his life Harry was seeing mountains covered gray snow and ice, and a beautiful pale blue lake the edges of which were softly frozen. Every morning the ground was covered in frost, ice hanging from the bare trees. Bundled up in a long green muggle woolen mail cardigan, with an expensive overcoat that was mink fur on the inside and silver-scaled dragon hide leather on the outside. Black rabbit fur gloves, and enormous boots, the inside made of hippogriff feathers, outside the same silver-scaled dragon hide, and all charmed with heating charms. Harry was finally able to walk with his friends without his entire body turning blue and enjoy the castle covered in snow. The day before Harry's first Quidditch match, the 8 of them were out in the freezing courtyard during break. Harry wearing more clothes than anyone, Hermione keeping an eye on her brother so she could move him inside before he got too blue. But she couldn't deny him this as he loved being outside. As added protection, Hermione and Theo had conjured them up a bright blue fire that could be carried around in a jam jar, one for each of them. They were standing with their hands over them trying to keep warm, when James Potter crossed the yard arguing with an old worn man. He looked the same age as Potter but he seemed tired, worn down, sickly, and more than anything sad. Harry noticed at once that he looked overly familiar but couldn't place him. Unfortunately they had obviously cast a silencing spell because as they got closer it became clear they were yelling but no sound could be heard. Harry, Draco, Theo and Blaise moved closer together to block the fires from view. They knew it wasn't strictly against the rules, but James Potter had been using any excuse to throw them into detention and take house points since they had arrived at Hogwarts, all because they got sorted into Slytherin. Unfortunately, something about their guilty faces caught Potter's eye. He made a beeline for them, his face screwed up in anger. It was apparent that the other man had upset him and now they would take the brunt of his frustration. He hadn't seen the fire, but he seemed to be looking for a reason to tell them off anyway and make them suffer. "What's that you've got there, Riddle?" Potter snarled. It was his new copy of Quidditch Through the Ages. Shrugging, Harry showed him. "Library books are not to be taken outside the school," said Potter, sounding gleeful at having found an excuse. "Give it to me." 5 points from Slytherin. James. The second man sighed in clear disappointment at what Harry wasn't sure, as this man didn't know him. He was just a dirty snake, son of the evil Dark Lord to almost everyone, save a few. "Shut it, Remus," Potter snapped, turning around and stalking back to the castle. "He's just made that rule up," Hermione muttered angrily as she glared at the retreating ex-Gryffindor's back. "Wonder what's going on between those two?" Draco questioned. "Dunno, but I hope that Remus dude really ends up hurting him for us," said Harry bitterly with a sadistic gleam in his eyes. "Whatever it is seeing him with his wand cursed that tight makes it worth it," Blaise laughed. "Yeah, except when he takes it out on us," Daphne complained. "Do you guys know him or find him familiar?" Harry asked, his head tilted to the left. "Nope," Theo shook his head. "Nothing I can recall," Pansy stated. "Potter called him Remus, right?" Hermione asked, getting 7 heads nodding in return. "Father spoke of him before, Remus Lupin, Gryffindor, best friends with James Potter and Sirius Black. Also a known werewolf." "How do you know that?" Harry asked. Peter Pettigrew told Father, in one of his lucid moments. "I don't think he will ever be normal again after what the so-called light and good did to him," she said scathingly. They were all a few years older than Mother in school as well, famous pranksters, called themselves the Marauders, she said, rolling her eyes. He is the reason Potter, Black, and Pettigrew became illegal animagi, to join him on the full moon. Hermione continued, with Harry listening on to every word. If they are best friends since their days in Hogwarts, why are they fighting so badly now? Harry questioned. Who knows? Hermione shrugged. Harry watched as Lupin and Potter walked into the castle, clearly still fighting. He hadn't admitted it in front of his friends, but he had vague memories of before the Dursleys. He remembered a man with kind amber eyes and a man with laughing gray eyes. He remembered how they would sneak up to the attic to feed him when his parents forgot. His chest felt tight. He didn't like it. He couldn't understand why it still upset him or why he would miss them. It's not like he truly remembers them properly. When his friends started to pack up to move to the common room, he was grateful for the distraction and followed happily joined in the conversation. The Slytherin common room was the loudest it had been all year that evening. It was strange. The common room was never quiet or silent, and was usually full and busy, but you hadn't needed to yell to be heard before. It seemed it wasn't just the Quidditch team who was riled up and ready for the game. Harry and Draco were playing chess together, to keep his mind off the match. Hermione was reading whilst Luna alternated between painting her own nails and Hermione's toes. Blaise and Theo sat together next to a window checking over everyone's charms homework for them. Harry had already proofed everyone's defense. Draco had checked astronomy, and together they had read over the potions essays. None of them actually copied work. Their parents had always drilled them to not cheat. How will you learn? But by each reading through their best classes they never missed anything important or got it wrong. Talk of the Quidditch game was heard in every corner of Slytherin. Everyone was convinced they would win with Harry as Seeker. You ready for tomorrow? Adrian asked, sitting next to Harry. You going to get us that win? Graham asked, laughing, sitting on Harry's other side. Harry just smiled nervously in response. He was truly excited for his first match, but the nerves were winning. He didn't want to let his team down. You will do fine. We've been training hard and I know you can do it, Marcus said as he sat down next to Draco, looking at Harry. The confidence Marcus had in him, it was remarkable. He felt relieved and more confident. He would prove he deserved to be on the team. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The Slytherins marched onto the Quidditch pitch in a uniform manner. Marcus as captain led the team. The other two chasers, Adrian and Graham, were on either side of him and slightly behind. Harry as Seeker was directly behind Marcus. Reese and Highland stood either side of Harry, their beater bats swinging from their sides. Miles took the rear as keeper. In their uniforms of emerald green and moon silver, they stood together before the Gryffindors. Madame Hooch was refereeing, much to Slytherin's relief. She was strict on the rules, unfortunately for Slytherin, who liked to fly over the line a fair bit, but they all knew she was a damn sight better than Potter. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the two teams, her broom in her hand. Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you, she said, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking particularly to Marcus Flint, who just grinned, flashing his crooked and slightly stained teeth, his black eyes flashing dangerously, causing the Gryffindors to shift where they were standing, much to Harry's amusement. Mount your brooms, please. Harry clambered onto his Nimbus 2000 as Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. His nerves gone once he was in the sky. This is what he was made to do. Almost immediately the game started. The quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. Professor McGonagall said, sounding exasperated already. Sorry, Professor. Harry smiled at the comments coming from a dark-skinned boy, his black dreadlocks visible even from Harry's height in the sky. Flint had mentioned that the Weasley twins' best friend, Lee Jordan, would doing the commentary for the match, closely watched by Professor McGonagall. Apparently his comments didn't focus on only the game. Even Adrian, Graham and Miles had admitted, despite being biased and in favor to Gryffindor, his commentary was a really good laugh and extremely entertaining. And she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good find of Oliver Woods, last year only a reserve. Back to Johnson and... No, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes. Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to score, no. Keeper Wood was unable to stop Flint's throw. That man must be half troll to have a throw that's strong. Lee commented, receiving a scolding from Professor McGonagall and a dark scowl from Marcus. But Harry, who was floating above watching, just laughed loudly, drawing attention to himself from the Weasley's twins, who grinned in his direction from where they were trying to hit bludgers at Adrian and Graham, and Marcus, who flipped him off as he flew past, which just served to make Harry laugh harder. The Gryffindors take the quaffle. That's Chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint, off up the field, and the stands were filled with cries of outrage and sympathy. Ouch. That must have hurt. Hit in the back of the head by a bludger sent by beater Reese Colton. Quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goalposts, but he's blocked by a second bludger, sent his way by Fred or George Weasley. Can't tell which from here. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater. Harry found him agreeing with his team. He enjoyed Lee's voice. He was perfect for commentating. Johnson back in possession of the quaffle. A clear field ahead and off she goes. She's really flying. Dodges a speeding bludger sent by Highland Anks. The goalposts are ahead. Come on, Angelina, if you get this you can have a date with me. Harry leaned forward on his broom as to not fall off in hysterical laughter. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Keeper Bletchley dives and he misses Gryffindors score. Gryffindor's cheers filled the cold air, with howls and moans from the Slytherins, but Harry barely heard. He had just noticed his magic. It was soaring alongside him, but it wasn't trying to reach the stands like he would have thought. He flew past the Gryffindors' seats in the stands, but like before, his magic was trying to reach upwards. Oh Merlin, he thought once he had figured it out. They were on the pitch, on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Move it. Hurry up, move along. A commanding voice reached the ears of the 7 Slytherin first years in the stands. Father, Mother. Draco squeaked in shock before he jumped up to hug his parents. Lucius Malfoy was an intimidating man, standing strong at 5 feet 9 feet. He was pale-skinned, his oval face with pointed features, his long white blonde hair tied back. Narcissa Malfoy smiling as she held her son again, her 5 feet 6 frame enveloping Draco. Her straight honey blonde hair framing her wide heart-shaped face, cool gray eyes sparkling with love and excitement, the same gray eyes dominant in the black blood, the same as her 3 sisters. Mother, Hermione proclaimed in happiness as she hugged her mother, Cassiopeia Riddle. Her wispy dark blonde hair in beautiful ringlets, her own gray eyes alight much like her sisters', her triangular face stretched in a wide grin. Hermione dear? Have you met my friend Dion from France? Narcissa interrupted with a wink as she stood aside to show the man behind her, causing Hermione to gasp in happiness. Tom was an extremely handsome man since he had returned to his body and away from the snake-like figure he was becoming from all the rituals to create his Horcruxes. He had an almost imperial beauty. He resembled a pharaoh with a sharp and narrow chin and a wider forehead. High cheekbones and a dangerous smirk that could bring the strongest witch or wizard to their knees. A broad and strong nose sat in the middle of his face, without overtaking his features. Thick black hair framed his cheeks. It was straight and longer at the front but messily pushed back. A 5 o'clock shadow framed his jaw and Adam's apple. His threatening red eyes glamoured as a teal blue. Overall he looked like Tom Riddle of his youth, but different enough that immediate recognition would not happen, leaving him to plot his plans still. But even if he had been under a strong glamour or even polyjuice, Hermione still would have recognized her father's magic immediately. Slowly, as to not bring them more attention than necessary, she hugged him tightly. I have missed you, father, she whispered as quietly as she could. I have missed you as well, my fille de ténèbres, he whispered, wrapping his arms around her tightly. But really? Dion? With all the French names in the world, you went with the one that was taken from Dionysus? Hermione asked, holding back her laughter, receiving a glare from the man and a snort of laughter from her mother. I had forgotten what it's like watching a game and being in the crowd, Lucius commented as the crowd yelled out again. No sign of the snitch yet? The Dark Lord asked. Nope, said Draco, his eyes trained on his cousin. Harry hasn't had much to do yet. Keeping out of trouble, that's something, Cassiopeia said. Her sister nodded in agreement while raising her expensive binoculars and peering skyward at the speck that was Harry. Way up above them, Harry was gliding over the game, squinting about for some sign of the snitch. This was part of his and team's game plan. Keep out of the way until you catch sight of the snitch, Marcus had said in the locker room. When Marcus had scored, Harry had done a couple of loop-the-loops to let off his feelings. Now he was back to staring around for the snitch. Once he caught sight of a flash of gold, but it was just a reflection from one of the Weasleys' wristwatches, and once a bludger decided to come pelting his way, more like a cannonball than anything, but Harry dodged it and Reese Colton came chasing after it. "All right there, Harry?" he had time to yell, as he beat the bludger furiously towards one of the Weasley twins. "Slytherin in possession," Lee Jordan was saying. "Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and Chaser Bell, and speeds toward the goal, and... No, with a quick pass over to Chaser Montague Slytherin scores again," Lee grumbled. "Wait, is that the snitch?" Lee cried. A murmur ran through the crowd as everyone watched as Harry, in a great rush of excitement, dived downward after the streak of gold. Gryffindor seeker was 7th-year Max Jordan, who Harry had only just realized must Lee's older brother. He had only joined this year like Harry, and had seen the snitch, too. Neck and neck they hurtled toward the snitch. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to be doing as they hung in midair to watch. Harry was faster and lighter than Jordan. He could see the little round ball, wings fluttering, darting up ahead. He put on an extra spurt of speed when... Wham! A roar of disappointment echoed from the Slytherins and a cheer from the Gryffindors below as a bludger had slammed into Harry on back of the broom and his leg, hard, and Harry's broom spun off course, Harry holding on for dear life, and also caused Jordan to swerve to the side to avoid being hit as well. In all the confusion, the golden snitch had disappeared from sight again. Down in the stands, Draco was yelling in disappointment. Cassiopeia had cried out with her eyes covered in fear of seeing the pain her son was in. Lee Jordan was having trouble staying on the game. The Nimbus 2000 Seeker Riddle is on has taken a hard hit from that rogue bludger. What the Slytherin beaters were thinking, allowing the bludgers through their defenses and having the beautiful broom possibly damaged. "Jordan," Professor McGonagall warned. "All right, yes, so after that horrifying turn of events for the newest and greatest of brooms, Jordan," Professor McGonagall yelled. Harry, even with his heart still racing, and the pain in his leg, giggled at the obvious desire for his broom the Gryffindor had. We continue play, Gryffindor still in possession. It was as Harry dodged another bludger, which went spinning dangerously past his head, that it happened. His broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both his hands and knees. He'd never felt anything like that, from this broom in training or brooms at home. It happened again. It was as though the broom was trying to buck him off, but Nimbus 2000s did not suddenly just decide to buck their riders off. Harry tried to turn back toward the Slytherin goalposts. He had half a mind to ask Marcus to call timeout. When he realized that his broom was completely out of his control, he couldn't turn it, he couldn't direct it at all. It was zigzagging through the air, and every now and then making violent swishing movements that almost unseated him. Lee Jordan was still commentating. Slytherin in possession, Flint with the quaffle, passes to Montague. He ducks in time to miss Gryffindor Chaser Bell, hit hard in the face by a bludger. Hope it broke his nose, only joking, Professor. And Slytherins score again. No. The Slytherins were cheering and stamping their feet loudly. No one seemed to have noticed that Harry's broom was behaving strangely. It was carrying him slowly higher, away from the game, jerking and twitching as it went. "What does Harry thinks he's doing?" Hermione mumbled. She stared through Theo's binoculars, which were still around the neck of the poor, slightly blue-faced boy. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd lost control of his broom, but he can't have," Pansy said, looking up. Suddenly, people were pointing up at Harry all over the stands. His broom had started to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. All 4 houses gasped in perfect unison as Harry's broom gave a wild jerk and Harry swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. "Did something happen to it when the bludger hit him?" Daphne whispered, her hands over her mouth to stop from screaming like Hermione, Narcissa and Cassiopeia. "Can't have," Harry's father said, his voice shaking as he watched his only son dangle dangerously in the air. "Nothing can interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic. My kind of dark magic." At these words, Hermione seized Theo's binoculars again, pulling the choking boy closer to her, almost sitting on her, but instead of looking up at Harry, she started looking frantically at the crowd. "What are you doing?" moaned Draco. "I knew it," Hermione gasped. "Father. Look at Professor Quirrell." Her father grabbed the binoculars, pulling Theo around even more. Snape was in the middle of the stands opposite them. He had his eyes fixed on Harry and was muttering non-stop under his breath. Severus is doing something. A counter to the curse on the broom. The Dark Lord said to calm down his daughter, wife and his sister-in-law, all three of whom had started to cry. What should we do? Lucius asked, his wand out ready and waiting for his orders. Leave it to me, he said darkly. No, father, let me go, Hermione interrupted, wiping her tears with a determined glint in her green eyes. You can't get caught or have any suspicions here. You help Uncle Sev and Uncle Luke with the counter. I will be back before you know it, she said quickly as she hurried away, weaving in and out of the crowd. Before her father could even think another word to respond, Hermione had disappeared. Draco, Blaise and Theo turned their binoculars back on Harry, as he heard the adults all murmuring the counter. If anyone could stop this it was their fathers, but had they lost too much time for the counter curse to work? His broom was vibrating so hard, it was almost impossible for him to hang on much longer. The whole crowd was on its feet, watching, terrified. To most of Slytherin's shock, the Weasley twins flew up to help Reese and Hyland as they tried to pull Harry safely onto one of their brooms, but it was no good. Every time they got near him, the broom would jump higher still. He looked at them, pleading for help, his eyes wide in terror. All the young Slytherin wanted was for him to pull him to safety. They ended dropping lower and circled beneath him, obviously hoping to catch him if he fell. He looked at Marcus, who was flying towards him, his face showing his panic, which was strange on the usually stoic 6th year. Harry shook his head harshly and looked at the goals purposefully. Marcus nodded and reluctantly seized the quaffle and scored 5 times without anyone noticing or caring other than the Gryffindors in the stands. Even the Gryffindor chasers, who were trying to get the quaffle back, looked back constantly at the tiny first year as they played against Marcus, Adrian and Graham. Slytherin's most formidable team of chasers to date. Come on, Hermione, Daphne pleaded. Hermione had fought her way across to the stand where Quirrell stood a few seats behind Severus, who was frantically muttering the counter curse. Reaching Quirrell, she crouched down, pulled out her wand, and whispered a few, well-chosen words. Bright blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Quirrell's robes. Then she scrambled back along the back row to see the pitch, and Harry. It had worked. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom, although the Weasley beaters, strangely enough, still didn't fly too far from him, and Marcus, Adrian, Graham and the female Gryffindor chasers kept looking back at him almost as though they had to make sure it didn't happen again. Mum, Auntie Cassie, you can look, Draco said cheerfully. Narcissa and Cassiopeia had been sobbing into Lucius' robe for the last 5 minutes, causing the man to look extremely uncomfortable. Harry was speeding toward the ground faster than before when the crowd saw him. He had his hand stretched out, still a great height from the ground, when suddenly a bludger no one saw coming slammed into his side. Then slowly, as if in a nightmare, he lost his grip from the force of the hit and he slid off the side of his broom. He screamed and closed his eyes as he hurtled towards the ground, when suddenly his descent stopped with him hitting something hard, firm and warm. So definitely not the ground. Fille des Ténèbres. Daughter of Darkness. Let me know what you think, smiley face. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any questions as to where this story is going or even some ideas of what you would like, please feel free to ask, and if I can answer some things I haven't decided yet, I will. Smiley face. Chapter 14. He screamed and closed his eyes as he hurtled towards the ground, when suddenly his descent stopped with him hitting something hard, firm and warm. So definitely not the ground. Opening his eyes, he found him staring into pools of a liquid blue. They were a beautiful cobalt blue, with what seemed to be patterns of cornflower blue. It gave them the impression of the ocean after a storm. It's you, he whispered, as he felt his magic rejoicing. It was skimming along his arms and towards his savior. The pull was like nothing he had ever felt before. He felt like he couldn't breathe, but at the same time it was like this angel was helping him breathe with every breath he took himself. It was like his magic was already stronger as it played around them with his mate's magic, like it finally was complete. It's me, the redheaded spoke back, his voice full of amusement but also concern, his voice soft but easily heard over the crowd's screams from the fall, and cheers for the catch. The name's Fred Weasley, or Forge, he said with a roguish smirk as he placed Harry on the ground. Hartford Riddle, but call me Harry, everyone else does, Harry whispered back. Suddenly now they weren't touching. He felt cold and alone but also embarrassed. Suddenly the fluttering in his hand gained his attention. "I've got the snitch!" he cried in happiness and shock, waving it above his head, and the game ended in complete confusion. Harry looked at his mate, terrified, that maybe he would hate for winning, for beating his team. But when he looked at him he saw nothing but pride and joy. "Congratulations, you did well, little seeker," he whispered into his ear so that only he could hear, his face heating up in both pleasure of the compliment and clear pride in his voice and embarrassment from the tall redhead standing so close. Suddenly Harry was swept off his feet by his screaming teammates. Laughing, he threw his arms up and enjoyed the attention from the school. Lee Jordan was clearly upset, but nonetheless shouting the results. Slytherin had won by 170 points to 30. For the first time in many years Slytherin believed they could win the House Cup. Grinning, Harry looked over his shoulder only to stop in shock as he saw his family standing together smiling at him, their faces full of pride. Squirming off the shoulders of the Slytherin beaters, he turned to grab Fred's hand and dragged the Gryffindor over to his family. "Mother," he cried, wrapping his arms around her, hugging her tightly. "I didn't know you were coming," he said joyfully. "Like we would miss this," Cassiopeia said as she enjoyed holding her son again, despite it only being a few months since they had seen each other. "This is the only man you have known as your father. His name is Dion," she whispered into his ear for only him to hear. After receiving a small nod of agreement, she let go of her son. Looking over to the man, Harry, like his sister, recognized his father. "Father," he said, nodding seriously like a true pureblood. Smirking, his polyjuiced, glamored father shook his head before reaching out and wrapping his arms around his son's body like. "Cassie, previously. You are not too old for affection, my son, especially after watching that game. You are okay?" the Dark Lord asked worriedly, his eyes full of concern, much like his wife who was still standing next to them. "I'm fine, father." Fred made sure of that, Harry said, smiling, pulling Fred forward to meet his parents. His green's eyes sparkling with an obscene amount of happiness, something none of his family missed. "Thank you," Cassiopeia and Narcissa cried when they finally noticed the red heading standing behind Harry. "It was nothing," Fred said, awkwardly shuffling on his feet, glaring to the side when he saw his brother snickering at him. "You saved my son." "That it is not nothing," Tom said, his eyebrow raised. "Fred, this is my father," Harry said, smiling softly at his soulmate. "Dion Leckler," Tom said, reaching his hand out for a shake. "Fred Weasley," Fred responded, shaking his hand, which was only slightly trembling with nerves. "So this is him?" Hermione asked, leaning into Harry, grinning wickedly. Rolling his eyes, he nodded the affirmative to his sister. "Fred," Harry called, drawing his soulmate's attention to him. "This is my mother Cassiopeia, my uncle and Aunt Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, my twin sister Hermione and my cousin Draco Malfoy," Harry said, pointing to each family member as he introduced them. He was grateful neither his father or uncle had commented on the fact he was a Weasley, a known blood traitor. "It's a pleasure to meet you all," Fred said, smiling at his young mate's family warmly. "This is my twin brother George," he said, nodding over his shoulder at the identical boy standing slightly to the side. "Thank you for also trying to save my son," Tom said, nodding in the direction of other redhead. "No problem, anyone would have done the same," George said, shrugging nonchalantly, much like his brother had earlier. "You know, you probably have a grand party to get to," Tom said, smiling at the Slytherin team, who were still making a ruckus about the win. "But," Harry started. "We will be here for a while catching up with some of your professors," Tom reassured his son. Harry grinned as he hugged his parents goodbye, knowing they had meant his Uncle Severus. "You know," Harry said, turning to Fred after he had hugged his family goodbye and waved as the four adults left the pitch. "You would be welcome to join us in the Slytherin dorms for the party?" "I would, but we are in charge of getting food and drinks for our party tonight. We celebrate with a win or lose," he responded apologetically. Laughing, Harry shook his head. "It's fine, see you another time," he whispered, internally cringing at how needy he sounded. "Definitely, I will find you, little seeker," Fred whispered back before he disappeared into the mass of students. Harry couldn't help the goofy grin that spread across his face as he watched Fred walk off with George and the rest of the Gryffindor team. "So, your soulmate is a Weasley," Harry groaned when he heard the smugness in his sister's voice. "He's cute," Harry defended, his Viridian eyes still following Fred's body. "He's a weasel," Draco pointed out whilst valiantly trying to not snigger. He isn't his brother, Harry snapped. Wow, you've barely spoken to him, Harry. Blaise smirked. Harry spun around to face him as Blaise, Theo, Daphne, Pansy and Luna finally joined them. Apparently the group had been off to the side watching everything unfurl with amusement. Hermione. Harry whined softly, turning his pleading eyes to his sister. Much to his relief she smiled and stepped forward and placed her arm around Harry's shoulders. Leave off, Dre. She laughed, her own Viridian eyes sparkling as she steered herself and Harry towards the other Slytherin students. By the way, you all owe me money. Hermione called back over her shoulder before laughing loudly when hearing the groans from the rest of their group of their friends. Can't believe she won that bet, Pansy grumbled as she walked behind them following the rest of Slytherin to the dorms for the victory party that was sure to take place. I still can't believe you guys bet on this, Harry moaned dramatically, much to everyone's amusement. So you not only led Slytherin to a great defeat, but you found your soulmate in the same game. Daphne mused, smiling as yet another goofy grin spread across Harry's face. Do you think Mother and Father realized who he was? Harry questioned Hermione, who now had her arm linked with his. Of course they did, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. Do you think Father cares? He asked in a small voice. Everyone looked at him in shock as it became clear how much this truly worried him. Father is just happy for you, Hartford. Trust me, Hermione whispered softly as she smiled reassuringly at her brother, the one person who had been with her through everything, understood what she had been through, and loved her for who she was completely. We can talk to them tonight after the party, then they will tell you the exact same thing, she said, trying to quell her brother's fear. Nodding in agreement, Harry grinned at his friends and family. Time to celebrate the win then, right? He asked cheerfully as they walked into the common room together, where somehow the party was already in full swing despite them not being that far behind their classmates when leaving the Quidditch pitch. Sorry, it is slightly shorter than normal. Hope you enjoy anyway. Feel free to review if you did enjoy it or not. This is what I imagine the eyes to look like from my description. Hope I did okay. Web links Q equals TBN. And 9GCTCXB Trum Gav 7IE5QO3DLKT8VW8JLT8NKZY Byuk KYAME 7OPI_CC. Chapter 15. It was Quirrell. Hermione was explaining to the three male adults that sat before them. Lucius and Tom sat on a two-seater black leather couch. Severus was next to them on a matching single chair. The quarters of Severus Snape was made of warm forest greens, browns and light blue, cozier than what would be expected of the dungeon bat. I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering, he wouldn't take his eyes off you, she said, turning to look at Harry, who was sitting at his father's feet on the floor as his father absently ran his hands through his son's hair. After the party last night, it had slowly sunk in that someone at Hogwarts had tried to kill him. Now he was grateful his father was here and he didn't have to play strong. I don't know, I do believe you, but I would have thought Potter was a more likely candidate from Sev's reports, said Lucius, thinking seriously. Why would Quirrell do something like this? He hasn't been interested in Harry all that much this year, just that blasted stone. Why has he started to take an interest now? Harry's father murmured. Stone? Harry asked, perking up, leaning up to stare at his father upside down. The other first years shared looks. Tom turned his head to make eye contact with Severus and Lucius. All three shared a nod after having a silent conversation, then turning back to the students. I wasn't going to tell you, but in recent events I need you to be on your guard, and for that you need more information, Tom said gravely. Dumbledore is hiding the Philosopher's Stone in the school. Severus told me as soon as Dumbledore asked him to help place protections in place. He explained. All 8 children looked beyond excited at the idea that such a famous object was hiding there at Hogwarts, their very school. Help? So there must be more than the Cerberus? Hermione mused. Her father nodded, a proud smile on his face. He already knew that they had figured out about the dog and that he was protecting something. Yes, Fluffy belongs to Hagrid, Severus said, sneering at the name. He called a Cerberus, a classified 4X creature, Fluffy? Hermione exclaimed as Draco, Blaise and Theo laughed uproariously. Who else was involved? Harry asked, moving on from Fluffy. Hagrid, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, me, and of course the esteemed headmaster. Severus ticked them off on his hands, sneering in distaste when he mentioned Dumbledore. It can't be that hard to get past all those obstacles, can it? Hermione asked, pondering what each test could be. No, Voldemort shook his head. It is only the last one that is the trouble, Dumbledore's himself. Besides, what makes it risky is Dumbledore wants me to go after it, he is expecting it. But because it all seems too easy that we believe that it is all a test for Potter, he believes he can force us to fight. We also suspect that is what Quirrell's role is for, to be the fallback villain if the stone fails to gain my attention. Voldemort explained to his children, it was like back when they were young, they would eagerly sit in their beds waiting for him at nighttime, as he tucked them in he would tell them stories. Their eyes would be wide and he could see their minds working behind them, taking in everything. Kissing their children goodbye, Lucius and Tom went to find their wives, leaving the children to ponder on what they had been informed of. Tom trusted Severus to keep them safe while he wasn't there, but it still wasn't enough to elevate his fear. Christmas holiday was close, students everywhere were enjoying the excitement to go home. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake had frozen solid, unlike before when it was only an extremely thin layer, now it was safe for skating. Harry had been sneaking glances at Fred whenever he got the opportunity. His father had explained they would get more and more agitated the longer they went without communicating now that they were both aware. Surprisingly, or not according to Hermione, his father was okay with his son's soulmate not only being a Gryffindor but from the Dumbledore following light family, the Weasleys. Draco, Blaise and Theo said as long as they didn't have to hang out with the youngest brother Ronald then they didn't care. Hermione thought it was the best Christmas gift she could have been given, highly enjoying getting revenge on her brother. Pansy and Daphne thought the soulmate thing was so sweet and fairy tale-like, they just giggled whenever they saw the boys make eye contact then look away blushing. Luna on the other hand would just hum about Nargles, Raxperts or some other kind of creature then skip away to join the boys who were usually playing chess. Much to Harry's amusement, the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban, all because he took points off Harry whenever he could. The weather was so bad that the few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. No one could wait for the holidays to start. While all the common rooms and the Great Hall had roaring fires, drafty corridors had become icy. A bitter wind rattled the windows in the classrooms. But the worst of all were Professor Snape's classes down in the dungeons, where their breath rose in a mist before them and they kept as close as possible to their hot cauldrons. I do feel so sorry, said Henry Potter, one potions class. For all those people who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because they're not wanted at home. He was looking over at Harry as he spoke. Ron, Seamus and Dean chuckled, although Harry suspected Seamus and Dean only went along with the other two as to stay in their good books, as when they were alone or only with each other they ignored Slytherins and kept to themselves. Harry, who was measuring out powdered spine of lionfish, ignored them, rolling his eyes at Hermione. Potter had been even more unpleasant than usual since the Quidditch match, disgusted that the Slytherins had won. He had tried to get everyone laughing at how a howler monkey would be replacing Harry as Seeker next. When he had realized that nobody found this funny, because they were all so impressed at the way Harry had managed to stay on his bucking broomstick. He got jealous and angry, and started taunting Harry and Hermione about having no proper family, all because he thought their parents didn't bother to show up to his first game just because he hadn't seen them, and because the letters from home stopped. They found this funny, because they knew how much their father risked to come see the game, and he had also asked them to use the two-way mirror more as he was paranoid that eventually their letters would be intercepted. It was true that Harry wasn't going back to the manor for Christmas. Professor McGonagall had come around the week before to each house, making a list of students who would be staying for the holidays, and Harry had signed up at once when he had seen Fred and George's names. Feeling horrible, he had used the mirror to call his father. Crying, he explained why he had signed up. His father had just laughed and said he understood, and as long as he rang on Christmas Day he didn't mind. In support of Harry and Hermione, Theo, Draco and Luna stayed as well. Harry didn't feel sorry for himself at all. This would probably be the best Christmas he'd ever had. His Fred and Fred's brothers, George and Percy, were staying, too, because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were going to Romania to visit Charlie. Ron was going to the Potters' holiday home in the Bahamas, as he bragged about loudly, instead of staying with his brothers, which only lowered the opinion the Slytherins had of him. When they left the dungeons at the end of potions, they found a large fir tree blocking the corridor ahead, two enormous feet sticking out at the bottom, and a loud puffing sound told them that Hagrid was behind it. "Hi, Hagrid, want any help?" they heard Ron ask, watching him stick his head through the branches. "Nah, I'm all right. Thanks, Ron. Would you mind moving out of the way?" Harry finally spoke up, sounding angry and frustrated. "Are you trying to earn some extra money, Weasley? Hoping to be gamekeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts, I suppose? That hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace compared to what your family's used to," Draco said in the perfect mimic of his father's cold drawl. Harry averted his eyes at the last comment. He didn't want to defend Ronald but couldn't bear to insult sweet and caring yet strong and manly Frederick Weasley. He sighed as he thought of the tall redhead. He missed him, even though they hadn't spoken since the match. He was forcefully pulled from his private daydream when Ronald dived at Draco, just as Severus came up the stairs. "Weasley." Ron let go of the front of Malfoy's robes so quickly it was as if he had been shocked. "He was provoked, Professor Snape," said Hagrid, sticking his huge hairy face out from behind the tree. "Malfoy was insulting his family. Be that as it may, fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid," said Snape silkily. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and be grateful it isn't more. Move along, all of you." Harry, Draco, Hermione, Daphne, Theo, Blaise and Pansy pushed roughly past the tree, scattering needles everywhere and smirking. Luna skipped while humming Yule songs under her breath. "I'll get them," Harry heard Ronald say. Knowing him, he was grinding his teeth at their backs. "One of these days, we'll get them," Henry sneered. "I hate them all," said Ronald, Malfoy, Snape, both Riddles, and the rest of those slimy snakes. "Come on, cheer up, it's nearly Christmas," said Hagrid. "Tell ye what, come with me and see the Great Hall, looks a treat." When they reached the Great Hall, they saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were busy with the Christmas decorations. "Ah, Hagrid, the last tree, put it in the far corner, would you?" The hall looked spectacular, not that they would admit that. It was a Muggle holiday, replacing their Yule celebrations, yet another thing Muggleborns had changed. Heaps of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no less than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. Although they were staying at Hogwarts for the Christmas holiday, they themselves would be celebrating Yule for 3 days, starting at the morning sunrise of the 23rd first day, 24th second day, and 25th the third. Each morning they would light a candle and ask for their living family to be safe and happy. They would then spend the days celebrating the winter solstice. Normally at night they would dance and party around bonfires, but at Hogwarts this was not possible. Harry had already bought his gifts for this Yule, the most organized of his friends and families with the exception of Hermione, who had the presents bought before the others had even started thinking about Christmas. He was looking forward to seeing his friends and family opening his gifts. It was his favorite part of Yule. Unfortunately, because they were staying at Hogwarts, Hermione was unable to experience her favorite part, the bonfires they would light in the clearing in the forest behind the Slytherin manor. "How many days you got left until her holidays?" they heard Hagrid asking the 2 Gryffindors. Unable to resist, they took up their positions for eavesdropping. Draco and Blaise pulled out the chess set in order to look busy, with Draco facing the Gryffindors. Theo and Luna were reading 2 different magical creature books with their backs to each other, with their legs spread out, Luna's legs resting on Blaise's lap. Daphne and Pansy sat next to Draco, one on each side, painting their nails. Then Harry and Hermione sat on opposite side of Blaise to Luna and Theo. Now they were closest to Weasel and Potter. "Just one," said Potter. "And that reminds me, Ron, we've got half an hour before lunch, we should be in the library." "Oh yeah, you're right," said Ron, tearing his eyes away from Professor Flitwick, who had golden bubbles blossoming out of his wand and was trailing them over the branches of the new tree. "The library?" said Hagrid, following them out of the hall. "The day before you leave the holidays? Bit keen, aren't ye?" "Oh, we're not working," Henry told him brightly. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to find out who he is." "You what?" Hagrid looked shocked. "Listen here, I've told ye. Drop it. It's nothing to you what that dog's garden. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, that's all," said Ron. "Unless you'd like to tell us and save us the trouble?" Henry added. We must have been through hundreds of books already and we can't find him anywhere. Just give us a hint. I know I've read his name somewhere. I'm sayin' nothing, said Hagrid flatly. Just have to find out for ourselves, then, said Ron, and they left Hagrid looking disgruntled and hurried off to the library. Harry and Hermione shared a look before all 8 first years started laughing hysterically. They haven't found what Fluffy is guarding yet. Harry gasping in between his laughter. How are they that stupid? Draco asked. They found out most of the information before us. We stole some from them for Merlin's beard, Pansy giggled. Once the holidays had started, Harry and his friends were having a good time despite missing their families. They had the common room to themselves as the only Slytherins to stay for Yule, so they were able to get the good armchairs by the fire for the first time. They sat by, enjoying the heat, eating anything they could stick on a toasting fork, bread, English muffins, and marshmallows, while plotting ways of getting Potter and Weasel expelled, which were fun to talk about even if they wouldn't work. Hope there is no massive mistakes, feel free to point any out. Hope you enjoy smiley face. Chapter 16. Finally, Harry thought as he woke up on the morning after everyone had left. Grinning, he leapt out of bed and ran over and jumped on Draco's bed. Dre! Wake up! It's the first day of the holidays, Harry screamed in excitement. Get off me, you great lump, Draco grumbled, rolling over to hide under his blankets. Boys, get up, breakfast time, Hermione said from the open doorway before closing the door and walking away. Grinning, Harry got dressed into emerald green robes that had mink fur on the inside, and black thick trousers, paired up with his Slytherin scarf and gloves. Draco was same outfit but a dark silver and dark green robe instead. Grinning, the two boys meet Hermione, Luna and Theo, who'd been up for ages. Together they walked to the Great Hall. There was only the one table as there was so few students staying. Looking around, Harry took note of all students. Only 5 were Slytherins and they were all first-year Cambions. 7 Gryffindors, Fred and George Weasley, who were in their 3rd year, their brother Percy, who was a 5th-year prefect, 1 7th year and 3 4th years he didn't know the names of. 8 Ravenclaws, he didn't know any of their names for certain, but he knew 2 were 7th years, 3 were 6th years, 2 were 2nd years, and 1 was a 1st year who he thought was called Terry Boot, but he did know he was the younger brother of one of the 6th years. And only 2 Hufflepuffs, twin girls from 5th year. Blushing, Harry sat down in the only seat available, opposite Fred, much to Hermione's and George's amusement. They shared a look at the pain of their siblings before looking down at their food. Unlike his friends, Harry was extremely quiet, stealing quick glances of his soulmate when he could. Fred was tall for a 13-year-old, taller than Harry knew he would be at his age. Freckles across his face, less than George but more than Ronald. Freckles were scattered across his hands as well. His blue eyes were the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen, always sparkling with mischief and excitement. His laugh was loud and joyful. Harry knew Fred and George Weasley were renowned for their pranks. He also knew no one, even their own house, were safe. True to this reputation, shortly into breakfast Percy's hair turned pink, and his tongue an ugly maroon. Everyone, the Slytherins included, laughed as Percy yelled at his smug brothers. Excusing himself, Harry made his way outside, to enjoy the morning snow, not experiencing it fully ever, before it truly was magical. Harry turned around to his name when he saw Fred chasing after him. Fred. He smiled softly, trying to not blush. He couldn't understand this reaction. He hadn't been this shy around someone since he met his family. He knew Fred was his soulmate and that they would love each other if they chose to. He also knew they could end up married like his parents and having children, but still that didn't mean he had to become a stuttering girl, did it? He had never understood why women did that around his father. He had just assumed they were stupid or scared of his father's power, but now he was doing it. It was very confusing. Can I join you? The redhead asked, smiling, a blushing first year. Unable to actually speak, Harry just nodded pathetically. Apparently it was the right answer judging by Fred's wide grin. How do you know it was me anyways? Even my mother can't tell me and George apart. Fred asked as he fell into step beside the small raven-haired boy. Harry cleared his throat and forced himself to reply. Hopefully Fred would ignore how his voice was slightly higher. You have less freckles on your cheeks, your voice is slightly deeper, and your hair is slightly longer. Although the easiest way to tell is the bond, I guess. My magic settles down and relaxes around you now. Harry smiled as his voice grew stronger by the end. He looked over at Fred, seeing a look of shock on his face. Sounds like you could do it without the bond. Fred commented absently, trying to not show how much it truly affected him that his little soulmate could tell him apart from his twin, apparently without needing the bond to tell him. Isn't that hard? Harry shrugged nonchalantly. So I guess you aren't feeling that freaked out about this then? Fred asked cautiously. No, should I be? Harry asked, suddenly feeling confused. Well, I know after the match when it truly sunk in I freaked out a little bit. George had to slap me, Fred chuckled nervously. Why? Because of who I am, Harry hissed, the pain in his voice loud and clear. What? No. Harry, that's not what I meant, Fred pleaded, grabbing Harry's arm and spinning him around to face him. I mean because soulmates are like myths, there isn't much known on them. I never thought I would find mine, let alone in my Hogwarts years, and also, I mean you're 11. It's a bit freaky being so young and knowing we will be with only each other, ever. Fred explained enthusiastically, his eyes swimming with honesty. Harry nodded weakly, accepting his explanation. Also, apparently Fred didn't know whose son he was, yet. Wait, what do you mean who you are? Fred asked, causing Harry to flinch. Damn it, Harry, he scolded himself inwardly. I meant as a Slytherin, he lied quickly, wincing. He could feel the bond lashing at him for lying. Harry, Fred whispered, looking hurt. My birth father, he wasn't a good man, Harry whispered finally. Birth father? Fred asked curiously. He had met his father, hadn't he? Dion Leckler isn't my father in blood, he is my mother's fiancé, and the only father I have truly known. Harry sighed in relief when the bond didn't lash out again. Technically he wasn't lying, just omitting and twisting the truth. My birth father is why Dumbledore doesn't trust me in my own. His name was Thomas Marvolo Riddle. Dumbledore was his transfiguration professor here at Hogwarts. Harry whispered, looking at his mate, gauging his reaction. Who was he? I've seen that name in the trophy cabinet though for services to the school, but I haven't heard the name again, Fred asked curiously. Yeah, he saved the school like 40 to 45 odd years ago when he was a student. Dumbledore never trusted him because he was a Slytherin though. You avoided the question, Harry, Fred pointed out, grinning. I'm just not ready. Can you trust me that I will tell you in time? Harry asked. Fred nodded his head, smiling, so Harry knew he wasn't mad. So why aren't you scared or freaked out? Fred asked, his smiling face changing to confusion when Harry just laughed. Sorry. Well, it's just my own. She already found her soulmate, so father already explained everything to us before we left for Hogwarts. She and Theo are soulmates. Our parents found out when they met at age 6, although we weren't told until just over a year ago. Harry grinned. Wow, that's young, they must be happy about it. I always see them together. But I'm glad you're not freaking out, Fred smiled. They hadn't noticed they had made their way all the way to the lake as they continued to walk around the frozen path, completely immersed in each other, finally getting to know each other. Despite his father's reassurance that as a dominant, it was most likely for Fred to join them to stand by his submissive, it still worried Harry that Fred wouldn't take it well. It was obvious from their earlier conversation that Fred would have at least had figured out his father was involved with the Death Eaters, Voldemort, and their war. But Harry knew that his soulmate would just think he was a Death Eater and not think he was the Dark Lord himself. Before long, Fred had Harry worry-free, and laughing at the pranks he and George had played on their brothers before they came to Hogwarts, and all the mischief they got into in their first 2 years. Shaking his head, Harry couldn't believe how carefree he was. They were like the complete opposite of each other. Despite life being good for him since the adoption, he had never really gotten over the abuse. He didn't think he could ever be as relaxed as Fred. Sometimes he even still flinched if he broke something in the manner, let alone thinking about blaming someone else, or playing pranks on someone because he was bored. But maybe Fred could change that. Unsurprisingly, the conversation turned to Quidditch fairly quickly, both being members for their house team. You are incredibly talented. Fred complimented him, causing Harry to blush again. Thanks, I haven't really played a true game before. I mean, I've played with my friends and family with practice gear. But my parents are a tad paranoid, so I never got to play real games or see one live, Harry explained. Why were they so paranoid? Fred asked curiously, looking at the first year. He could see the fear on his face as well as feeling it through their bond, which was growing stronger by the day. My father has enemies who would hurt me and my sister to get to him, Harry said vaguely. Sensing Harry's discomfort with the conversation, Fred changed topics. He could only hope it would be sooner rather than later that Harry would trust him enough to tell him everything. What's your favorite classes? Grateful for the change, Harry excitedly talked about his classes. Strangely enough, Fred seemed to enjoy potions like Harry, although he found out it's because he used a lot of potions and charms for their pranks. He excelled at potions whereas George excelled at charms. Harry spoke about how he enjoyed defense before school, but with Quirrell it was hard to enjoy the way he used it. Just walking around the lake together, Harry felt relaxed and happy. He could listen to Fred talk for hours. He was glad Ronald and Henry had gone home for the holidays. He could spend time with Fred uninterrupted. Chapter 17. When Harry woke up in the early morning of Christmas, Yule, the first thing he saw was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. "Happy Yule," said Draco sleepily from where he was sitting up on his bed with Theo, who was chatting happily, with their own presents at the foot of their beds like Harry's. "You, too," said Harry as he stumbled out of bed and pulled on his bathrobe over his pajamas. Together the three boys grabbed their presents and headed downstairs, where unsurprisingly Hermione and Luna were already awake and waiting. Together the group sat by the fire and started unwrapping. Harry picked up the top parcel. It was wrapped in thick brown paper. Across it was scrawled in atrocious handwriting. "To Harry, hope you enjoy and learn. From Auntie." He grinned seeing his Aunt Bella's scratch. It was worse than his. Inside was an old book on the dark arts. He knew it was from his Uncle Rodolphus and Uncle Rabaston as much as Aunt Bella, and they had obviously found it in Nocturne judging by the contents of it. Not even neutral stores would stock it. He grinned when he noticed Hermione and Draco received the same book. The second parcel he grabbed contained a short but sweet note. "Happy Yule, Hartford. The manor is quiet this year. We are hoping you are enjoying your first at Hogwarts. Missing you. Love, Aunt Sissy and Uncle Luke." Inside was a large box holding an expensive cloak with his initials sewn on the breast pocket. The sewn letters HR were circled by a snake with emerald gems for eyes. Hermione had gotten a more feminine-styled cloak with the same details. Draco got the same design but with his initials, and the snake had silver eyes, plus heaps more from his parents. Smiling, Harry reached for the parcel from his parents. He moved closer to Hermione when it became clear it was a shared gift. Together they read the letter. "Dearest son and daughter, Happy Yule. Whilst we are missing our children this Yule, it is nice knowing you are both safe and spending Yule with your soulmates and friends. I remember the day I first held you both. It is hard to believe that you are 11 now. I have saved this present for the both of you for your first Hogwarts Christmas. I managed to claim this many years ago when I was on a journey before I became a father. For a while it was a memoir of those days. But I realized many years ago that being a parent was the best thing I have ever done. Now it is time to pass on to you, my children. Never let anyone outside of those you trust know you have this. It would easily be traced back to its original owners if someone was to get suspicious. Love, Mother and Father." Harry picked up the package, feeling it carefully. It was very light. At Hermione's nod he unwrapped it. Something fluid and silvery gray went slithering to the floor where it lay in gleaming folds. Draco and Theo gasped. "I've heard of those," Draco said in a hushed voice, dropping the box of every flavor beans he'd gotten from Hermione. "If that's what I think it is, they're really rare, and really valuable," Theo whispered in awe. "What is it?" Luna asked, eyeing the material. She could see the pure magic that was weaved into the very fabric, but couldn't be sure of her suspicions. Harry picked it up delicately while Hermione ran the material through her fingers. It was strange to the touch, like water woven into material. "It's an invisibility cloak," said Hermione, a look of amazement on her face as she felt it. Harry stood up. Then, after yanking Hermione up, threw the cloak around their shoulders. Theo and Draco gave a joint yell. "It is." "Look down." Harry looked down at his feet, but they were gone. The two tried to dash to the mirror at the same time, causing them to stumble over each other. Awkwardly they managed to navigate their way. Sure enough, their reflections looked back at them, just their heads suspended in midair, their body completely invisible. Harry pulled the cloak over their heads and their reflection vanished completely. "I'd give anything for one of these," Draco said enviously as he sat back down to unwrap more presents. Harry and Hermione stared in shock at the cloak that now rested between them. Where had their father gotten it? Pushing the thoughts aside, they would revisit the puzzle later. They continued unwrapping their presents. They had gotten a large amount of books and clothing from their parents as well. From Hermione, along with the traditional box of chocolate frogs. Harry had received something incredible. Hermione, he breathed as he ran his fingers over the old book reverently. She just smiled and leant across to open the front page. He gasped in shock. "What is it?" Draco asked, looking up from his pile. "A limited edition, signed copy of The Lord of the Rings. The Fellowship of the Ring. How in Merlin's name did you get this?" he asked as he hugged his sister soundly, who just shrugged and grinned, happy at his response to the gift. He had bought her a massive book collection on Transfiguration, not just on learning it but the history and famous witch and wizards who excelled at it and how the first castings went. It was already open in her lap. Harry, Hermione and Draco all received a small box each which held vials of potions ingredients from Severus. He never left notes but they always knew which were his gifts. From Draco he received a book on Quidditch, one of the few that he didn't already have. From Blaise, Theo, Daphne and Pansy he got different boxes of his favorite chocolate, candy and little knickknacks like a small plastic Muggle water gun, Muggle bubbles, card games and coloring books. Luna had gotten them all a plush toy version of their favorite magical creatures. Harry received a basilisk with shiny emerald scales. It looked very much like the one his father had a photo of in his office. She lived in Slytherin's chamber, but his father had said he wouldn't tell them where the chamber was. They had to find it on their own, much to Harry's annoyance, whereas Hermione saw it as a challenge. Draco unwrapped a dragon, specifically an Antipodean opal eye, native to New Zealand. They had seen one when they had gone to a reserve in Nevis Valley just outside of Queenstown when they were 8. Hermione showed off her Dirical. Muggles believed them to be called dodo birds which were hunted to extinction, but they hadn't. Muggles were just unaware of the ability it has to become invisible. Theo got a hippogriff. He had loved them since he was a boy and rode one when his older cousin showed him the female he was nursing back to health as a magical creature healer. Blaise was happy with his acromantula. No one could understand his fascination with them. Daphne received a simple white unicorn with pink hoofs. Pansy got a very realistic bowtruckle, an ugly, tree dweller with long sharp fingers, 2 on each hand, with a general appearance of a flat-faced little stickman made of bark and twigs. He grinned knowing Luna herself had a plush toy of a thestral on her bed. Harry couldn't stop the smile on his face when he saw Fred for the first time that day. It was at the early afternoon Christmas dinner. Fred always seemed happy and carefree, a smile across his freckled face, as he entered the great hall with his brothers. "You're not sitting with the prefects today," he heard George saying. "Christmas is a time for family." Fred agreed as they frog-marched Percy towards the table, his arms pinned to his side by his sweater which had a capital P on it, for prefect according to the identical troublemakers. Fred and George were wearing blue sweaters themselves, one with a large yellow F on it, the other a G. "I don't know why Mom insists on putting the letters on our jumpers," George said loudly as he sat down between Hermione and Draco. It appeared they had lost and Percy had managed to escape the grinning twins. The freed prefect made a beeline towards the older years. "I mean we know our names are Gred and Forge." Fred finished sitting next to Harry, winking at the younger boy as he helped himself to food. Since the walk by the lake the twins had taken to sitting with them and surprisingly, they got along with the snakes well. Although it wasn't so surprising once the twins revealed the hat had wanted to place them in Slytherin, and only hadn't because the twins begged for Gryffindor like their parents in fear of disownment. Harry had never in all his life had such a Yule dinner, even at the manor. It was usually a quiet family affair. It had started that way when Harry was still skittish and afraid of everyone, then it became a tradition. An obscene amount of fat roasted turkeys and chickens, mountains of roasted and boiled potatoes, platters of chipolatas, tureens of buttered peas, silver boats of thick, rich gravy and cranberry sauce. Stacks of wizard crackers every few feet along the table. These fantastic party favors were nothing like the feeble Muggle ones the orphanage usually bought, with their little plastic toys and their flimsy paper hats inside. Most purebloods never saw the point of buying them as they were for the holiday Christmas which they didn't celebrate. Harry happily pulled a wizard cracker with Fred while they were grinning widely at each other, and it didn't just bang. It went off with a blast like a cannon and engulfed them all in a cloud of blue smoke. While from the inside exploded a rear admiral's hat and several live, white mice. Harry blushed brightly when Fred placed the hat on his head softly while watching him fondly. Up at the high table, Dumbledore had swapped his pointed wizard's hat for a flowered bonnet, and was chuckling merrily at a joke Professor Flitwick had just read him. Flaming Christmas puddings followed the turkey. Percy nearly broke his teeth on a silver sickle embedded in his slice. Harry watched Hagrid getting redder and redder in the face as he called for more wine, finally kissing Professor McGonagall on the cheek, who, to the group of first years and third years, amazement and Severus disgust, giggled and blushed, her top hat lopsided. Harry felt bad for Severus, who was stuck between McGonagall and Dumbledore, looking quite bored and disinterested. Harry, Hermione, their friends and the Weasley twins spent their late afternoon, happily having a furious snowball fight on the grounds. Harry, Fred, and George against Hermione, Theo, Draco and Luna. Despite having one less player, Harry, Fred and George won and then proceeded to rub it in their faces. Together, the group, which was cold, wet, and gasping for breath, returned to the fire in the Slytherin common room. Since they were alone, they snuck the twins in for a secret sleepover. After a small late-night meal of leftover turkey, chicken sandwiches, crumpets, trifle, and Christmas cake, everyone felt too full and sleepy to do much before bed except sit and watch Draco and Theo chase Fred and George all over Slytherin's dungeons because they'd turned their hair an ugly shade of pink. It had been one of Harry's best Yule days ever. When everyone had finally calmed down and talking amongst themselves, Harry finally approached Fred, and with his face burning he handed him a small box wrapped in Gryffindor red and gold. "You didn't have to," Fred whispered, pulling Harry to his lap. "I know, but I wanted to," Harry whispered back, trying to avoid gaining everyone's attention. Grinning, Fred ripped into his gift as quickly as he could, only stopping once he had opened the box. Looking down, he gasped, pulling it out by the chain. Dangling in front of him was a beautiful miniature snitch pendant on a silver necklace with miniature beater bats resting on the wings. "It's the snitch I caught in our first match. I had Professor Snape's help shrinking it, and freezing and sticking the wings so the bats wouldn't just slide off," Harry explained quickly, not wanting Fred to hate it. "Also, it is charmed to be a portkey. Since they can't be charmed to people, I got it charmed to my necklace. It will always bring you to me regardless of wards and charms," he said, hurriedly pulling his necklace out. It was the Slytherin pendant he had received the day of his adoption. "Harry," Fred whispered, looking at him, his blue eyes soft, filled with something Harry couldn't name. "This is incredible," he breathed as he placed it around his neck, handling it with care. "Really?" Harry asked, sitting up straighter with a soft smile. "Really," he confirmed, hugging the boy on his lap tight to him. Blushing, Harry snuggled into the third year. "I got something for you too, although it isn't expensive or anything fancy," Fred said sheepishly as he pulled something out of his pocket. Harry looked at him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he reached for the small box. Opening it, he gaped in shock, opening and closing his mouth repeatedly. Inside was a stunning hand-crafted Nimbus 2000 broomstick model on a handmade stand. "I know it isn't," Fred started, but was cut off by an over-enthusiastic Harry, who was hugging him tightly. "It's beautiful, Fred," Harry whispered, grinning widely. "Did you craft this yourself?" he asked in shock as he turned it over in his hands carefully. "Well, I had help from magic with the rough edges, but I did most of it by hand," he said, turning slightly pink at Harry's reaction to his present. "Hope you liked this chapter. Look forward to reading your thoughts. If there are any mistakes, I apologize. Feel free to point them out." "Okay, I'm done. The reason so many chapters went up at once is because I had already written this far for another page. I wanted to get the one up to the same speed, but my interest was being stupid, so it took a few days to do it. Smiley face. Now I should be doing an update once every week or two." Chapter 18. The old grandfather clock that rested in Slytherin Dorm's lounge chimed loudly as it rolled over to midnight. The clock, which was rumored to have belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself, was charmed to chime loudly to everyone who was awake, yet be silent to those sleeping. Harry was the only one from the party the night before still awake. He was resting on Fred's lap in the chair they had been in most of the night. Fred was snoring lightly as Harry listened to his heartbeat. From where he was, he could see Draco, who had curled up into a ball next to stairs that lead to their rooms with a thick blanket. Hermione and Theo had fallen asleep together in front of the fire on a mound of couch pillows. Luna was on the three-people couch. She had started out stretched out across it. Now she was half on the couch and half on floor. George had somehow managed to fall asleep on the wooden table in the middle of the room. Chuckling at his friends and family, Harry sat up only to see the invisibility cloak resting where he had left it amongst the wrapping paper and other gifts. Standing up, he walked over and picked it back up. It was just as he remembered it, smoother than silk and as light as air. He couldn't resist. Throwing it around his shoulders, he grinned as he looked down, and his body had disappeared much like earlier. He could only see the moonlight and shadows. Harry felt more awake than he had felt before. He had the entire of Hogwarts at his disposal. He crept towards the entrance when he heard a throat clearing behind him. He spun around quickly with a guilty expression on his face. The look disappeared when he saw who it was. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked as quietly as she could. "Exploring," he admitted, not even trying to pretend being sheepish. "Not without me," she exclaimed. He grinned as she dashed over and climbed under the cloak. Together they left the dorm. It was exciting to know they could go anywhere and no professor or even Filch would know. "Where should we go?" Harry asked, his heart racing. It was so much more exciting when he knew it was forbidden. "Library," Hermione grinned. Under the cloak they could only just make out each other's face, but even with the limited light he could see his sister's expression. "Myone, we have the entire school and you want to go to the library?" Harry groaned. "Restricted section. We could find those books Father talks about," she whispered, explained, seeing the appeal of being able to get into the restricted section without being suspected of doing something nefarious. Harry nodded his head in agreement. The library was pitch black and extremely eerie. Harry lit the lamp Hermione had actually thought to bring along, as to see his way along the rows of books. The lamp looked as if it was floating along in midair, and even though Harry could feel his arm supporting it, the sight gave him the creeps, which truly meant something considering who his father was and what he had seen before. The restricted section was right at the back of the library, so together they took turns carefully, stepping carefully over the rope that separated these books from the rest of the library. At Hermione's nudge, he held up the lamp higher to read the titles. They didn't tell him much. Their peeling, faded gold letters spelled words in languages Harry, even with all his training, couldn't understand. Some had no title at all. One book had a dark stain on it that looked like blood. It strangely made him think of the old Lestrange in black. Libraries. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck prickled. That was unusual. Maybe he was imagining it, maybe not, but he thought a faint whispering was coming from the books, as though they knew someone was there who shouldn't be. Maybe it was because he wasn't meant to be here, but he felt out of place, unsure, despite knowing there was no way the books here could be worse than his father's collection. He had to start somewhere. Setting the lamp down carefully on the floor, he looked along the bottom shelf for an interesting-looking book. A large black and silver volume caught his eye. He pulled it out with difficulty, because it was very heavy, and, balancing it on his knee, with Hermione supporting him, let it fall open. A piercing, blood-curdling shriek split the silence. The book was screaming at him. Harry snapped it shut, but the shriek went on, one high, unbroken, ear-splitting note. He stumbled backward, taking Hermione with him, and knocked over the lamp, which went out at once. Panicking, they heard footsteps coming down the corridor outside, stuffing the shrieking book back on the shelf. Hermione grabbed his arm. After making sure the cloak was still covering them, she dragged him towards the entrance. They passed Filch in the doorway. Filch's pale, wild eyes looked straight through him. Together they slipped under Filch's outstretched arm and streaked off up the corridor, the book's shrieks still ringing in their ears. Harry came to a sudden halt in front of a tall suit of armor. He had been so busy getting away from the library, he hadn't paid attention to where he was going. Perhaps because it was dark, he didn't recognize where he was at all. There was a suit of armor near the kitchens, he knew, but he must be 5 floors above there. "Where are we?" he whispered. "No clue," Hermione admitted softly. Then they heard the most unwelcome voice they could hear. "You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library restricted section." Harry felt the blood drain out of his face. Looking at Hermione, she was sporting a similar expression. Wherever they were, Filch must know a shortcut, because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to his horror, it was his Uncle Sev who replied. "The restricted section. Well, they can't be far. We'll catch them." Severus would kill him for being out this late alone, or at the very least for being caught. Harry stood rooted to the spot as Filch and Severus came around the corner ahead. They couldn't see them, of course, but it was a narrow corridor, and if they came much nearer they'd knock right into them. The cloak didn't stop either of them from being solid. He backed away as quietly as he could, his hand clasping Hermione's and pulling her with him. A door stood ajar to his left. It was their only hope. He squeezed through it, holding his breath, trying not to move it, and to his relief he managed to get inside the room without them noticing anything. Quickly he moved back so Hermione could squeeze through after him. Filch and Severus walked straight past, and Harry leaned against the wall, breathing deeply, listening to their footsteps dying away. That had been close, very close. It was a few seconds before he noticed anything about the room they had entered. It looked like an unused classroom. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls, and there was an upturned wastepaper basket, but propped against the wall facing him was something that didn't look as if it belonged there, something that looked as if someone had just put it there to keep it out of the way. It was a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on two clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top. Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. He gasped loudly, pulling the cloak off. He stared in shock. The Mirror of Erised. He couldn't believe it was at Hogwarts. He had only heard stories of the mirror before. It was an artifact his father had spoken about. He had hoped once to find it when he was young and exploring the wizarding world. Hermione, is this? Harry asked. The trembling in his normally steady voice gave away his excitement. It is, she said in a hushed whisper, green eyes wide. She had only dreamed about finding something so amazing. Mr. and Miss Riddle. A soft voice spoke from behind him. Screaming, Harry jumped and spun around in shock to see none other than Albus Dumbledore himself. Hermione stared at him wide-eyed as she subtly kicked the cloak to behind her feet, hidden by her own dressing gown. Sir, Harry responded, gasping for his breath. Sorry my boy, I did not mean to startle you. Dumbledore smiled. Harry didn't believe him for a minute, his hands clenching at being called his boy. I see you have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erised, he said, smiling softly. So it's the true artifact then? Hermione asked excitedly, turning back to look at the old and frankly dusty mirror. Indeed, I take it you know what it does then? Dumbledore mused at the excited first year, who nodded frantically. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts, Hermione said, quoting one of the only passages on the mirror that could be found in the books. Please sir, Harry whispered softly, trying to seem as unthreatening as possible. I know it is said to be dangerous, but can we look just once? He begged. Of course my boy, just remember it shows us neither the truth or knowledge. Nodding to show they understood, Hermione and Harry scurried to stand in front of the mirror with their eyes closed and hands clasped together. Taking a deep breath, they opened them slowly, only to sigh in disappointment. It's broken sir, Harry whispered, feeling crushed. What my boy? Dumbledore asked in shock. The damnable twinkle was gone as he stared at the confused first year like he had turned into the giant squid in front of him. There is nothing there, Hermione said slowly for the stupid old man to understand. But the confirmation just made the old coot smile happily at the young boy, and the twinkle was back, sparkling brighter than before. Only the happiest person in the world could look in the mirror and see just his reflection, Dumbledore explained softly. Harry beamed as he heard that, while Hermione felt slightly stupid for not remembering it. They left the room waving at the headmaster. Dumbledore didn't know for how long he stood there watching the spot where the Riddle heirs had stood. He couldn't believe it. Neither of them saw anything. Maybe it would be all right this time. Maybe they wouldn't take after their late father. Smiling, he left the room, making sure the charms were in place. Only the truly curious could enter. He had to ensure Henry Potter found the mirror and saved the stone. The boy had to believe he could defeat the Dark Lord when he returned. Having the Dark Lord's son and daughter on the light side could only help their mission and their power. When they got back to the dungeons, Harry wasted no time climbing back onto the leather chair with a spare blanket and lay back down on Fred and falling into the land of dreams, while Hermione curled back up with Theo. The next morning they excitedly told them all what they had seen. Fred and George sulked until Harry promised to take them back. The following week, as Harry wanted to wait for Daphne, Pansy and Blaise to get back from their Christmas holidays. The night everyone came back to Hogwarts, Harry had arranged to meet with Fred and George before heading to the mirror room. Hermione, Draco, Pansy, Daphne, Blaise and Theo all cramped under the invisibility cloak together. How they stayed completely invisible was anyone's guess. Although it probably helped that Hermione, Pansy and Daphne were shorter than most 11-year-olds. Whilst Fred and George took off with Luna and Harry, saying they had their own way to get around unseen, but all Harry could see was an old parchment. Shrugging it off as unimportant, he just made sure they were moving in the right direction. And together the odd group of students made their way to the old classroom. When they got there after many wrong turns, they all took turns standing in front of the mirror. Luna saw herself running her father's Quibbler newspaper, magazine, publishing her articles and photographs of the creatures. Daphne and Pansy both saw themselves owning a clothing line, which led to them discussing the option of doing it together to make it happen. Blaise saw himself as a defense wizard, lawyer, like his father before him. Theo saw Hermione, and a family standing with him while he wore the badge and cloak of being an unspeakable. Draco saw himself being adored and loved as he ran the Wizengamot, which had Harry laughing. He loved his cousin, but he could be a pompous git when he wanted. Fred and George saw the same thing as each other, their own joke shop in Diagon Alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Although Fred whispered in Harry's ear later, he also saw Harry standing with them in front of the store, his wedding band glistening on the hand that held up a newborn baby. Just as they were ready to leave, they heard two sets of footsteps heading towards them. Quickly they climbed behind the mirror. Squashed together, they dared not to make a sound. "Are you sure this is it?" they heard. Eyes wide, they all looked at each other in shock. They knew that whiny voice anywhere. "Yes, Ron," a second voice replied, sounding exasperated. "I overheard Dumbledore talking to my dad about it. Apparently someone found it, so he wants to move to a new home, so tonight is our last chance to see it," Henry said haughtily. Harry had to stifle a laugh when Fred and George started to mime stabbing thin air, whilst rolling their eyes at the same time. "So we just stand in front of it?" Ron asked, sounding dubious. "Watch me," Henry snapped, stepping forward. "What do you see?" Ron asked eagerly, causing Draco and Harry to mime gagging along with Fred and George. "I don't believe it," Henry whispered. "What?" Ron demanded. "I've defeated Voldemort. I'm standing with my parents and sister after I've killed him permanently," he said, grinning madly. He knew it. He was going to defeat him. Everyone said so, and then he will get the fame he deserved. "Potter has a sibling," Theo whispered, shocked before clamping his hands over his mouth, but Henry and Ron were too busy talking to hear them. "Yeah, she is a redhead like her mother, and just as annoying as our sister, to be honest," Fred grumbled, with George nodding his head in agreement. Theo, Luna and Draco, who didn't know about the third Potter, were disgusted. They claimed to light, yet they keep two children and threw away one. Harry and Hermione had both known. Rose Potter was born shortly after Harry had been dumped at the Dursleys. They were pulled out of their own conversation and thoughts when Henry and Ron started arguing loudly. "You've seen it, now it's my turn," Ron was growling. "No way, it was my idea, therefore I get longer," Henry declared. Finally, after more yelling, Henry moved aside to let Ron have a look. I'm wearing the head boy badge like Bill used to, and I'm holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. Bloody hell, I'm Quidditch captain too." Ron tore his eyes away from this splendid sight to look excitedly at Harry. "Do you think this mirror shows the future?" Harry and Hermione only barely covered their mouths as they snorted in disbelief. "I don't know. It must. Why else would I see myself defeating Voldemort? But I don't understand why you would get head boy over me. I mean, mate, I'm not being rude, but I am the boy who lived," Henry said haughtily. "Maybe you are too busy training to defeat him. Then, as the only good choice left in our year group, Dumbledore chose me to be head boy," Ron said quickly. It was clear he wasn't happy at Henry's words, but not wanting to upset his best friend and the boy who lived, he just went with what he wanted. "Maybe you're right. I mean, after me, no one but you would make sense," Henry nodded as if the matter was closed, and to him perhaps that was the end of it. Together the two boys left, talking about their futures. After they left, Harry started laughing hard, eventually joined in by his friends. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. I am curious, how many of you readers are for or against Mpreg? I haven't decided yet. I am torn between Mpreg and making them adopt and using a blood adoption. Like with Harry and Hermione, once a blood adoption is done, the child will look like the parents and their genetics and magic will change, so it will be as if they gave birth. Let me know what you think of the chapter and if you like Mpreg or not. I had to edit as someone pointed out a mistake to me. Ron and Henry weren't at Hogwarts for Christmas. I have edited it that they went when everyone was back in Pasney. Blaise and Daphne went with them. All changed are between the two asterisks, so sorry. Chapter 19. Harry was out on the Quidditch pitch with the Slytherin team training yet again. Even the endless rain that had replaced the snow couldn't dampen Marcus's spirits. On one of their rare moments together, Fred complained that wood was just as bad. Time together was so hard to get because of their separate training times on top of all the homework that been piled on them. But despite how tired he was, Harry agreed with Marcus. If they won their next match against Hufflepuff, they would overtake Gryffindor in the house championship. Apart from wanting to win, Harry found he slept easier and had less nightmares about Potter trying to kill him. Today's session was particularly wet and muddy. Fred and George Weasley had joined them so Fred could spend some time with Harry. The Slytherins were used to the twins hanging around them now. Marcus was one of the few who also knew of the soul bond. Unfortunately, today Marcus was not in the mood for the twins' antics. They were diving bombing each other, then proceeding to pretend to fall of their brooms. Normally this wouldn't bug anyone, but it was in the middle of the pitch while they were training and Marcus had to deliver bad news. Potter's refereeing this time, and he'll be looking for any excuse to knock points off Slytherin. Marcus yelled. George Weasley really did fall off his broom at these words, proving he was listening in. Potter's refereeing? He spluttered through a mouthful of mud. When's he ever refereed a Quidditch match? He's not going to be fair to you guys if we might actually overtake Slytherin by you guys losing to Hufflepuff. Fred said, looking at Harry in concern. The rest of the team landed next to the twins to complain, not even fazed anymore by the twins. It's not my fault, Marcus growled. We've just got to play our first clean game, so Potter hasn't got an excuse to pick on us. Which was all very well, thought Harry. But he had another reason for not wanting Potter near him while he was playing Quidditch. The looks he still received from the professor made him think he would actually try to hurt him. The rest of the team hung back to talk to one another as usual at the end of practice, but Harry headed straight back to the Slytherin common room after the twins swore they would try everything to help. Unlike the rest of their house, they wanted to win fairly. Plus Fred wanted to keep his soulmate safe now he had found him. The common room was where he found all his friends playing the board game Scrabble. It was charmed to respond to their voices and move on its own. Don't talk to me for a moment, said Draco when Harry sat down next to him, behind Luna. I need to. He stopped talking once he caught sight of Harry's face. What's the matter with you? You look terrible, Blaise asked, causing the rest of them to look up. Speaking quietly so that no one else would hear, Harry told the other two about Potter's sudden, sinister desire to be a Quidditch referee. Don't play, said Pansy at once. Say you're ill, said Blaise. Pretend to break your leg, Theo suggested. Really break your leg, said Hermione with an evil smirk. I can help, she offered, receiving a cuff to her head from Draco. I can't, said Harry. There isn't a reserve seeker. If I back out, Slytherin can't play at all. In their history of magic class, the Gryffindors slept, except Henry and Ron, who seemed to be arguing about something yet again. Professor Binns kept talking, unaware of his students' disinterest. Absently copying down different goblins in the last rebellion, Harry and Hermione were discussing trying to steal the stone for their father. Although he had never truly died, his body had never truly recovered, not to mention the unlimited gold. Their discussion went for almost the entire lesson. As they came to the agreement to at least try to retrieve it, Harry noticed Draco drawing a Quidditch game. I'm going to play, he told Draco and Hermione, who were the only two close enough to hear him without the Gryffindors listening in. If I don't, all the Gryffindors will think I'm just too scared to face James Potter. I'll show them. It will really wipe the smiles off their faces if we win. Just as long as we're not wiping you off the field, said Daphne as Pansy and Luna nodded in agreement while Hermione seemed to be picturing scrapping Harry off the pitch. As the match drew nearer, however, Harry became more and more nervous, not that he admitted to anyone besides Fred. The redhead had a way of calming Harry down by just being next to him, although they had taken to hiding in the library to just have a few words before having to separate. Thankfully the rest of the team wasn't too calm either. It meant he wasn't alone, although for them it was the idea of overtaking Gryffindor in the house championship again. Harry didn't know whether he was imagining it or not, but he seemed to keep running into Potter wherever he went. At times, he even wondered whether Potter was following him, trying to catch him on his own. Harry knew, when they wished him good luck outside the locker rooms the next afternoon, that his friends and sister were wondering whether they'd ever see him alive again. This wasn't what you'd call comforting. Harry hardly heard a word of Marcus's pep talk as he pulled on his Quidditch robes and picked up his Nimbus 2000. Draco, Hermione, Theo, Blaise, Pansy, Daphne and Luna meanwhile, had found a place in the stands. Little did Harry know that Hermione had Had them all been secretly practicing the leg locker curse and were ready to use it on Potter or Quirrell if either showed any sign of wanting to hurt Harry. Now, don't forget, it's locomotor mortis, Hermione muttered as Draco slipped his wand up his sleeve. I know, he snapped. Don't nag Myone, Blaise muttered. Back in the locker room, Marcus had taken Harry aside. Don't want to pressure you, Harry, but if we ever need an early capture of the snitch it's now. Finish the game before Potter can favor Hufflepuff too much. The whole school's out there, said Adrian, peering out of the door. Even, blimey, Dumbledore's come to watch, Graham gasped. Harry's heart did a somersault. Dumbledore, he said, dashing to the door to make sure. Graham was right. There was no mistaking that Silverbeard. Harry could have laughed out loud with relief he was safe. There was simply no way that Potter would dare to try to hurt him if Dumbledore was watching. Dumbledore still believed Harry could be saved, and therefore not want any harm to come to him yet. Potter was looking so angry as the teams marched onto the field, angrier than anyone had seen him all year, something that Draco noticed, too. I've never seen Potter look so mean, he told Hermione. Look, they're off. Ouch. Someone had poked Draco in the back of the head. It was Weasley. Oh, sorry, Malfoy, didn't see you there, he said, grinning broadly at Potter Jr., Finnegan and Thomas. Wonder how long Riddle's going to stay on his broom this time. Anyone want to bet? What about you, Malfoy? Draco didn't answer. James had just awarded Hufflepuff a penalty because Reese Colton had hit a bludger at the keeper. Hermione, who had all her fingers crossed in her lap, was squinting fixedly at Harry, who was circling the game like a hawk, looking for the snitch. You know how I think they choose people for the Slytherin team, said Henry loudly a few minutes later, as his father awarded Hufflepuff another penalty for no reason at all. It's people they feel sorry for. See, there's Riddle, whose own parents didn't want him home for Christmas. Then there's Flint, who's got no brains or looks. You should be on the team, Malfoy. You've got no future, besides being a Death Eater wannabe. I'm warning you, Weasel, Potter. One more word, Draco, said Hermione suddenly. Harry. What? Where? The others demanded, as Harry had suddenly gone into a spectacular dive, which drew gasps and cheers from the crowd. Hermione stood up, her crossed fingers in her mouth, as Harry streaked toward the ground like a bullet. You're in luck, Weasley. Harry's obviously spotted some money on the ground, said Draco, smirking in triumph. Ronald and Henry snapped to insult, despite giving their own earlier. Before Draco knew what was happening, Weasley was on top of him, wrestling him to the ground. Theo and Blaise hesitated for only a second, before clambering over the backs of their seats to help. Come on, Harry, Hermione screamed, leaping onto her seat to watch as Harry sped straight at James. She didn't even notice the boys and the Gryffindors rolling around under her seat, or the scuffles and yelps coming from the whirl of fists that was Theo, Blaise, Finnegan, and Thomas. Up in the air, James turned on his broomstick just in time to see something emerald green shoot past him, missing him by inches. The next second, Harry had pulled out of the dive, his arm raised in triumph, the snitch clasped in his hand. The stands erupted. It had to be a record. No one could ever remember the snitch being caught so quickly. Draco. Draco. Where are you? The game's over, Harry's won. We've won. Slytherin is in the lead, shrieked Hermione, dancing up and down on her seat and hugging Pansy, Daphne and Luna. Harry jumped off his broom. A foot from the ground, he couldn't believe it. He'd done it. The game was over. It had barely lasted 5 minutes. As the Slytherins came spilling onto the field, he saw Potter Sr. land nearby, white-faced and tight-lipped. Then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up into Dumbledore's smiling face. Well done, said Dumbledore quietly, so that only Harry could hear. Nice to see you haven't been brooding about that mirror. Been keeping busy, not worrying about not seeing anything, moving past the disappointment. Harry gave a fake smile and walked off to his team, as James spat bitterly on the ground. Harry left the locker room alone some time later, to take his Nimbus 2000 back to the broomshed. He couldn't ever remember feeling happier. He'd really done something to be proud of now. No one could say he was just a famous name anymore. The evening air had never smelled so sweet. He walked over the damp grass, reliving the last hour in his head, which was a happy blur. Slytherins running to lift him onto their shoulders. Draco and Hermione in the distance, jumping up and down, Blaise and Theo cheering through heavy nosebleeds. Harry stood by the lake with his friends enjoying the sun setting and the talk about his amazing Quidditch game, when Draco pointed out two figures hiding in the shadows. Shuffling as silently as possible, the 8 Slytherin first years slid towards the two shadows. The voices getting clearer and clearer, but Harry still strained to catch what they were saying. Don't know why you wanted TT to meet here of all places, Severus. Oh, I thought we'd keep this private. Uncle Sev's voice was icy. Students aren't supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone, after all. Harry and Hermione leaned forward to hear what Quirrell was mumbling, but Severus got annoyed and interrupted him. Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet? But Severus, You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, said Severus, taking a step toward him. I don't know what you. You know perfectly well what I mean. An owl hooted loudly, causing them to all jump and lose their balance, steadying themselves in time to hear Severus say. Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting. But I don't. Very well, Severus cut in. We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie. He threw his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. It was almost dark now, but they could all still see Quirrell, as ran away. Suddenly from behind the trees stepped Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Eyes wide they leaned forward again to hear the two Gryffindors talking. So we were right, it is the Sorcerer's Stone, and Snape's trying to force Quirrell to help him get it. He asked if he knew how to get past Fluffy, and he said something about Quirrell's hocus pocus. I reckon there are other things guarding the stone apart from Fluffy, loads of enchantments, probably, and Quirrell would have done some anti-dark arts spell that Snape needs to break through. Henry said as if he had worked out the hardest problem ever. It took everything Harry had to not snort out loud. So you mean the stone's only safe as long as Quirrell stands up to Snape? Said Weasley in alarm. It'll be gone by next Tuesday, Ronald moaned in dismay. Harry rolled his eyes at their stupidity. Why would Severus want the stone? Thanks everyone. Sorry if this isn't as good as most chapters, not feeling %100 but wanted to get this up, smiley face. Leave reviews and enjoy. Also last chapter it was pointed out to me that I made a mistake. Henry and Ron were away, so I edited to so they went back to mirror the day everyone returned. It is done between the two ***. Thanks everyone. Chapter 20. I am so sick of studying, Harry cried as he threw the book he had been reading on the table. It was only 2 weeks since the game against Hufflepuff, and the schoolwork was piling up on them. Even for the 8 Slytherin first years who had been taught most things young, were struggling with the workload that they had been given. All their professors seemed to be under the impression that they were the only professors to give the students study guides to follow, to help complete their essays and go over their study notes. It isn't that bad, Theo scoffed before getting up to look for yet another book on transfiguration. My brain feels like it's been subjected to the Cruciatus curse, Draco moaned, smacking his head on the table. Harry and Blaise nodded empathically. Shall we test that theory? Hermione asked sweetly as she looked up from the essay she had been writing on herbology. Daphne, Pansy and Luna giggled behind their hands when the three boys shook their heads quickly with wide eyes. I'm bored. Let's have a break, Harry whined pathetically after a few moments of silence. We only have 10 weeks before the exams, Hermione snapped. That's age as my own, please, Harry pleaded. We need to pass these exams, Hartford. Don't call me that, he snapped back. The Rackspurts are feeding off your energies. Luna hummed softly. She's right, it's time to relax and take a breather, Theo said warmly. We have to pass or else we won't move on to second year, Hermione whispered, the stress finally breaking her resolve to be impassive. You know everything, you learned most of this before you were 8 my own, you don't need to study, if you overload your brain you won't remember any of it. You need to calm down, maybe have some fun or at least relax. Theo soothed. And finally after a good half an hour they managed to get Hermione to leave the library for some much-needed rest in what they believed was the old prefects and head boy-girl meeting room that they had found a few months prior. So do you think Potter and Weasley will try to save the stone like Dumbledore wants? Draco asked as he reclined back into seat on his arms folded behind his head. The other houses would fall over in shock seeing the heirs of such prestigious houses so undignified. They had placed dusty old armchairs around covered in thick blankets, bundled up in their warmest clothes with the jars of fire sitting in the middle of it all. Yeah, it is just a matter of when. Harry nodded with a pensive look. Well, we want to get it for Father, right? So we need to get it before them, Hermione said, but before anyone could say anything about her stating the obvious, she continued quickly. But we don't want to go before we have a vague idea of what protects the stone. We also can't give Dumbledore a chance to see it's missing before they go down. That way you will believe Quirrell, if it is him working with the old man, has turned against him and stolen it for himself. When do you think Tweedledum and Tweedledee will go? Harry asked curiously as he munched on their leftover brownies. Who knows, Blaise said, leaning back in his chair. Maybe we should take turns of spying on them whenever we can, Pansy suggested. It's the best we can do, Harry mumbled unhappily. We could get the information out of Hagrid if we had time to lay the groundwork, but since we don't, we should just stick close whenever we see him with the Gryffindors. He will most likely be where they're getting all their information, Daphne rationalized. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Nargles have told me there are 7 tasks to complete before you can present your father, our lord, with the treasure he desires. Luna spoke up dreamily as she stared into the air above them, her beautiful blue eyes misted over as she listened to the messages her magic sung to her. How in Salazar's name can we figure what those obstacles are? Harry asked as he stood up and started pacing around. Each task will be solved as they are approached. The 3 that enter will each have the skills to ensure their survival, Luna whispered softly. Harry nodded his head, accepting the information she passed on. He never doubted her. They had been friends for too long for any of them to doubt her now. Who will go down? Blaise asked, looking slightly worried. The Prince and Princess of Darkness with their knight, Luna replied. Suddenly her eyes seemed to focus and she smiled serenely at her friends and reached for some of the pumpkin juice that Harry had gotten from the kitchens. So Harry, Hermione and Draco? Daphne asked. That's what I got, Pansy nodded along with Blaise and Theo. Looky here, Gred. What have we found? Another voice spoke from the doorway. Spinning around, the first years were shocked to see Fred and George Weasley standing there with matching smirks. How long have you been there? Harry asked curiously. Long enough to know, Fred started. Harry felt his heart drop. They knew everything. Absolutely nothing. But we got curious. George continued, grinning. Harry rolled his eyes. His soulmate and his twin would be the death of him. So we came to see what mischief you ickle firsties are causing, Fred finished as he picked Harry off his seat, sat down and placed him on his lap. Blushing, Harry just accepted it and made himself comfortable. Well, we haven't done any pranks since we got here. Maybe it's time we change that? Harry questioned, sending big innocent doe eyes at his sister. Well then, you have come to the right people. We can help, the twins said, grinning from ear to ear. How do you put up with that? Draco asked in confusion. It isn't that hard, besides I like it, it's unique. Harry shrugged. Yes, but you're insane. Hermione smirked. We share blood, dear sister, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Yes, but I'm more mother, you are more father, Hermione retorted. You say that like it's a bad thing, Harry said, tilting his to the side in question. It is, Hermione, Draco, Blaise, Daphne, Pansy and Theo yelled, while Luna giggled and Fred and George looked confused. It took 2 days to finish every detail. Hours were spent in the abandoned room working together. Fred and George had also bought in their best friend Lee Jordan. It turned out he was very much like the twins, funny, smart, a prankster, yet he was cooler, more level-headed. They divided into groups to come up their plans of attacks. Harry and Hermione were with Fred, George and Theo. They were Team Yellow. Draco was with Blaise and Lee. They were Team Blue. The last group was Daphne, Pansy and Luna, and they were Team Red. Each group would come up with a prank that they wanted to unleash on one house. Their names responded to the house. Yellow as Hufflepuff, Blue as Ravenclaw and Red as Gryffindor. Harry pouted when they decided he couldn't have Gryffindor. Apparently they wanted to prank and not maim. Team Yellow. Any ideas? Harry asked curiously. Well, let's focus on the house specifically, Theo said thoughtfully. That's what we are doing, Harry said slowly and carefully. No, I mean, okay, what's the qualities the Sorting Hat focuses on? He asked. Dedication, hard work, fair play, patience, kindness, tolerance, unafraid of toil and loyalty, Hermione rattled off instantly. Oh, and their element is earth. Why do you know that? Harry asked incredulously. We learned it before we came to Hogwarts, she replied. We can work with that, Fred said, grinning. There is a potion that takes like an hour to make. It will make them all distrusting, thinking no one is loyal, Harry smirked. Will we get in trouble for using it if caught? George asked hesitantly. Not in the way you're asking. Yes, because it's a prank, but no, it's not a dark or dangerous potion, Harry assured them. It works for roughly 10 minutes, Hermione said. Let's do it, Theo grinned. We can also charm the food so it tastes like dirt and earth. Fred laughed. We have our plan, Harry smirked. Team Blue. Draco, Blaise and Lee were sitting together discussing how to hit the Ravenclaws the hardest, which was obviously their intelligence. Because they hold their intelligence to such high standards, we should hit them there, Draco muttered for what seemed like the third time, unfortunately for his teammates, in order to think he repeats himself over and over again. There is a hex that slowly removes information, Blaise said softly. It was based on Obliviate, but it isn't memories, only information, and it isn't permanent and only lasts for maybe 5 to 15 minutes. You can be specific with that spell, can't you? Like what information they forget? Draco asked. Yeah, why? Because we can use it, Draco grinned. We hit them with a spell or potion that will make something happen and also remove the information of how to do reverse it. Lee cried, catching on to what the blonde Slytherin was saying. Draco nodded happily as Blaise's eyes widened before a smirk appeared. We have our game plan, Team Red. I reckon we take away their bravery and pride, Pansy said maliciously. Okay, there are both potions and spells that can make someone scared, so that easy, we just pick one, Daphne nodded. Then we can charm something small to happen that will freak them out and that will destroy their pride, right? Pansy asked. We can use transfiguration and charms to make their goblets turn into something after a specific amount of time, Luna theorized. What would make them scared out of their wits that isn't actually scary? Daphne asked. Spiders, Pansy suggested. Cats? Underwear? At that suggestion all three girls collapsed into giggles. After what seemed like hours of debating, Luna finally hit the jackpot. I've got it, she whispered. Daphne and Pansy sat forward eagerly. Rubber snakes. Snakes to show who did it without being obvious, and also we are their greatest fear and foe. And rubber to make them lose pride over being scared of chew toys for dogs and cats. It's brilliant, Pansy grinned. Genius, Daphne agreed. Before long they were researching through as many books as they could to find the best spells for their prank. And then finally it was time. They were all sitting at dinner when their pranks went off. Hufflepuff had been timed first. Their food was charmed to taste like wet dirt and grass, and when they went to wash out their mouth with their drinks the potion was ingested. But before it could take effect, the Ravenclaws' goblets, plates, food and anything else that was on the table started to float upwards. But with a carefully sent spell none of them could remember how to bring their stuff down as it floated to the top of the Great Hall's ceiling, and because of the storm above them it was impossible to see the floated objects. Meanwhile the Hufflepuffs had started yelling and screaming at each other for imaginary betrayals. The Gryffindors were shaking in fear after they had ingested the potion that had been slipped into their own goblets and food, so that no Gryffindor was left unaffected. A soft and low countdown from the Slytherins timed the 5 seconds they had before all their goblets turned into fake snakes. The screams of terror were almost deafening. Everything had happened within about 2 minutes. But Harry had planned one last prank. Suddenly the sky of the Great Hall began to rain, but only on the Slytherin table. Yells of outrage were heard from their table as Harry laughed. He had used a charm, not well known, that would cause the rain to turn their skin multicolored. He had chosen the idea when he realized if they weren't hit with something then it would be obvious who orchestrated the whole event. The chaos was wonderful. Harry, Hermione, Theo, Draco, Blaise, Daphne, Pansy, Luna, Fred, George and Lee were the only students laughing in amongst the student body, but with so much noise no one could tell. Silence. Dumbledore bellowed, sending a bang out with his wand. Everyone please calm down, your heads of houses are fixing this as we speak, he said calmly with that annoying twinkle going full force. Thankfully for the other students, Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick and Sprout had been able to reverse the spells quickly, and the potions were starting to wear off slowly. Is whoever did this going to own up to this by chance? Dumbledore asked, but much to his disappointment no one owned up. We will be looking into this and find the people responsible, James Potter's suspicious eyes landed on a grinning wickedly Hartford and Hermione Riddle, but even he knew he had no proof, and Dumbledore seemed to still believe the Riddle children could be saved from going down the same path as their father. Glaring angrily, he stabbed at his food in frustration. Everything had gone wrong. His two best friends still weren't talking to him, not since Remus had shown up earlier in the year to scream at him. Apparently the Dursleys had abandoned his youngest son at an orphanage, for using magic of all things. He didn't see why Sirius and Remus found it hard to handle or understand. Harry would have just held Henry back, and it was tiring looking after twins. Even before the attack they had been struggling, and then Henry was famous and Harry was just holding him back from reaching his potential. Finding out his son was Squib from Dumbledore had removed any lingering guilt he had for leaving him with Petunia, now though he was unsure if his son was a Squib. But still, Sirius and Remus had no right to judge him. He had done what was right, he knew he had. Now Hartford Riddle was at Hogwarts haunting him. He was everything he feared. It didn't help he had heard Hermione Riddle call her brother Harry, as what seemed to be a popular nickname for the boy. It was like he was cursed. But he knew after Henry had defeated Voldemort his son would be famous. They still weren't sure how his son had done it. Dumbledore had said it was because he was powerful and the prophecy had foreseen it. Sirius and Remus had shrugged it off, saying it was bullocks. They didn't believe in prophecies. Truthfully, the only one that truly knew what happened was Voldemort himself. It was 2 days later and the professors still had no idea who had been behind the pranks. Although Potter hadn't stopped watching their every move, he seemed even more suspicious than before. "So did you notice how Weasley wasn't in class today?" Draco asked as he sat down in the common room next to Harry. Receiving a nod, he continued. "I had to take his books and homework assignments to him in the hospital wing. He got bitten by something, his foot is like green." He laughed. "Ew." Harry muttered, scrunching up his nose. Anyway, in his books was a note from his brother. Apparently they are meeting him at midnight in a week to fob off a baby dragon for the oaf Hagrid. "No," Harry exclaimed in shock. "I have an idea," Draco said smugly. "It's a bad idea, you will get caught," Hermione interjected. "We won't get caught," Harry and Draco said together happily. Rolling her eyes, Hermione went back to reading, ignoring the foolish plan they were constructing now. "Hope you guys enjoy." Smiley face. "Sorry, it was a bit later than I planned." Chapter 21. Last time. It was 2 days later and the professors still had no idea who had been behind the pranks. Although Potter hadn't stopped watching their every move, he seemed even more suspicious than before. "So did you notice how Weasley wasn't in class today?" Draco asked as he sat down in the common room next to Harry. Receiving a nod, he continued. "I had to take his books and homework assignments to him in the hospital wing. He got bitten by something, his foot is like green." He laughed. "Ew." Harry muttered, scrunching up his nose. Anyway, in his books was a note from his brother. Apparently they are meeting him at midnight in a week to fob off a baby dragon for the oaf Hagrid. "No," Harry exclaimed in shock. "I have an idea," Draco said smugly. "It's a bad idea, you will get caught," Hermione interjected. "We won't get caught," Harry and Draco said together happily. Rolling her eyes, Hermione went back to reading, ignoring the foolish plan they were constructing now. "I can't believe we got caught," Draco grumbled as Harry sulked. It was 11 o'clock the next night, and their amazing plan had fallen flat, just like Hermione had said it would, something she had taken great pleasure in gloating over. "Next time you have a plan, don't come to me," Harry muttered grumpily as they made their way to the entrance hall for their detention. Although they had to admit to themselves that going after Weasley and Potter to lead a professor to them while they still had the dragon was kind of stupid and rash. Granted, the first part had worked perfectly. They had managed to get both Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape to catch them as they were leaving the astronomy tower, crowing loudly about how they had pulled it off. But the problem was Professor McGonagall decided they also deserved to be in detention for being out of hours, no matter how honorable their intentions were. So now, here they were stuck in a late-night detention with Weasley and Potter, and Longbottom. Apparently as they turned the corner it caught sight of the 3 Gryffindors with Filch. "What's Longbottom doing here?" Harry asked, shocked as he took in the chubby boy's terrified and pale face. "I got caught trying to stop them," the boy said miserably. "Shut it, Longbottom, you shouldn't have tried to interfere," Weasley snapped, making his housemate flinch. Harry narrowed his eyes slightly. "So much for house loyalty." "Follow me," Filch said, his voice low and creepy. Lighting a lamp he led them outside, still talking. not that Harry or Draco were actually listening. "I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, he said, leering at them. "It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out, hang you by your thumbs from the ceiling for a few days. God, I miss the screaming." He sighed wistfully. Harry and Draco shared looks. The man was crazy. They marched off across the dark grounds, no sounds heard except their footsteps and Neville, who kept sniffing. Harry wondered what their punishment was going to be. It must be something really horrible, or Filch wouldn't be sounding so delighted. Before they knew it, they were heading into the forest with Hagrid, who had a massive crossbow on his back while chatting happily. Fang, the most cowardly dog Harry had ever met. Weasley and Potter, the boys who actually deserved to be out there doing this servant work. And Neville, who to be honest was the only truly innocent person in their detention party. Harry had to admit, despite not having as much contact with the boy as the girls in their friendship group, he felt extremely guilty knowing that the boy had only snuck out to stop all of them getting caught with a dragon out of hours. It was clear the boy was terrified, but the true Gryffindor bravery was showing through as he pushed himself through the undergrowth of the Forbidden Forest. Before long they came across a disturbing sight. "Look there," said Hagrid. "See that stuff shinin' on the ground? Silvery stuff? That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in there been hurt badly by Summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. We might have Tear put it out of its misery." "And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first?" asked Draco, losing all decorum as he was unable to keep the fear out of his voice. "There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt ye if with me or Fang," said Hagrid. Harry couldn't help but snort. He could think of many creatures that would hurt them even with the gameskeeper or dog with them. "And keep Tear the path. Right, now, we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place. It must have been staggerin' around since last night at least," he said sadly. "So me, Ron, Neville and Malfoy go one way and Riddle, Henry, and Fang'll go the other." "Wait, why'd I get stuck with him?" Henry cried while pointing at Harry. "Oh yes, because you're the only one suffering with his choice," Harry snarked, rolling his eyes. "Quiet, ye, Avenue Tear rely on each other in Tear," Hagrid cried. "Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll send up green sparks, right? Get wands out and practice now. That's it. And if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks, and we'll all come and find ye, so be careful, let's go." The forest was black and silent. A little further into the undergrowth they reached a fork in the earth path, and Ron, Draco, Neville and Hagrid took the left path while Harry, Henry, and Fang took the right. They walked in silence, their eyes on the ground. Every now and then a ray of moonlight through the branches above lit a spot of silver-blue blood on the fallen leaves. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the path became almost impossible to follow because the trees were so thick. Harry thought the blood seemed to be getting thicker. There were splashes on the roots of a tree, as though the poor creature had been thrashing around in pain close by. Harry could see a clearing ahead, through the tangled branches of an ancient oak. "Look," he murmured, holding out his arm to stop Henry, who pushed the arm away angrily before looking himself. Something bright white was gleaming on the ground. They inched closer. It was the unicorn all right, and it was dead. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful and sad. Its long, slender legs were stuck out at odd angles where it had fallen, and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. Even his father knew better than to hurt such a beautiful creature, especially one of pure innocence. It was a fully grown unicorn. Harry knew enough about them to know that. It was a shade of pure white that was so bright that it could make freshly fallen snow look gray in comparison. Unicorn foals are born pure gold and remain so until they are about 2 years old, at which time they start to change color to silver and steadily make their way to the white this one was. They also don't get their horns until around 4 years old. The one Harry was currently looking at was at the very least 7 years old, although no one knew for certain how long they lived for. Various parts of the unicorn, the horn and tail hair in particular, can be used in potions. Unicorn hair in general can also be used for the cores of wands. The tail hair can also be used as binding in bandages due to its incredible strength. Harry thought as he rattled off the uses in his head quickly. He could hear Harry Potter breathing start to get sporadic, indicating his panic. But as Harry's mind whizzed through everything he knew of unicorns, one thing stuck out in mind. None of the uses required the unicorn to be killed. Even for the horn to be used, it had to have fallen off or the unicorn die of natural causes. To slay a unicorn was a horrible crime. Everyone knew that. He felt his magic crackling around them as he allowed the sadness to leave as he grieved for the creature before him. He took a step towards it to try and see what had happened to it, when a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered. Then, out of the shadows, a hooded figure came crawling across the ground like some stalking beast. Harry, Henry, and Fang stood transfixed. The cloaked figure reached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side, and began to drink its blood. Harry's eyes widened in horror. Whoever this was, they had just committed one of the most heinous acts of magic. Fang bolted, running as fast as his 4 legs could carry him. The hooded figure then raised its head and strangely enough looked right at Harry Potter, as if it had been waiting for him. The unicorn blood was dribbling down its front. It got to its feet and came swiftly toward Henry, who apparently couldn't move for fear. As the figure got closer, Henry finally moved, staggering backwards, and screaming loudly. Thinking quickly, Harry sent up the sparks up into the sky, praying the others would find them. The cloaked figure moved towards them, still staring at Harry Potter. Red eyes gleamed angrily in the darkness. Only one person truly had red eyes like that in their world. But Harry could feel the magic oozing off the figure, and it certainly wasn't the cold, alluring, powerful magic of his father. His mind was working quickly. Clearly it wasn't his father, but red eyes, the drinking of the unicorn blood, the philosopher's stone hidden in the castle. Harry gasped as he realized what was happening. He knew Dumbledore had wanted his father to try to get into the school for the stone and to test Harry Potter. And he knew that Dumbledore would have had a fallback villain in case his father hadn't come for it, but never had Harry thought of the possibility of Dumbledore actually having a fake Voldemort as a fallback. He couldn't believe it. The old meddling coot was actually crazy, to actually have someone act as his father. But that begged the question, who was playing the role? Looking up, he searched for clues as the robed figure made its way to them. Henry was screaming as he scrambled back, clutching his fake scar, his brown eyes wide in fear. Before Harry couldn't act, the thundering of feet on the forest ground. Turning around, he saw Hagrid running towards them with his crossbow out. The figure fled quickly to avoid damage from the angry gamekeeper. Hagrid helped Henry to his feet as his eyes searched around them quickly. "What happened?" Hagrid asked. "He was going to attack me," Henry whimpered. Harry rolled his eyes. If his suspicions were correct, which they usually were, the man posing as his father would be on orders to do no actual damage to the precious boy who lived. "Yay, safe now," Hagrid reassured the distraught boy. Harry sat down in the common room, recounting what happened to Draco, Hermione, Theo, Blaise, Daphne, Pansy, and Luna. "So who is pretending to be your father?" Blaise asked in awe. "No idea," Harry muttered, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. "Father and Uncle Severus have both said to not trust Quirrell," Hermione pointed out smartly, her hands resting against her mouth, a habit that started when she was young and read something she didn't understand. "That bumbling mess?" Theo asked incredulously. "He can't even talk without stuttering," Pansy laughed. "He is afraid of his own shadow," Daphne declared. "Unless he is appearing as non-threatening on purpose," Harry mused. "Walking through Hogwarts without being seen," Hermione nodded. "We need to get the stone Myone. After tonight, Potter and Weasley won't wait much longer," Harry said, firmly, smiling when he got an agreement from his sister. He knew he could always count on her. "So sorry this a tad late, I just couldn't write it the way I wanted. I am still not happy with it, but it is WWAAYYYY better than what it was. So hope you all still enjoyed. Sorry for any mistakes. The Darkness Descends is almost finished, guys. Wow, only a few chapters to go before the Riddles finish their first year. Chapter 22. It took 3 long, painstakingly boring days before the 8 first years were able to agree on the basics of the plan. Because of Luna's talent for seeing, hearing and knowing, they knew it had to be Harry, Hermione and Draco to go down the trapdoor to tackle unknown obstacles. Something Hermione was not happy about. She didn't like the thought of going in blind, preferring to know everything. But the idea of not knowing any of their challenges seemed to excite her brother. She had begun to debate whether he was broken, but she knew the more likely reason was he was just slightly mad like their father. After a few debates, it had been agreed the rest would be divided into two groups. Luna, Daphne and Pansy would be under the invisibility cloak hiding at the beginning of the third-floor corridor keeping lookout, whereas Theo and Blaise would be hidden in an old classroom at the bottom of the stairs. "You guys ready?" Harry asked, looking at his friends. They were all wearing black clothes at his request to blend in. Like true assassins, all three groups also had the communication mirrors that belonged to Harry, Hermione and Draco, so they could let the others know of incoming professors, prefects and anyone or thing else. "Bring it," Hermione smirked. The rest nodded. Determination spread across each face. "We have the mirrors, and if we get caught we have an extremely unreliable backup plan," Theo said. "It isn't that unreliable," Harry scoffed. "Harry, your boyfriend and his twin made them a week ago and you offered us up as test subjects. Yes, they make us vomit on command, but we have no idea of what other side effects could happen," Blaise said. "You're bringing up these issues now?" Harry cried, exasperated. "We don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's perfect. If we get caught out we swallow one each and start throwing up and say we were on way to hospital wing, but it is really unreliable," Theo explained. "It's just we don't really care that it is," Blaise laughed. "What's life without a little bit of danger?" Harry chirped. "Fun?" Draco suggested happily. "Stupidity?" Hermione deadpanned. "Yes," the boys exclaimed before laughing. "All right, quiet before we bring attention to ourselves and ruin everything," Hermione hushed. "Okay, everyone know their stations and have their mirrors?" Harry asked for what was the third time that night. "Yes, we know what we are doing," Pansy hissed. "It's you three we are worried about," Daphne whispered, her blue eyes wide. "We will be fine, right Loon?" Harry soothed. "The trials will not test the champions as much as they were designed to," the smiling girl responded. "What?" Blaise blinked. "I think it means that maybe they aren't as challenging as they are meant to be," Theo guessed. "Or maybe that they seem hard but have easy answers that most would overlook," Pansy shrugged. "Okay, it's time," Harry said. They smiled and nodded as their friends walked off to their stations. Once the confirmation came through their mirrors that they had reached their posts, the remaining trio took a deep breath and opened the big, creaky door that led to Fluffy. "Harry," Draco hissed as the beast started to move, its eyes watching them carefully, the growling getting louder. Harry quickly pulled out an old music box from his cloak. He twisted the knob that started playing it softly. Right before their eyes the giant three-headed dog fell asleep. Quietly and quickly they moved his paw and dropped down and landed on something soft. "How did you know that would work?" Draco asked incredulously. Getting past the dog was the part that had worried Draco, but Harry had just kept saying he had it figured out all through the planning. "I didn't," he laughed. "It's an old wives' tale I read. Kinda shocked it worked, to be honest," Harry admitted sheepishly. "You what?" Draco yelled, glaring at his cousin. "Oh come on, it worked, didn't it?" Harry asked, laughing. "You little..." Whatever insult Draco had been about to yell was lost as he looked down at his body and screamed. "What the hell?" Harry asked as he frantically tried to free himself. "Devil's snare," Hermione yelled. The vicious plant had wrapped itself around them tightly, slowly suffocating them. "Oh, I'm so glad we know what it's called. That's a great help," snarled Harry, leaning back, trying to stop the plant from curling around his neck and face. "What do we do?" Draco bellowed. "Daphne!" Hermione screamed into the mirror she had managed to pull out from her pockets before her arms were bound. "Hurry up, I can't breathe," Harry gasped, wrestling with it as it curled around his chest even more tightly than before. Devil's snare, what do we do?" she cried to Daphne and Pansy, who had appeared worried on the mirror. "It hates light," Daphne cried. "Light a fire," Pansy shouted. Hermione whipped out her wand, waved it, muttered something, and sent a jet of the same bluebell flames she had used on Quirrell at the plant. In a matter of seconds, the two boys felt it loosening its grip as it cringed away from the light and warmth. Wriggling and flailing, it unraveled itself from their bodies, and they were able to pull free. "Luckily you guys actually listened to herbology," said Harry as he peered into the mirror and smiled at the shocked girls. "You three okay?" Luna asked softly. "Yeah, we are fine. We call you if we need you again," Harry promised before he walked away following the tunnel. "Hopefully you don't," Pansy huffed before the connection was closed. Their footsteps echoed around them as they walked together looking for the next task. The soft sound of dripping water was heard as it trickled down the old wet mossy walls. Harry smiled. It reminded him of the old dungeons at both the Riddle and Malfoy Manors and Gringotts. He remembered the time he and Hermione got lost down there when they were children. Their father had found it amusing. Their mother, on the other hand. Even father had cowered from her that day. She had screamed at Tom, until she was blue in the face, for losing her babies in such a horrible place. "Can you hear something?" Draco whispered. His gray eyes squinted as he struggled to see in the low light. Harry listened carefully and then heard the same soft rustling and clinking that seemed to be coming from up ahead. "Do you think it's hellhounds covered in chains?" Harry asked, only half joking. "Don't be ridiculous, Hartford. Sounds more like a ghost, but I don't know what use they could be," Hermione hummed. "Sounds like wings to me." Draco rolled his eyes. "There's light ahead, I can see something moving," Hermione said, pointing her arm. Not that they could tell in the low light. They reached the end of the passageway and saw before them a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arching high above them. It was full of small, jewel-bright birds, fluttering and tumbling all around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. "Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room?" Harry asked, his eyebrows raised as he looked at his companions. "Probably," said Draco, shrugging. "You want to go first?" Harry smirked. "Why me?" Draco exclaimed indignantly. Hermione rolled her eyes at the bickering boys. She took a deep breath, covered her face with her arms, and sprinted across the room. Harry and Draco were startled out of their argument and watched, expecting to hear her scream from sharp beaks and claws tearing at her any second, but nothing happened. She reached the door untouched. After pulling on the handle, it was found to be locked. The two boys looked at each other. Shrugging, they followed. Once it was clear there was no danger, they also tried tugging and heaving at the door, but it wouldn't budge, not even when Hermione finally tried a few different unlocking charms. "Now what?" asked Draco. "These birds. They can't be here just for decoration," said Hermione, causing them to all look up. "They're not birds," Harry said suddenly. "They're keys," Draco exclaimed as he saw what his cousin was seeing. "One must unlock the door and we have to find which one," Harry mused. "But there are hundreds of them." Hermione examined the lock on the door. "We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, probably silver, like the handle," Draco muttered. "That one," Harry called out as he eyed the key they wanted. "That big one, there, no, there, with bright blue wings." "So what's the plan?" "Chase it like the snitch," Draco laughed as he spotted the old brooms waiting to be ridden. "They are probably designed like a snitch, but we don't have a 3-hour game to catch it," Hermione said angrily. "Yes, but we aren't outside, we are in a confined space. It can't hide or disappear into the sky. Might take us 10 minutes, Draco snorted. "Retiektari. Asterisk," Harry cried as he pointed his wand at the slow and old key. Instantly a fishing net trapped the key they wanted, along with maybe 10 others, on the floor. Grinning, he pulled the one they wanted out from the net before vanishing it and releasing all the strays. Smirking over his shoulder, Harry ran to the door, the key struggling in his hand. He rammed it into the lock and turned. It worked. The moment the lock had clicked open, the key took flight again, looking very battered now that it had been caught. "Ready?" Harry asked the other two, his hand on the door handle. They nodded. Steeling himself, he pulled the door open. The next chamber was so dark they couldn't see anything at all. But as they stepped into it, light suddenly flooded the room to reveal an astonishing sight. They were standing on the edge of a huge chessboard, behind the black chessmen, which were all taller than they were and carved from what looked like black stone. Facing them, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. Harry, Draco and Hermione shivered slightly. The towering white chessmen had no faces. "Now what do we do?" Harry whispered. "It's obvious, isn't it?" said Draco. "We've got to play our way across the room." As they moved into the positions Draco, as the best player out of the three of them, had chosen. Harry and Hermione as castles and Draco as a knight. What happened next was the most brutal and incredible game of chess they had ever seen. Every time they lost a piece, their competition showed no mercy, and neither did they. Their pile of broken players got bigger and bigger as the game went on. A few times Draco only noticed Harry or Hermione were in danger at the last minute. "Harry, take that bishop," he called out. Harry moved immediately. He trusted Draco. He had played enough games against the boy to know if anyone could get them through alive, it was him. He was talented and enjoyed chess, but no one compared to Draco. The only people to beat him were Tom and Severus. Hermione, take that knight, Draco cried. He smirked as Hermione used a blasting hex to destroy the piece. Harry, now you can take on their remaining castle, Draco shouted when their turn rolled around again. Harry grinned as he brandished his wand and took out the white castle. Hermione, move up 4 places. With Draco's instructions they checkmated the opposing team. With cheers they passed through with only bumps and scraps from flying debris made from the chess pieces. What do you think is next? Harry asked as they made their way down another passageway. We've had sprouts, that was the devil's snare. Flitwick must have put charms on the keys. McGonagall transfigured the chessmen to make them alive. That leaves Quirrell's spell, and Uncle Sev. Draco stopped suddenly. They had reached another door. Taking a deep breath they pushed the door open together. A disgusting smell filled their nostrils, making both of them pull their robes up over their noses. Eyes watering, they saw, flat on the floor in front of them, a troll lay sleeping. The massive creature was drooling and snoring. Harry swore the floor was moving with every breath. I'm glad we don't have to fight that, Hermione whispered as they tiptoed carefully around one of its massive legs. If you don't be quiet we may have to, Draco hissed. Come on, I can't breathe. As they left the troll behind, Harry couldn't help but adding in his 2 nuts. I would have saved us, he said proudly. Oh yeah? How? Hermione snorted. These are not the students you were looking for. Harry spoke in a monotone, his hands out in front of him with a look of concentration on his face. Laughing hysterically, the 3 preteens opened the next door. Staring forwards they could see nothing very frightening in there, just a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing on it in a line. Uncle Sevs, said Harry, what do we have to do? They stepped over the threshold, and immediately a fire sprang up behind them in the doorway. It wasn't ordinary fire either, it was purple. At the same instant, black flames shot up in the doorway leading onward. They were trapped. Look! Hermione seized a roll of paper lying next to the bottles. Harry and Draco looked over her shoulder to read it. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead, another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine, 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Hermione let out a great sigh. To Harry and Draco's amazement, saw that she was smiling, the very last thing they felt like doing. Brilliant, said Hermione. This isn't magic, it's logic, a puzzle. A lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic, they'd be stuck in here forever. And we won't be? Draco asked, raising his eyebrow. I've got a headache just reading it, Harry quipped. Of course not, said Hermione, answering Draco and ignoring her brother's lame attempt at humor. Everything we need is here on this paper. 7 bottles. 3 are poison. 2 are wine. 1 will get us safely through the black fire, and 1 will get us back through the purple. Just tell us which one to drink. Harry grumbled, rubbing his fingers on the side of his head. Give me a minute. Hermione read the paper several times, then she walked up and down the line of bottles, muttering to herself and pointing at them. At last, she clapped her hands. Got it, she said. The smallest bottle will get us through the black fire, toward the stone. Harry looked at the tiny bottle, then back at his sister. You are positive, aren't you? Harry asked, looking at her dubiously. Are you really doubting me? She asked, glaring at her brother. She truly looked lethal in that moment, causing Harry and Draco to both take a step back. No, they chorused with wide eyes. There isn't much to drink though, Harry pointed out. Well, if Father is right, then Dumbledore expects Potter, Weasley, and possibly Quirrell to enter, Hermione said, thinking it out slowly. So there has to be a refilling spell, Draco said, grinning, while Hermione nodded enthusiastically. Shrugging, Harry took a swig before passing it on to his sister, shuddering as the potion passed through them. It was as if ice was passing through his veins. Draco, as the last drinker, placed the bottle down and they walked towards the flames. Holding hands they braced themselves. For a moment they could see nothing but dark fire. It was strange seeing but not feeling. And then they were on the other side, in the last chamber. Standing there was the Mirror of Erised. Retaiktari spell. Not from J.K. Rowling. Conjures a fishing net and throws it at object. Risha Iactr. Latin for throw nets. Hope everyone enjoyed. Sorry it was late and truly sorry if any stupid mistakes. I think I got most of them but can't be 100% sure. Only one more chapter to go for book 1. Thank you for reading and reviewing smiley face. Chapter 23. Thank Merlin. Harry cried as he collapsed next to Hermione on the leather couches that resided in the Slytherin common room. My hand hurts, Draco moaned as he fell face first into a single cedar couch. I don't think I've ever ridden so much in my life, Blaise muttered. My head hurts, Theo grumbled. You boys are in a complaining mood, aren't you? Hermione said, smiling as she looked up from her book to eye the 4 boys who were all flushed from the heat. Even in the cold dungeon, students were walking around in their lightest clothes. Although after being trapped in a sweltering hot room for their exams, the dungeons were a cold blessing. Each written exam was held in a large room with wide windows. Every student in their year were in the same room for each exam. They had all been given special quills charmed with anti-cheating spells. All written exams had an hour allocated to answering questions. Each question required a minimum of a paragraph for an answer. Then all the classes except History of Magic also had practical exams. Astronomy was one of the easiest of the practicals. Everyone went into the classroom in single file, and were told what to locate through the telescope, and to avoid cheating the questions asked were changed randomly. Charms was easy enough. They were called by Professor Flitwick and asked to make a pineapple tap dance across a table. Harry couldn't help but hum happily in tune to the dancing fruit as it moved. Transfiguration, they had been required to turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty they made it, but points were lost if it still had any mouse features left. But it seemed Professor McGonagall wasn't that impressed with him despite the fact he made it silver with the Slytherin sigil on the top, nor with Hermione, who had managed to engrave the Slytherin's house words on the sides. Resourcefulness, cunning, ambition, self-preservation, and cleverness, all in an elegant script. Potions was a breeze for the Cambions. Divided by house, each student had their own station and brewing equipment, and given an hour and 25 minutes to complete the forgetfulness potion. Although they had heard it was harder on the other houses because Professor Snape hovered over them, making them nervous. Defense was simple. They were asked for simple hexes to be sent at a dummy. The dummy was also set up so that the spells sent at it could be tested to see how strong and effective they were. Then they were asked to show how strong their shields were. Herbology was down in the greenhouses, showing simple care for certain plants and how to correctly collect parts that could be used in other means, such as leaves or roots for potions, but without damaging the plants. I could sleep from now until we go home, Harry groaned. Oh, it was not that bad, Hermione laughed. Says the girl who probably passed all her exams with the highest marks of our year, Blaise grunted. Most likely ever, Draco exclaimed, lifting up his head long enough to speak before dropping it down back into the couch. I think she is trying to beat Father's records, Harry muttered. Weren't they off the charts? Pansy asked as Luna and Daphne joined them. Yep, I want to make him proud, Hermione said smugly. We got him the stone, Harry hissed after making sure no one could hear them. Speaking of, anyone notice that the Gryffindor boys weren't at today's exams? Theo asked. Reckon they finally went down? Draco asked. I bet you they did and are in the hospital wing, Theo grumbled. Dumbledore has got to be so proud of his golden boy, Harry sneered. Bet you 5 galleons that Dumbledore thinks Quirrell took the stone, Draco asked Harry. No way, I'm not betting against that. I want to keep my money, Harry sniggered. Like an idiot like Quirrell could take the stone. Blaise laughed. Well, we know the truth, Hermione smirked. Flashback. Standing there was the Mirror of Erised. What now? Draco asked, looking around. It was a large chamber lit up by hundreds of torches, giving the room an orange glow to it. How can the Mirror of Erised be the big finale test? Harry murmured. Maybe it was intended to distract the person that came looking, Hermione suggested. No, I'm thinking this is Dumbledore's test, something Potter can pass. Harry shook his head, eyes narrowed. I wonder. Hermione and Draco watched as Harry stepped forward and stood in front of the mirror. Harry took a breath and opened his eyes, and to his shock an image formed. His father was standing behind him grinning widely at his son. Mirror Harry lifted his hand out of his pocket smirking wickedly and handed it to his father. Harry then felt his pocket sag drastically. He slowly lifted his hand to slip it in his pocket. His fist closed around a rough object. Harry. What is it? Hermione asked, growing concerned when he didn't do anything. Without saying anything he pulled out his hand. Firmly clasped in his grip was the Philosopher's Stone. It was roughly a tear-shaped stone, a ruby red that almost glowed. You did it? Hermione cried out as a manic grin spread across her face. But, how? She pondered. Who cares? Harry laughed. Now for the real question, Draco spoke as they calmed down. How do we get out of here? You don't? A voice came from behind them. Standing there on steps that Harry could swear weren't there a moment ago, was Professor Quirrell, but the stammering loser they had been learning from all year was gone. I knew it. I knew you were behind all this, Harry growled. Well, not all of it, Quirrell laughed. I mean, the plans were all Albus, although jinxing your broom was James Potter, but that's not what matters. What I'm curious about is how 3 measly students like yourselves not only found out but managed to get past everything. You aren't the ones who are meant to be here. We are just that good, Harry said, moving his head sharply as he smirked. Don't lie to me, Quirrell shrieked, causing them to flinch at the highness and sharpness he reached. Merlin, that sounded part banshee, Draco complained as he rubbed his ears. What's the plan? What does your precious leader want to happen? Harry questioned. Why do you care? Why are you here? Quirrell shot back. Curiosity. Harry lied smoothly. Well, it won't hurt to tell you. No one will believe you anyway, Quirrell smirked. It's a test for Harry Potter, to see how he is in these sort of situations. We all know the Dark Lord is returning and the boy needs to be ready. So are you your own villain for Potter to defeat? Then what? It's not like you can get a job after that, unless you plan on telling him, Hermione said. No, I'm playing poor Quirrell who was possessed by the Dark Lord to do his bidding, and after some therapy I will be back teaching, he said smugly. Yeah, because that is how it will go down, Harry said sarcastically. Where is the stone? Hermione asked, sounding frustrated. Even Harry and Draco were impressed at how real her annoyance sounded. In the mirror, Quirrell said smugly. It has been charmed to only appear to those who don't want to use the stone for themselves, and that is why it didn't respond to you. All 3 Slytherins struggled to keep their faces impassive while the realization hit them. Dumbledore was stupider than they thought. The charm allowed anyone who wanted to get it as long as they didn't want it for themselves. Harry wanted it for his father, so he had been gifted the stone. Well, that's foiled us, Harry said, trying to not laugh. Did you really think you could outdo Albus Dumbledore? Quirrell laughed loudly and manically. What do we do? Harry asked Hermione and Draco. Well, if we just leave Quirrell here, we'll tell Dumbledore we were down here, Draco said. And if we kill him, Dumbledore will know as well, Hermione muttered. You can't kill me, Quirrell screeched. The man pulled out his wand, but Harry was faster after the trainings from his father. Reducto. Harry. No spells that will damage him, Hermione screamed as Quirrell rolled away. Confundo, Quirrell cried. Is that all you have? Harry laughed as he dodged the spell. Stupefy. Draco shouted. Quirrell only just managed to avoid it as he leapt to the side while throwing off his own spell. Harry cried out in pain as he was hit in the arm with a cutting hex. Harry. Hermione cried in shock. I'm fine. Get him, he shouted angrily as he got to his feet. Quirrell dodged a few hexes sent by an angry Hermione, a determined Draco and Harry who had regained his footing. Look out! Harry cried as Hermione was only just able to narrowly avoid a cutting hex which seemed to be Quirrell's favorite. Stupefy. Harry and Draco cried together. Quirrell fell as he leapt to the side. Flipendo. Hermione shot the spell as Quirrell got to his feet from avoiding the Stupefy. He was hit in the chest and went flying back and smacked the wall with a thud. That's gotta hurt, Harry smirked. If all of Dumbledore's minions fight like this, they're screwed. Draco scoffed as they moved towards the panting man with their wands pointed at his chest. Tarantiagra. He shouted desperately, but the spell was so weak they just sidestepped it laughing. How shall we do this? Harry asked. We remove the memory, make it seem that when he came down tonight, the golden boy didn't show up, Hermione said firmly. Draco nodded his agreement as he sneered at the pathetic man that had been their teacher for the year. Hermione, we have never done an obliviate before, Harry said, shooting her a concerned look. I don't care about his mind, but if you get wrong then Dumbledore will know something happened, he will get suspicious. I can do it, she said smiling. Raising her arm, she pointed her wand at his head and whispered quietly. Obliviate. It was the end-of-year feast when their predictions came true. Everyone was seated excitedly awaiting for the feast to start. Harry and Hermione were chatting with their friends, both new and old, at the Slytherin table. Harry was enjoying the end-of-year buzz. Everyone was happy to be going home for the summer holidays. He blushed as Fred looked up from his conversation with George and Lee to wink and smirk at the small first year. That was the one thing Harry wasn't looking forward to, not having the chance to see Fred every day. But he had missed the manor, his parents and extended family. The entire hall went quiet when the doors opened and 4 students walked in. Look! Draco hissed when he noticed Harry hadn't looked away from Fred. Merlin, Harry muttered. Must have gone down last night, Theo said. Oh, they're laying this on thick. Blaise snorted. All the occupants of the hall watched as Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas hobbled over to their seats next to Fred, George, Lee, Neville and the first-year Gryffindor girls. They were covered in bandages, slings and what looked like burn paste. We live in the wizarding world, they don't need to still be bound up like that, Hermione sneered as they made a big show of sitting down. Disgusting. Harry gagged as they watched Potter preen under the worry and worship of his devoted fanbase. Revolting. Draco nodded. No decorum whatsoever, Daphne hissed. Hey, guys, Pansy whispered, before nodding her head towards the head table where the professors sat. Next to McGonagall was an empty seat. Quirrell's missing, Blaise said under his breath, only just loud enough for them to hear. Of course he is, Dumbledore wasn't going to let his liability walk out alive, Harry muttered. As long as we can't be suspected, Theo shrugged. How could we? We covered our tracks, Hermione responded. Our darkness is safe, we are still in the shadows, Luna said softly, smiling as she hummed. Too bad the old fool can't know the truth, Harry mumbled as he watched the old man talk to Professor McGonagall. You know why he can't, it will ruin our long-term plans, Hermione whispered. Yeah. But it would be great to see his face, Draco snickered. The great hall went silent when the aging headmaster stood up, smiling out at the students, his blue eyes sparkling almost unnaturally. Another year gone, he cried out joyfully once every eye was on him. And what a year it has been. Enjoyable classes, excitement, old friends, new friends, and of course fun learning. The Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws clapped as they grinned up at their esteemed headmaster whilst the Slytherins just rolled their eyes. Now, first order of business to address tonight. Congratulations to Slytherin for winning the Quidditch Cup. Slytherin burst into applause. Marcus Flint, Adrian Pusey, Graham Montague, Miles Bletchley, Reese Colton, Highland Anks and Harry Riddle found themselves being congratulated and cheered for by their house. Severus smirked as he took the cup from Dumbledore to place in the Slytherin common room until next awarding. Dumbledore smiled and raised his hands for silence again. It's now time for the house cup, he said smiling. I understand that the houses stand at these points. In 4th place is Gryffindor with 312 points. In 3rd place is Hufflepuff with 352 points. In 2nd place is Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in 1st place is Slytherin with 472 points. The Slytherin table erupted into cheers for the second time that night, while the other houses looked on in disappointment. Yes, well done Slytherin, Dumbledore said smiling. However, there has been some events that must be taken into account. The hall went quiet. Harry and Hermione shared glances. They had an idea of where this was going. I am talking about the fact that last night a group of boys showed the true bravery that their house is known for. Last night these boys defended our school as our own Professor Quirrell tried to steal a magical artifact from under our noses. Unfortunately, the professor had hoped to bring back the Dark Lord Voldemort. There were gasps of terror from the students. Harry rolled his eyes at his friends as a few girls shrieked in fear. Because of this I have some last-minute points to award. Harry turned to Hermione and shook his head in anger. "He will make his precious lions win," he hissed in anger. First to Ronald Weasley for the best game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, and being prepared for self-sacrifice, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Harry groaned in frustration. To Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas for standing by friends, and using cool logic, I award 25 points each. The Gryffindors were cheering in excitement as their points went up, getting closer to Slytherin. To Henry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The cheers got louder. Fred looked over at Harry apologetically before cheering with his friends and family. But there was one more student. There are all kinds of courage. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. The sound was deafening as the Gryffindors stamped and screamed. Nothing like the reserved cheers the Slytherins had given. It seemed almost primal. Harry and Hermione were glaring furiously at the headmaster as the rest of the school celebrated. Only Draco and Theo's hands on their shoulders stopped the temperamental twins from doing something stupid, like cursing the headmaster into a drooling mess. Which means, Dumbledore called over the storm of applause. "We need a little change of decoration." He clapped his hands. In an instant, the green hangings became scarlet and the silver became gold. The huge Slytherin serpent vanished and a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. "I hate that man," Harry hissed in resentment. "Did we really expect anything else to happen?" Hermione sighed. "Next year we will win," Draco muttered. "Well, we have the last laugh. We have the stone." Harry smirked as he looked at joyful old man. It was clear to those looking carefully knew he was worried about something. To Harry it was obvious he was worried about the fact the stone was never recovered. Even if they lost the House Cup, they won the battle round. "We have to arrange to meet up, maybe at Diagon Alley?" Fred said to Harry as they said their goodbyes in a private compartment on the Hogwarts Express. The train had just pulled in at platform 9 3/4. With all the chaos of students getting off to meet their families, Fred and Harry had taken advantage of their time alone. Thankfully George was keeping Ron and Percy busy so they could do it privately. "And you have to promise that you will write. I know I will send you an owl." "Of course I will write," Harry whispered into Fred's chest, his voice muffled. "I'm going to miss you," Fred whispered. "Me too," Harry said, looking up at the redhead. "I will write and we will see each other soon enough," Fred promised. "Bye, Freddie." Harry smiled as they left the train to find their families. Harry was still waving when he felt Hermione stand next to him. "Summer will be over before you know it," she grinned, wrapping her arms around her twin's shoulders. "Hartford." "Hermione." The twins spun around upon hearing their names. Grinning, they walked over to where they could see their mother standing with their aunt, Narcissa Malfoy. "Hello, Mother." They chorused, hugging their mother. Her blonde hair was in perfect ringlets. Her face was modeled into the perfection of the pureblood mask, but anyone who truly knew her could see the kindness and love in her blue-gray eyes. "Ready to go home?" she asked, smiling as Draco appeared next to them hugging his own mother. Grinning, the twins nodded. They gripped their mother's hands, preparing for apparition. Harry moved his free hand to his pocket to feel the stone that rested there. He smiled as he wrapped his hands around it before being twisted and sucked away from platform 9 3/4 before landing in front of the gates of Riddle Manor.